expect to take things today? I mean, almost everyone's running Shadowcraft, obviously, but what do you think is like the proper setup for taking this tournament?
So I really think it's important to really try to counter out the meta right now. I think that's the really big thing to be keeping in mind. So with Shadow being so popular, I think a lot of people are going to have to be kind of switching their decks to really counteract Shadow, just because I feel every game currently, if Shadow is in your list, you're basically banning it out every single game, which is really unfortunate, I would say, especially if you're not running anything that can counter it. So if you run something like a Haven deck, maybe you want to be running that a bit more often, but of course then you have to maybe be a little more worried if maybe they're going to be banning out your Haven because they want to run their Shadow. So there's always a lot of things that you have to kind of think and take into consideration when kind of coming into this, but Shadow is always going to be banned, I feel, almost 100% of the time. And right here, speaking of, in our next match, LOG versus Didong, we have double Shadow bans, and LOJ will be running with Dragon and Sword, and Didong will be running with Sword and Rune.
Wow, so no Dragon to start things off for Didong here, and while it looks like we have about 9, 10, or somewhere in there, most of the people have brought Dragon, but almost every player, actually I think it might be all 16 of them, unless things have changed up, have brought Shadow. So I think what you said, just double Shadow ban, get that out of there. I want to actually play some Shadowverse today, and I don't want to see Mr.
It's Shadowcraft. You're playing Shadowverse. What are you talking?
Well, maybe that play rate goes down a little bit today, and we'll get to see, really, I think it's all about the third deck, like we were talking about earlier. You said you expected Havencraft to be a little bit better. I said a lot of people have brought Swordcraft, Runecraft, and Bloodcraft, actually surprising us yesterday quite a bit with their, not only play rates, but they're very close to 50% win rate, and that's pretty much what you want out of a third deck, something that can take a game 50% of the time, and then you play your more oppressive other two picks that you're very confident with and try and take these games off of people. But now that Shadowcraft, the current win rate king, being taken off the table in most of these matches, we'll get to see Queen, I suppose, unless you play Mordecai like a man. Or M. Bison when he finally comes out. Street Fighter collaboration win.
Oh yeah, can't wait for that one.
We'll get to see how these third decks interact and really play out for these players.
That's the thing. I feel that's why a lot of people have been bringing Sword, because it's that consistent deck. You can really depend on it to not really ever fail you. Its draws aren't ever really all too bad, and it's everything you draw into is usually something you could have some kind of use for in the game. So it's got a relatively good and standard win rate for the most part. It just has consistency all across the board against pretty much any deck in the current meta, which is really nice to have, right? But then looking at it again with Shadow being so relevant, if all the players here are carrying Shadow, I really think Haven needs to start trying to come out to really stop Shadow in its tracks a bit more. Because if you're running both Haven and Shadow, and if everyone's having Shadow, right, they have to either pick, are they banning out your Shadow deck or are they banning out your Haven deck? They really have to be picking out what they're going to be targeting out. So I think that's something for a lot of players to really try to keep in mind here for the most part, is with Shadow being so relevant, they need to start making more ways to really make sure that aggro isn't going to be as relevant as it currently is, because it's really what is dominating the current meta at the moment.
And I think, well, your theory might be right in theory, I suppose. It looks like, yes, so we have at least one Havencraft. Dino T, who has come in at the 11th hour, has brought the one Havencraft deck we'll be seeing today.
All right, what is he actually running in here? I'm kind of curious what his list is. Yesterday we saw Grailcraft.
That was Goms, wasn't it?
I was thoroughly amused. There was multiple people.
That was
Onion Chief had it. Yeah. There was a couple people with it. They had it as like a 1 or 2 of. But yeah, Onion Chief was the first one we saw it with.
I'm chomping at the bit to play that card.
Oh my.
Stand back.
All right, we'll be seeing the Erica stare down to go right into this thing.
Okay.
On the ever-present Grimner, double Maid Leader start. Will he keep more than one just to make sure he gets his Luminous Mages? Doesn't like either. I'll take that curve in a heartbeat.
Oh yeah. But right there, 4, 5, 6. Oh!
That's a shiny hand, my friend.
Yeah, there's a lot of legendaries in there, but there's not going to be much of an early game. So going first, oof. Yeah, going first here, I think this is going to be a really big deal, especially since, you know, his opponent right here, Didi, is actually coming out with, you know, a lot more early game than his opponent. You know, turn 3 mage leader isn't really going to be helpful here for the most part, and losing the early game, especially if you're going first in this mid-range matchup for Sword, it's going to be really difficult to be trying to make that comeback in the long run. So it's kind of obvious, I think, at this point with the turn 3 play of mage leader that his hand is pretty much just brick for his opponent here.
It would be even more telling if we could still see which position cards are in, so you can kind of track what cards are in his hand. When you see like top deck mage leader is the turn 3 play, what's the rest of it? And I mean, this hand is expensive as all heck.
Oh yeah.
And that'll be as much face damage as he cares to give him.
You wouldn't.
It's really the big thing is what is he going to be opting to really play out for here, and of course the evolution is coming up as well, so I'm honestly expecting just Gina to come here and just try to clear out the board.
And we could see a whole soul swing. The first opportunity he's really got to use it. Unfortunately, the cards he really wants to be playing are all locked up. Could go for the Gino and leave himself with a 6-1. No, respect. So keeping the 1/1 knight for Floral Fencer fodder, should there be any. Doesn't look like there will be.
Yeah, so in this matchup, I think just honestly keeping the board is the really big thing that both sides are going to have to be keeping in mind. And we can see here Luminous Mage already coming down. I think this is going to be a really important card for both players to be really drawing into, just because the free evolution points means you're always trading out, right? Like, you always have more, either you have extra resources, you're always going to be having that extra sort of a rush effect, I guess you could say, with the free evolution. So it's going to be a really big deal that both players are kind of drawing into this until they can start popping off with those Alberts. As we can see, already 2 in hand here.
Yeah, Lodge is set for the late game, but will he survive that long? Things seem to be going pretty well, despite the all the building blocks he got at the very beginning.
Oh yeah.
And so Didong opts for the Floral Fencer over the Luminous Mage. Probably threaten the board a little bit more. That's the typical Sword credo. Now, what do you think about this Lodge's strategy going into the late game here? I mean, he's got Luminous Mage, he's got Albert, Tsubaki, Alwitas. He has a card for every situation, but it's all about how he plays them and how he uses them.
I honestly think he's probably got the advantage here, unless we can see the turn 10 Grimnir that might be able to swing it around. It's not going to clear out anything like an Albert, but maybe it could clear off things like the Tsubaki or Alwitas, things like that in the late game. So it's going to be something to kind of keep in mind, but I think having the double Albert here is going to be a really big deal, especially if he can manage to save both of his evolution points by playing out these Luminous Mages.
Yeah, playing this very intelligently, but are you trying to say that Grimnir can't just solve all my problems? I think I'm hearing you wrong.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure Grimnir is just the truth.
You know, 4 damage ain't enough to clear out 7 health, and of course Albert dealing 10 damage is significantly more than Grimnir, so it's always something to keep in mind. But of course, having that extra ward in the late game could be, you know, the difference between life or death. Now, LOJ here, actually, he didn't really get off a lot of face damage, even though his opponent was off to a pretty rocky start. He only got in 3 damage, which was kind of unfortunate. So he's actually somewhat stabilized, I would say, for the most part. And he has all of these late game cards already. Of course, on the other side, it's looking just as fine for the most part.
Yeah, I love the inclusion of Luminous Mage. Such a pivotal card for Swordcraft in general. It's just that Mage Leader used to be that much more consistent and that much scarier that, alright, Mage Leader, he now has an Albert. I know he has an Albert, but now it's, you know, you get to save your Evo points and the curve kind of pushes towards the late game, but your Alberts, when you do get them, are a lot scarier.
Oh yeah, the Alberts are definitely really scary, but Luminous Mage, I honestly think it's the card that pretty much makes it so mid-range Sword can actually kind of just stay in the current meta. I think, honestly, without it, Sword would probably be struggling a lot more for the most part, just simply because other aggro decks, I feel, have been playing a lot faster. It would kind of just get wiped out like really quickly for the most part, so I think Luminous Mage is how it honestly manages to stay Sword as itself as a faction. You know, Sword, it's always power through minions, playing through the board. That's how Sword works, and I honestly think it probably wouldn't be able to do that as efficiently if it weren't for Luminous Mage being a card here.
Yeah, I definitely like this new expansion of...
Alright. Alright, so it looks like my co-host here, DBG, is having
Grim
a
damage.
couple of issues.
No, I'm back in it, alright.
Ah, okay.
Well, Didong okay, does go for the Alvitas, probably gonna... Nope, am I breaking up again? So sad. Hello?
Here, right here. Hello?
Why?
Are you okay?
Okay, I'm here, yes. I'm getting weird patches for some reason. I swear it's not my internet. We pay for this garbage out here. Alright, so about the play I was expecting. Evo's the Pirate, takes out the Veteran Lancer and slams his own Alvitas, but it's going to be the counterplay. Might consider... I was wondering if we would go for something like Evolve the Luminous Mage to be cheeky, but it seems pretty wasteful here.
Yeah, I honestly think that this is kind of the better route here. He sees he has double Albert in hand. I'm expecting both of these evolution points to probably be going towards Albert. And of course, Tsubaki is going to be a nice option as well to be removing out any sort of larger minions that could be coming in with evolution or just Albert himself in general. So it's a lot of stuff to be really kind of keeping in mind here. I think Tsubaki is going to be really important, especially here, just because it's going to be able to sneak out that extra 4 damage that might be able to close out the game maybe a bit sooner than each side would be expecting here. Of course,
really,
LOJ here, though. Really large hand at the moment, so a lot more options to play with.
And but really, what are you going to be hitting with these Tsubakis in this deck? I mean, with no wards, you might as well just go for game with Albert. And I think that's what LJ is about to do.
Yeah, it's the really big thing to be watching for is just, you know, having the Alberts in hand. I think it's going to be really threatening, especially when he's going, you're going first here. The absolute, 10 face damages, it's going to be pretty massive for the most part. Things like ward would be pretty helpful, but then it's like, how do you really combat back the Albert, right? You're going to probably need either a lot of wards, high damage, or you're going to have to trade back with an Albert yourself. So going second here is definitely not going to be helping at all. No,
and especially if you're playing the aggro in the matchup, going first is just what you want to do most of the time. And now left with 2 little knights. Has to clear out this Albert and play a ward somehow. Not the easiest thing to do. It thinks like Alvitas plus Grimner's probably going to have to be his play, or he's out of this game. That is another option. Nice 5/5 ward.
Naval Guard is actually a pretty nice card for the most part. We've been seeing a couple people taking that actually back in, and I think it's an excellent choice to be bringing into the tournament scene, just because having that extra ward in the late game with that enhance effect is absolutely massive, especially for a minion that's going to be so large. But right there, we do see the Tsubaki can get played, and it's going to be clearing out the board just a little bit more. But I definitely think that that evolution point is going to probably stay saved here for the Albert, because that's basically what he's holding on to here to try to confirm out that win condition. Actually does it onto the Lyriel here. Alright, so it looks like maybe he's thinking Albert with Tsubaki to try to clean out the game.
Oh, but my friend, it's Grimner time. There's no better time than right now to just slam this down and save yourself a little bit of damage here. I mean, it would take more. It would take more than LJ's got to get over this Grimner and get some face damage, and most he can do this turn is 3. I could do 4 now. Well, proved wrong once again by the Grimner off the top. That's gotta feel bad.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate, I would say, for the most part. You know, Grimnir's killing Grimnirs. It's relatively typical. We see that pretty often, but that was probably one of the better top decks he could have gotten there for the most part. So definitely glad to be seeing that for himself. But, you know, a lot of wards still coming on again. As we were mentioning earlier, with that hand advantage, it's going to be a really big deal here because he's kind of running out of steam here. Ooh.
That Fang Blade is huge.
But he's not running out of any luck.
No, definitely not. His top decks have been on point as much as it can be. And now he's got to continuously play wards or lose.
Yeah, that's a really big thing.
Well, no, wait, it's game for Didong, though. He's got the Knight Enhanced Albert.
So that'll actually be able to clean it out. So it looked pretty grim for the most part, but, you know, managed to make the comeback. That's definitely really strong potential there. So glad to see that kind of be turning around. And I honestly didn't expect it to go that way. But I definitely think that the ward right there helped out for the most part.
Double Naval Guard coming in handy. I believe he played all 3 Alfweedus commands just to stay in the game. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
Didong just kept drawing the protection he needed to get around the Tsubakis, the Alberts, and eventually the Fangblade Slayer. Didn't really get to see it come down, though. But just to come from behind right there, and that's what you get when you play mid-range that can quickly throw out these huge bursts of damage. The game can really go either way. And now we'll see Didong move into his Runecraft deck. Did we happen to catch what variant he brought?
Looks like he's going to be bringing in triple Daria in relatively standard list. It does have 2 of Demonic Strike and 2 Ice Forms as well. Aside from that, everything looks relatively similar, and I actually don't see any cards here from Tempest.
If it ain't broke, right?
That's exactly what they say, so we'll see if it's going to be able to work out. I honestly don't think it's all that bad not to be using any of the new cards. I think old Daria just works just fine on its own. It's about flooding the board, getting as many minions as possible with that Daria proc, so it'll work out just fine.
And Gummy, in all your Shadowverse mastery, how do you feel about Daria in this new meta? I mean, obviously was very strong, fairly dominant last before Tempest came out, and now we've seen Shadow and Dragon's takeover with Sword and Forest not far behind, and Runecraft kind of falling off after the initial excitement about D-Shift. Where do you find its position to be in this meta, to be still playing this deck and saying, I can still run with this?
Yeah, currently I think Daria, it's kind of in a weird place. You know, last season when, you know, before the expansion, we used to see Daria a lot, and it was pretty powerful. But the thing is Daria, honestly, it started becoming more of a coin flip deck, right? You would win, you would go off, or you would just lose because you're not getting the Daria proc as soon as you possibly needed it, which would always be kind of unfortunate. But then here in this current meta, there's a lot of things that can kind of just keep up with the pace of Daria. You know, if Ramp Dragon is really going off and it's getting all of its ramp, and it gets to that late game point, Daria sometimes might not always work out. But honestly, I think it's still fine to play for the most part, just simply because, you know, we see here, he's getting a pretty good curve. He's already played a Craig, he's already played the Clark. Daria's already down the 4, and he's only just barely had his 4th turn. He's clearing out the board with Levi, he's taking it over. So against mid-range decks like this, maybe slightly slower decks, it actually isn't all that bad for the most part. But I think against aggro, it might just be dying out a bit too fast nowadays.
Yeah, I think that Daria has always folded to 2 things: decks that are just much faster or produce more value than it does, or decks that heal. Because this deck only has so much damage you can put out, and you have to sacrifice, sometimes you have to sacrifice your burn just to put your Daria off. I mean, I don't think we're going to be seeing this Demonic Strike come down. I think he's going to have to move a little bit faster than that to stay ahead of the curve, and so that's what's really been Daria's bane. I mean, Dragon was doing pretty well against it beforehand just because it could play Sakura Lucifer on turn 7, and that was the end of the game.
Ooh, he actually opts to not even play the Blade Mage here. Alright, so he's just going straight on in with that, and he actually does pick up an Ogler here. So now I see this is the other really big thing. I kind of like this play. He does skip out on the Blade Mage, but he gets the Ogler, which is the higher HP minion. I think HP across the board on his minions is going to be the really big saving grace here, just because Sword is obviously not going to be running anything like a Cyclone Blade here, unless there is some kind of gimmicky tech, I would say. But I really doubt we're going to be seeing Cyclone Blade, so having good high HP value minions on the board as early as possible, I think is going to be the really big determining factor here for him.
I mean, he's got lethal right here. Dance of Death into Evo Daria is just the end of the game. And then for those of you just joining us in Shadowverse, or who didn't really see the Daria meta of even just what was it, a month ago? It's just about.
Yeah, a little over a month, I think.
And this is what happens, suddenly lethal, and that's the way the deck is played. Didong fully rewarded for playing this deck and for high rolling on whether or not he could find the Craig into Clark into Levi piercing into Daria and to win the game. I mean, that was textbook.
Yeah. Again, as I was saying, it's that coin flip effect, right? He had the opener. It was the one you really, really want coming in as a Daria. You got your Craig, you got your Clark, the Daria's in hand, and maybe have a Witchette or 2 to be playing out a little more earlier. And of course, he had the one Levi to play on curve at turn 4. Levi turn 4, I think, is a really big thing for Rune to especially have, just because it makes really big turns on the board, because you can be trading so much, especially if you have an extra minion on the board like the Witchette. He had the Crimson Sorcery to clear out. He didn't need it for the face damage, so it really worked out super well. And of course, playing that Daria on turn 5, not waiting out to play the Blade Mage, and then playing Daria turn 6, really did end up saving him there. I think playing it there, playing as fast as possible, was definitely the way he wanted to go there in that matchup.
Yeah, 2 cards that have not lost their step, definitely. Levi and Daria, still just as potent as they always have been. But definitely rewarded for the turn 5 Daria. That's about when you want to get things going for that.
Oh yeah.
Playing it like turn 6 is okay. Turn 7 is just kind of bad, but turn 5 is really that nice sweet spot where you've had everything you want outside of Insight Craig into Clark. Turn 4 Daria because the rest of my cards suck. You know, that's.
Yeah.
And taking a look at the brackets here, looks like both Gombo Trail and Fantasy have made it up here. We're waiting on Crumshin and Tong for Didong's next opponent. Juhobo won over Kyo, the Battle of the Brothers. And Sky versus Solek. Now that's a rivalry matchup that we've seen plenty of times.
Oh yeah. It's definitely not all too common of a matchup. And both of those players, you know, they've always been really consistent with their playing, getting pretty high up in these brackets. Pretty much every tournament for quite a while now, you know, really old names, and definitely a lot of players here are familiar with us if they've been around for the scene for a while.
Yeah, I don't think we have I think we just have perhaps 1 or 2 new people in top 16. So we have M1 is new, Didong is also new. I believe this is his first top 16 as well.
Yeah.
So congratulations to those guys. Best of luck for today.
Definitely shout out to, you know, Didong, though, actually coming out with a pretty strong start, especially, you know, he is playing out that Daria. So I think it's really curious to see that Daria is coming into the new meta, because before, you know, in Bahamut, a lot of people used to just opt to ban out Daria, you know. It was the Daria Roach meta, right? Those were the 2 decks to really be playing. And a lot of people would be trying to ban out each side for the most part. You know, which one would you have to pick? And a lot of people, I felt, honestly targeted Daria because it was just so consistent, right? And then with how it is now, if you're running Shadow, people are probably banning out your Shadow over your Daria, right? So I definitely think it's kind of that third deck effect where you want a deck that can have some kind of consistency to it and that it doesn't always flip-flop on you. So I think Rune, in place of a sword deck, we know he is running a sword as well, would actually kind of work out if you do so choose to play it that way. So it's definitely an interesting choice to make.
Yeah, I think as much as I want to talk about the third deck, as most people are going to be bringing the two decks they feel are the strongest, so that's usually Shadow and Dragon if we look at play rates and win rates. That's the data we have. But the third deck, what are you comfortable with? Which adept do you have next to your name? I think like that's kind of where where that comes from. And to look at Gombo Trails, looks like his third choice is Blood. So this has been something we've seen quite a bit. And looks like he's gone with, I believe we saw it yesterday. Yes, he is running the Aggro Blood, or Aggro Vengeance Blood. I'm going to think of a better name for that. Don't worry, I'll trademark something. But he's running it with 2 Soul Dominator. I believe he played the same deck last week. Has the one of Demon Commander Laura, or at least his last top 16, and 3 Mask of the Black Death. So a little more mid-range than the full aggro Stop It Diabolic Drain, but very interesting choice on his part. Yeah,
and once again, we can see here too, looking at the matchup, both sides. Guess what the ban was? It's definitely
was it Shadow?
Oh yeah. It's always going to happen. I feel that nobody really wants to be playing against Shadow right now, so that's pretty much always the target ban. So definitely nothing all too unexpected there. So on the other side too, looking at Fantasy's deck list, he's running with Sword and Dragon, aside from Shadow. But actually, the Dragon list here, it looks to just be standard Storm Dragon, actually. Highest curve is going to be that Forte. So not running in with the typical Ramp Dragon list that we're used to seeing here in the current meta.
Yeah, that's interesting. Let me take a look at this, because of the ordinary, but if it has all of the everything it needs just to put out the damage before the opponent could do anything. I mean, running into Dragon, and people play differently against it. It's the I would call it a bait and switch.
Yes, especially with I think going through the elimination round as well, it's kind of interesting. I wonder if a lot of players kind of consider what it is that they're running in the elimination round and how people might be thinking, oh, they're probably running this deck, so I should ban it out or something like that, because they obviously don't know each other's decks. So I'm kind of curious to know if people are maybe banning him out because they thought he was running something like that Ramp Dragon yesterday, or if, you know, and they actually just never knew that it's been Storm this whole time.
Well, as much as we're going to see Shadow ban today, there were actually plenty of people leaving it up yesterday just because their own decks are much more vulnerable to something like Dragoncraft. So trying to sneak their own shadows in there while leaving their opponent's shadows up and saying, I'll take the coin flip. That seems to be what people want to do here. It seems that Fantasy is no stranger to Erica. He has the Swordcraft Adept Flare. I'm Jelly at all times.
Oh yeah? What if I told you I have the Shadowcraft Adept Flare?
I would say, why did you do that to yourself?
Oh man.
I was when I was playing back in Rage of Bahamut, and I ran into a guy with like Bloodcraft Adept. I'm like, who hurt you? You know? Why did you do this?
Hey man, okay. I liked playing Aggro Shadow in Bahamut. All right, I did it before all of this came out. Ooh, and he actually decides just not to trade in there. I actually kind of like the choice there, just simply because he's not giving his opponent extra play points. He's going to be forcing him out to trade. So I definitely kind of like that option. But now the Rahab coming down, being a pretty big ward for the most part, it's going to be a little difficult to clear out. But he does have the Luminous Mage, actually, if he does want a slightly easier time to be clearing this out. And again, I think Luminous Mage is such a pivotal card here for the current lineups. For Sword.
Yeah, in the mirror match we saw, it seems like a little bit sillier when you're trying to be aggressive to include Luminous Mage, but I think now that it has such contenders as Dragoncraft and even Havencraft, you need to be able to save your Evo points for when they matter instead of just trying to fight for the board.
Take up my shield.
And so I think the inclusion is paid for itself over and over. And ooh, putting him 4 away from lethal with a Maid Leader and another Evo point. That'll be an Albert next turn. There needs to be a ward.
Oh yeah, Ramp Dragon doesn't look like it's ramping quite fast enough here. He's having a really difficult time. You know, Grimnir waiting out so close to that enhance effect. Still stuck at 9 mana. He does have a Zell out in hand as well, but he's definitely forced to play out this here, and it's really just not looking all that great. Looking more grim than anything.
How many times are we going to make that joke today?
I hope not too many.
Looking Grimnir. It feels Grimnir. Oh, a Fangblade Slayer will take care of that next turn. All he has to do is kind of sit and wait and bait his opponent into something he doesn't want to do. Might as well just play the Albert and make his opponent remove it.
Yep. It's a really big thing. He could just evolve the Maid Leader here too, and Albert goes face, dropping his opponent to 1. I really just don't see what's going to be going down. Okay, so he does just opt to keep the Evo point. I like this choice too. It's not all that bad. But then Bahamut coming down. Little does he know there's going to be a Fangblade that's clear him out here.
And Fangblade Slayer's about to teleport behind him. Nothing personal, kid, but that'll be 5 damage.
You are done for.
GG to Fantasy for game 1. Taking his 3rd deck all the way through Dragoncraft.
Victory is a testament to your strength.
Forte's wings have been broken.
Oh yeah. Again, that's just Sword being the really consistent deck that it is, even against something like Ramp Dragon. It works out pretty well. I honestly don't think it has any bad matchups, but it's obviously not going to be favored in any matchup necessarily. It's just really consistent across the board. You know, you can never really go wrong with playing it. I think it's the really good and strong leading deck that a lot of players are kind of looking for in the current meta.
I absolutely agree. Flaming Glass making her meme-worthy appearance. Everyone spam Envy Bear later. She'll be on to cast the second half of today. And now we have the Dragon Mirror. Or can we really call it a mirror when one stops at Forte?
Maybe we can. I'm not really all too sure about that. But, you know, here he has the Mushus. He's got the Unica. So he's looking for a much bigger early game. But as we can see here, Grimnir and Rahab already in hand. It's going to be able to stop out this early aggression from Storm relatively easily, I would say.
Well, Gombo Trail knows what he's about. He's like, no more of that. No more sneaking past me. Here's the Grimnir, here's the Rahab into my own Forte. I can take care of anything you can throw at me.
really a lot of stuff to be keeping in mind here, and I kind of like that in the Storm deck here too. He is still running Breath and Siegfried, just so he has that extra removal. It's kind of nice having Siegfried, especially when you're going first and, you know, your opponent, they evolve turn 4, and then they end up trading usually, and Siegfried can be a pretty good removal piece for the most part. And of course, Breath is really good here, just for that exact play he made for the Grimnir, because there's not a whole lot of things that people tend to bring to try to remove Grimnir. There's a couple of cards that maybe I could think of off the top of my head that would remove him for 3 damage, and that would be Breath of the Salamander or something like a Zombie Party.
Yeah, I feel like the decks that really struggle against Grimnir are the ones that don't have that 2-cost 3 damage spell. So Forestcraft, for example, unless we really count Ivy Spellbomb, do we count that? Because I don't. I don't think that card's good enough.
No, we definitely don't. And you could maybe say like something like a May plus Sylvan Justice could kind of clear it out. But it's obviously not the greatest of answers. So I definitely think having that one spell that deals 3 damage is definitely really helpful against Grimnir in the early game.
No, absolutely. It makes absolutely all the difference, especially when you're running some sort of aggro variant, just to have that sort of thing. But this is the danger zone for Gombo Trail up here as Fantasy continues. Oh my goodness. He's 3 damage off, if I'm not mistaken. Not quite enough to take things away. At 2 damage off, I believe. If he throws Fortean and evolves her, as he most likely will do. Though not immune to being attacked this time, but the removal tools out of Gombo Trail's hand are non-existent.
I really like the evolution choice instead onto the Ivory Dragon here, just because it kind of pulls off, it kind of pulls away from the Forte. You know, that's the really big threat on the board, right? But now there's all of a sudden there's threats just all across the board. Look at his stat line. Yeah, he just has to concede here. There's no way to remove it. There's just so much HP across the board. Evolving out the Ivory Dragon, I think, is better just because the Overflow proc, it obviously wasn't active, so Forte is, you know, able to be, you know, hit off there by the minions attack into it, so that's kind of a really big deal. But having so much HP flooded out so quickly, Storm Dragon's going to take it over Ramp Dragon.
Yeah, and this is an arena, you don't have to play around Conflagration, none of that. Actually, I don't even think you can get that card anymore in Arena, so that joke's old news. But yeah, Fantasy showing why he made it all the way up here with this Aggro Dragon deck. Did not get to see it yesterday, but very interesting match we had here.
Yeah, definitely not that expected, I would say. You know, a lot of people, I think, really want to play that Ramp Dragon, so definitely kind of glad to be seeing a different sort of dragon variant. Who knows, maybe we'll see Disco Dragon. I know we saw it a couple times yesterday. Probably didn't do that well, but who knows? You can always dream.
Yeah, he's got me thinking about building this deck, and that means it's interesting. You know, like, oh, I wonder if I could do that.
Alright, so looking over at the current bracket right now, too, it seems that currently we have lined up in round 2 winners. We have the 7th M1 CPV Fantasy already taking the win over Gombo Trail, actually. Didong, KMD, Crumsin, and then Sky Sama versus Jobo. So those players are definitely duking it out, trying to make sure that they're climbing further out in the winners bracket. Then going down to losers, people fighting for their last line of resort in the current matchup. We have Kiddo at CF versus HG Dino T. And then Friendly Neighborhood Wait, who is this? Right here, actually.
Fatina.
I don't know. Is that... Okay. I was going to say, it's at CF here. Okay, so that's Fatina at CF, and then Irony versus Irony G, and then we have Tong versus LOJ, and then Kyo versus Solek as well.
Yeah, plenty of mainstays and losers, and plenty of new guys and winners.
Oh, yeah.
So, interesting tournament we've got here as the veterans fight all their way to losers finals.
Yeah, so we're seeing who's going to be able to take it all over in the long run. So I'm a bit curious to see how these new guys are actually playing out. I'm kind of curious to see if their overall performance is really keeping up to par with, you know, some of the more or less veteran players.
All right, we're jumping into Kyo versus Solek. So Solek bringing his trademark, not Jungle Word and Forest. I believe that was a double shadow ban, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, yeah. And Kyo already has 1 win. Unless that's the spectator bug. The rampant spectator bug.
All right.
All right, and Kyo working Runecraft. I mean, my favorite craft personally. We'll see what kind of build he's brought. More than likely is something like a D-shift. So let's see if I am correct.
We've got a magic girl Melvy here.
Ooh, okay. So that's usually... Oh, I know he was playing Daria.
Yeah, in Daria.
How do you feel about Magic Girl Melvy? It's a card that I personally have kind of looked at like, do I want to be playing this and giving my opponent more options?
I honestly think the card overall is just a man. Oh man, especially in a situation like right here, you know, he's playing it, and he's already drawn into 2 of them. I think having multiple in your hand is something you really just don't want to see. In Daria, it's not too bad for the most part, just simply because if you do drop down that Daria for free, you draw into everything, you play a bunch of 0 cost or really low cost stuff, and you can play Melvy and draw back up into it. Especially if you don't end up drawing into Daria, you can end up drawing out another one, which could kind of be a big deal. So I definitely think it's not the worst option for the most part. But we saw right there, board cleared up by Breath of the Salamander. That's going to be a really huge turn here. But Melvy going to be giving kind of the card advantage here just because he drew so many more cards than his opponent.
I think that's probably the reason it comes out. It excels in the control matchup only because you run out of cards and burn fairly quickly, and they almost always have more cards than you, and so they might not draw any cards at all, while you get something like 4 cards. And what a heartbreaker for the Breath of the Salamander there. That's the kind of thing that as a Daria player, you kind of just hit that run button and say, you know what, next game, okay?
Yeah, definitely kind of unfortunate there, but now Daria still sitting all the way up at 9, just barely getting spell boosted by turn 6. I think it's going to be really hard to be making a comeback because Dragon's already lined up here for the late game.
Yeah, definitely. Every double Ouroboros, you know, just in case Daria somehow manages to banish this. I have a second one. I've got the Grimnar. I have the Zeus for 7 damage on demand, and a giant ward that, you know, without something like a Dance of Death, you just can't get over. Seems good, man. And of course, Ramp Dragon never being one of the decks that Daria is particularly strong against, especially with the sheer amount of healing he can do at any given time. Sybil comes out because why not?
Yeah, I think Sybil's definitely a good card to be playing here, just because it's a threat on the board. It's got pretty good HP for the most part for its cost, and then the other thing is that it's healing 3 every turn. It pretty much acts as a ward without being a ward, which I think is why Sybil's really good here for Dragon. I think it's one of the really big turning cards for, you know, the class in this expansion, just simply because before the closest card we had to it was Draconic Fervor, but just healing and drawing cards and having just being dead on the board made Dragon way too slow. But now the fact that they can have Draconic Fervor, the minion, makes it a lot better in this current meta.
100% agree, and I feel like Sybil is just a great card to be playing at most times in the game. When do you not want to be playing Sybil? Turn 3, I guess, if you hit the double Dragon Oracle, and somehow one of those costed 1, you know? Like, when am I sad about this? And the answer is almost never.
Yeah. So definitely glad to be seeing that here. Also, random side note earlier, for some reason I was going to say Fatina's name was in Korean, but it's in Japanese.
So,
I don't know where I got that from.
Opting for the Draconic Fervor instead of just playing the Grimnar and clearing out board here. I mean, well, it might not be the best later against something like Daria, or maybe waiting to get more value, but drawing into a second Grimnar, maybe feeling like you wanted to drop one of those for funsies. Not fearing anything.
Ready to witness my true strength?
Really curious to see how this is going to be getting played out. I kind of want to know whether he's going to play the Golem in the Blade Mage or not. You know, he does have a lot of mana to spare for the most part, so he may just end up going for that. Then drawing into the Ogler there, he definitely wishes he could have drawn that with the Daria instead. Alright, so he does just intend to go for it. So goodbye, Melvy. Do you know, was that a 2 or a 3 of in the deck currently? Do you know?
At his deck.
Oh, I think you're breaking up on me again, my friend. Oh, but right here, actually.
No, can you hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me? Okay, Pris.
He has Mutagenic Bolt.
Ooh. So that is one way to get rid of an Ouroboros, I guess. Yes, he's only playing. Fortunately, found both of them.
Unbelievable. No.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually to have that sort of Ouroboros removal. I know yesterday actually we saw a lot of Bahamut's getting turned into snowmen with things like Crystalia Lily yesterday. Coming a bit of a joke, if you will, but Mutagenic Bolt going to be turning dragons into flame rats here, so kind of curious to see that. But this hand's not really looking to be the best for the most part. You know, it's Craig, he can spell boost out the Daria, play the Witchette, but I think he really kind of values this Mutagenic Bolt. Or maybe just not, he's going to be tossing it out. Maybe he'll just draw into another one. It's kind of curious to see what's going to be getting drawn here. He actually does get yet another Witchette.
So yeah, just to lend some context to what you're saying earlier, he did only play 2 Melvies.
Okay, okay.
So found both of them and will not be seeing any significant card draw for the rest of the game unless he finds a third Daria.
Alright, and what about that Mutagenic Bolt there? Does he have any more of those as well? Because I honestly think it's going to be kind of helpful for the most part, especially against Ouroboros if he can get that hit on there.
Yeah, he only has 2 of those as well, so gonna want it to be, or would be hoping to save those for later if he could.
Mm-hmm.
But 10 cards left in deck for him. Looks like a Daria and a Mutagenic Bolt still in there, and really just trying to get as much damage as possible before that, before he starts running out of stuff.
Oh yeah, you know, it's kind of scary here though. You know, up against Daria, you're at 7 HP. You know, what's the really good play? What are you trying to honestly look for? And I think he's gonna have to either go with. Okay, so he will actually go with the Ouroboros. I was thinking it's a Hawkwheel Zeus. Maybe a bit of a safer play as well, but he actually is just going to be trading out with the entire board here in Ouroboros. He's sitting up with 1 HP, but of course Angelic Snipe, not going to be any stranger to that. Or he could just go with the Piercing Rune as well. Either one really works out.
So Piercing Rune will clear out the Grimner, as well as putting him at 2, and that'll be...
Alright, that'll be lethal actually there with the Angelic Snipe. 4 damage.
3 victories today? What are we looking at, Kami? What is this?
I mean, Rise of Bahamut is clearly better than Tempest.
Clearly better than Tempest.
Oh yeah. But yeah, right there, you know, it's pretty easy to spot for the most part. Piercing Rune always being such a great card, you know, especially back when you would have the Evolve trigger and it only cost, what, 1 mana just to play out 4 damage, which was always a really big thing, of course. That's why we did see that Piercing Rune nerf.
100%. I think very well founded there. Really put the deck where it in a spot where it needed to be, and especially I think our own tournament format change, going over to the more accepted 3-deck 1-ban format, I think really helped that meta along and just really clearing out some problems that were there. So I think Daria's definitely a lot fairer of a spot now, and I think I like where the deck's at. You know, when people bring it, I still like, okay, you're bringing Daria, like, do you really want to do that? And clearly the answer is yes. I mean, we've got at least 2 people running it in this top 16 because they feel like it'll really get you there.
Yeah, and so far the results with Daria, I think we've seen pretty good results, right? Again, if you're drawing well, it's definitely going to be able to take you far, even against things like Ramp Dragon. It's not playing out fastest, and of course if they're not healing every single turn, they're gonna definitely be falling behind on the board just because of how flooded it gets. And I think the only card that really answers Daria maybe a little well would be something like Breath of the Salamander here.
Yeah, any sort of board wipe against Daria is pretty backbreaking. There aren't a lot of games you can win after getting hit with a Breath of Salamander like that. I'm honestly surprised we saw a victory after a breath like that earlier. Yeah. Especially when you lose 2 Levi's like that. Oh, that's just terrible.
Well, he is just a mage, so you don't need to worry about him all too much.
Yeah, he's an old guy. He lived a full life. Stayed in shape for the 2-2 for 2.
Alright, yeah, so looking a little more into this, can we actually look at the current stats for top 16? See, I'm kind of curious to see what's maybe dominating it all out a bit more than the others.
Yeah, what do you think, Havencraft with the 80%?
Look at that. So Daria showing it can fight it out just as well as everybody else, apparently. Here over in the top 16. And actually, look at Shadow here.
0 games!
So, I think that's a bit of a hint. So, I don't think that's an indicator that nobody's playing Shadow. It's just an indicator that everybody's banning Shadow.
Everyone brought Shadow. Everyone.
So that's a bit unfortunate for Shadow and Luna not going to be getting any sort of love here. Just all of the hate. That's always going to be the target ban. Haven over here.
She's busy with the bandit.
Oh yeah. Haven over here with the 1 game 100% win rate. Doing better than Daria, if you will.
What meta is this, Gummy? Are we in the future? Is this the year 20XX where everyone plays Havencraft?
Oh my goodness. So, kind of curious to see. But then right here we see getting through the most though would be Dragon, but it actually isn't even carrying the highest win rate, which is kind of curious to see for the most part. I think Sword is the other one, next highest play rate with 54% win rate. It really is showing that it's that consistent deck that people are wanting to bring here.
Yeah, absolutely. Dragoncraft clearly not doing very well. Not a huge sample size, but really getting smacked by Runecraft and Havencraft. Those 1 time each. Not what they want to see, and it's not beating anything really significantly. Actually, it has no positive win rates, or no no above 50% win rates in its matches, and then 2 negative ones. So not doing so well in this top 16, especially when it's one of its more favored matchups, I suppose, in Shadow. It can kind of go either way, but I feel like if Dragon gets a good setup, it usually wins. In Shadowcraft, it's just not going to see it. Like, everyone says, no, you know what? Just respect double Shadow ban. We're doing the 2-deck format. Let's get back to it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the really big thing. It's definitely really great that we moved over to the 3-deck 1 ban format, because in a meta like this, I could just see it again. I remember back in Rise of Bahamut, what was it that we saw every time? Everyone was like, yeah, I brought Daria and Roach. Those are pretty much the 2 decks, and that's all you're going to be seeing for the most part. So it's definitely a lot better to have this kind of format, just so we don't get recurring decks like that all that often anymore. It's definitely nicer to be seeing that people have to kind of consider what other decks that they're bringing, with that 3rd deck, I think, being the really big thing. With maybe you see a little more flavor in the player's play style, but of course it brings a little bit more thought process into what you're going to be bringing here.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Envy Bear triad of power has been completely smashed to pieces as all of the outsiders just totally took over the house. Dragoncraft and Shadowcraft now just kind of live there together, and in peace and harmony, and everyone's clawing at the outside windows in the freezing cold as they compete for the 3rd deck slot.
Yeah, I'm sure last year, if anyone told you, you know what, in 2017, Dragon and Shadow are going to be the most played decks, people would slap you silly.
Yeah, definitely. All right, so brackets moving along pretty swimmingly. Good luck to all our players once again as you brave the sea of shadows, if you decide to do so.
In a bed of skeletons.
Who will win the skeleton war? Clearly no one's even wanting to fight. I finally get to make this joke. Everyone got off Mr. Bones' wild ride.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, so over here, the list in winners hasn't moved over too much. CPV has sort of moved forward in the bracket list, but I think we are going to be jumping into our next game relatively soon. It will be Crumsian versus Fatina, so looking forward to that. It is, once again, guess what the bans are, my friend?
Is it double Shadow Gummy?
You're some kind of genius. Alright, so
my
that's
mom
definitely
always
what
told me
we're...
that was special.
Alright, let's hope so. So that is going to be the target bans here. It looks like maybe 1 game has been played out, unless that is a spectator, but I can never really tell the difference between whether it is or isn't. But here on the bottom side, we have Crumsian. Both sides playing out with their sword decks. So we'll see who's going to be getting the better draws. And of course here, looks like Fatina is going to be getting that benefit of going first here.
Definitely, I love the trend we're seeing. Double band shadow, double play sword. You're going back in. Who wins the mirror? All right, and it'll be sword and rune versus sword, and I believe, yeah. So it'll be Crumsian's dragon as well. I somehow did not get his dragon list up. Aha!
What do you think about teching in Angel of the Words here? What do you think about this card?
I like this card a lot in definitely the more aggressive. That's a crazy animation. What is going on over there? Was it Naval Guard Simone? That's nuts. Anyway, so I like Angel of the Word a lot as it really helps against these 2/3s that you see when your opponent goes first. Then way you can, like, they play a Grimner, okay. Well, I played a 1/1 and a 2/2. I've maybe gotten 2 to 3 damage to face, and oh wow, okay. Just don't really know what went on there, but Fatina slams the run button, and that'll be the end of the game. Was that? We're not scripting this, are we? Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought maybe that could have been a disconnect, but I guess maybe I'm not really all too sure what was going on there.
Well.
Okay.
Alright. Give me a moment.
Alright, producer here is mainly because Crumchin was really far ahead, so he noticed that he's not going to come back from those base out of his hand. So he decided to just give it to him, pretty much.
Alright, yeah. That was definitely really confusing what was going on there. Didn't really expect to concede by turn 5, you know, maybe he could have...
Well, that's the thing, he has 3 creatures on board while he has none, and he knows that if he played just the Albert just to come back or try to come back, overall he's just gonna lose the board.
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the sky.
Well, a quick decision from Fatina to just move on to game 2, see how things can improve, and it'll be Crumshin's pretty standard Ramp Dragon, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks relatively normal. A lot of people, I feel that during the first 1 or 2 weeks, we didn't actually see the inclusion of Zeus all that much in Ramp Dragon, but a lot more have been deciding to run in. Why do you really think that is?
So Zeus is just another target for Hawkwheel, and it is a very viable turn 10 play, especially when you've just gotten there against something like mid range, and it's your turn 7, and you slap down a 10 drop 5/10. Like, how many Dance of Deaths are there out there at the moment? It's significantly fewer than last time, and now that people have taken to using more of the enhanced spells, the super value class cards, it's gotten a lot harder for people to find room for just straight removal tools, and that Zeus it's something. That it's.
I think it's a hard card to remove. Yeah, I agree with you saying that it's a really hard card to just be removing because it's got so much HP. The only other card you can really think of that has so much HP as that would be something like Bahamut, of course. Like, Bahamut doesn't get the benefit of having things like Storm and Ward on him, right?
Correct. There's no Guardian Sun in this deck to take care of that for you. But I think the 5 damage out of nowhere, especially the thing that Ramp Dragon really needed last format, was a way to kill you. They could always grind you out of the game or drop a Forte on you or play Bahamut to no answer, but now with just all of the speed and all of the options that a lot of decks have, it's needed something like Zeus that I need 5 to 7 damage, Zeus. I need to clear the board, Bahamut. I need to do 3 damage to something, but I want to also gain some life later and have a nice body, or Boros. I have an option for just about everything. I need a board clear with heal, Israfil, I have all of the options, and everything will work out.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot better. Dragon has much better answers than it did last expansion for sure, and we could very well see if he actually decides to drop. I'm kind of curious why he decided to drop the Zell there. I was expecting maybe to keep it there so we could see the Zell or Boros combo, but I guess not this time around.
Yeah, clearly putting emphasis on mana efficiency.
Yeah.
Bahamut's about to eat a Blade of Resentment and gets another one. Doesn't even feel sorry about dropping this. Like, maybe I need this for something else. Never. not even once.
And right here, this is looking pretty dangerous just simply because... ooh, Dragon Newt Fist. Is that a new card?
Well, I mean, when you have all these Islas in hand, you're like, well, these Dragon Newt Fists.
Yeah, so that being in hand is a bit interesting, but of course, you know, Tsubaki kind of just waiting out here with Ambush. With Albert, it would be lethal, right? So you kind of have to be a little bit safer with that, I'd say. So I kind of like that Zeus is being dropped down here. It does force the other Tsubaki to be played out here just so that, you know, clear out the border. But of course, there is another one in hand, but the two Tsubakis on the field, who knows what's going to really be going on here.
Yeah, he'll absolutely have the ability to close things out if... Aha! Well, that doesn't help either. Yeah, we need a little bit more than that to take care of things here. Well, yeah, not a whole lot of options. Best you could hope for is... I mean, you have, like, 2 options to absolutely clear the board. Only one of those has Ward. Zeus is really the only play, but it can easily be attacked over with just the minions on board. I'll probably just have to Evo it and hope for the best.
Yeah, he's definitely really scared here just because there's so much damage on the board, and he's curious to know, you know, what's that one card in hand? And of course, we already know it's Albert, right? So he's kind of just picking, do I value the Bahamut? Do I value the Zeus more here? It's because Bahamut obviously would immediately get rid of the board, but we already know dragons cannot defeat the Sky Knight.
Not this time, and even finds a second Grimner just in case, but Albert Evo will take care of things here and put Fatina back in this game. Alright, GG's to him after the quick concede in Game 1. A well-fought victory in Game 2 with, of course, the Levin Saber himself taking things as he always does, right out from under Bahamut's nose. Alright, in Game 3, starting off with the mascot. Ding dong, everyone. Spam VB dong.
Alright, and here we go. Rune coming back in.
Alright, so Fatina's Rune deck. So this is something I haven't actually had a chance to look at quite yet.
It's got Sorcery Cash in it. This leads me to believe it's a D-Shift.
Almost definitely. And a decent starting hand. Wishing he had a D-Shift, definitely. In hand already, but Insight maybe taking care of that. Does not play the Insight now. Waiting to see if he gets another spell boost next turn.
Ooh, it's actually, okay, so it's going to be the sword variant here.
So, I've heard a lot of people talk about how much they like the Sword Shift deck, but I'm still not convinced. Gummy, give me your opinion on how this deck works and how this combo differs from our traditional double Flame Destroyer or Flame Destroyer double D-Shift.
Yeah, so right here, it's really interesting. I think it gives Sword a lot more potential to try to really win out in the mid game. You know, as we can see here, he's kind of getting his spell boosted quite rapidly, and if you're not drawing into your D-Shift, it kind of gives you another option. But of course, that option relies on primarily things like the Blade Mage, which I think a lot of people kind of don't keep in mind. Early on, Blade Mage is very vulnerable to early removal, especially if you're having to play in the early game to trade off on the board with things like Grimnir. The board's already been taken over here by Ramp Dragon, which I think is something to really keep in mind. And there's just no minions in hand. Of course, Flame Destroyer would be the other option. You can just drop it down. It's always a guaranteed 7/7. But of course, with the sword as well, you do get that extra spell boost onto D-Shift for 0, which is kind of nice. But still, not having drawn into it, I don't know if it really does or doesn't turn around its current matchups for the most part.
Yeah, I think it's mostly a purely flavorful choice. Which do you prefer? Alright, finally finds the D-Shift on turn 6. I'm really wishing he saw that a little bit earlier, but my thing about it would be that you really want to be you're really going to be constricted on hand size at almost all times. It's so hard to not burn cards in D shift, especially when you're just trying to dig for your win conditions over and over and over. You have to find them as quickly as possible, and that involves drawing a lot of cards and sometimes drawing more cards than you can handle, or at least playing the spells to be able to play them later. That puts you in these situations where if you need so many more combo pieces than just a Flame Destroyer and a D shift or two, then you're stuck with this 5-card combo in your hand versus 3, and occasionally a Conjure Golem you just can't play.
Yeah, it's really hard here, you know, looking at the board, it's got a bunch of small minions, and again, Breath of the Salamander, it's going to be one of the better clear tools here for the most part, and Dimension Shift, it doesn't seem like it's going to really be off anytime soon, maybe in 2 turns, I would say.
Yeah, it needs at least that long, especially playing the Fiery Embrace next turn alongside a Fate's Hand, hopefully something like an Insight or an Angelic Snipe just to get the extra stuff down. And ooh, that'll be game. I mean, all he has to do is attack over the Clay Golem and slam Bahamut into face.
Jump into the wind.
Impressive.
Surprise!
Easy combo right there. Yeah, D shift, not nearly fast enough for Ramp Dragon here.
And
that's just really unfortunate there for him. You know, Dimension Shift, he needed that to be spell boosted a lot more quickly, and that obviously just didn't jump into the hand as soon as he possibly would have wanted. Of course, that Zell combo, it's just so powerful, especially when you can combo with things like that Bahamut, but even with something like Ouroboros, I think when, you know, just Zell in general is a really powerful card here for Dragon.
yeah, him and Sybil combined really solved most of the issues that Ramp Dragon had previously. I mean, so many more options, and Ouroboros and Israfil aren't bad cards themselves. I think it definitely competes for maybe the meta deck with the most new cards in it.
Mm-hmm.
Aside from something like Midrange Shadow.
Yeah, I definitely think it, even Midrange Shadow, I don't think it uses too many new cards. New cards for Shadow, what are we saying primarily? It's things like, what, Ector, Zombie Party, and Catacomb. I think those are the 3 cards. Oh, yeah, that too.
So,
Those
Ramp Dragon
yeah, okay.
decided that he was, Mo says, Rowan acquired his wizard powers, got Lightning Blasts, Sybil's, Zell's, just about everything except the Bahamuts, the Islas, and the Dragon Oracles.
Yeah,
Maybe the Draconic Fervors and Dragon Warriors too.
Of course, always figuring out for those neutral legendaries of Zeus and Israfil as well.
Yeah, sparing.
Oh no!
That was the design philosophy going in here.
Alright, I think you were dying out on me again there for a second.
No, Gummy, can you hear me?
Not like this.
Not like this. Alright.
Alright. So going back to our current bracket though, so it looks like round 3 finally has been decided. We have M1 versus Fantasy, Didong versus Jobo as well. So those 2 matchups going to be seeing later on in the day here, but fighting it out still for a chance at victory in the losers bracket. We have Sky Stama versus Kido. As we did just see, Crumsian does take out the win against Fatina, but we have a Gumbo Trail waiting out for Tong versus LOJ still, actually. And then we also have the 7th versus Kyo down there as well. So lots of matchups to still be seeing out. Keep rooting for your favorites here, everybody. So I think our next matchup that we'll be going to check out, though, will be Kyo versus... oh, no, okay, we're going to be seeing M1 versus Fantasy. All right.
All right, and M1, this is his first appearance here, so we'll find out what he has brought. Looks like he has brought another Daria deck, so we'll be seeing him play that. Shadowcraft and Swordcraft, so pretty standard combination, especially if you don't want to bring Dragon. Runecraft or Forestcraft seem to be the next best options, and just to see how many players actually brought Forest into this top 16. Looks like there's 6 of them here. Actually, there are only 5 now, so 5 with the changes. Not very well picked, whereas Sword seems to be a lot more popular at 7 players.
Sword definitely has been taking a lot more favor, I would say, lately. But actually, looking at it, Fantasy is one of the players not bringing it along. He actually opts out for that third deck of Bloodcraft.
We haven't really gotten to see the Aggro Vengeance Blood today. That's a deck that's, to be fair, trust me, the most expensive aggro deck out there right now.
Oh yeah, most definitely. You know, into this set, I really didn't expect people to think that Soul Dealer would be such a good card. I think that's something a lot of people weren't expecting with this new expansion, that people would just start running this card. You know, it's been around for ages now, and it's really never seen any great use for the most part, I would say. But now here, it actually fits pretty well in the deck.
And that's just, you know, how things change. What really old, expensive cards that no one really took a look at previously are going to suddenly become good. I mean, it happens in a lot of different card games, and I feel like as we move into new Shadowverse expansions, we'll see these old legendaries come out to play again. I mean, cards that were previously just kind of bad are now, you know, staying allowed to play again. Will we see the return of like Lord of the Flies or Prince of Darkness? I mean, never know. Might as well keep your sets. Yeah. I opened a Soul Dealer one time and I'm like, this card seems bad, but I'm gonna keep it anyway because I know how card games work. And lo and behold, I was right.
No, I use it as vile fodder. I needed to make more decks.
More Alberts. Give me more Alberts.
More Alberts. I actually don't have any Alberts. I don't play Sword.
Don't play Havencraft. What are you doing, Gummy? What are you doing?
Playing Shadow. Come on. Alright.
Luna is my bully now.
Alright, so looking right back at it though, for Fantasy, he is also running that Storm Dragon list. Highest curve is going to be that Forte as well. So
that looks to be the match to watch. I highly doubt it'll get banned out, and maybe that's his spicy tech. Let my shadow get banned, kill them with Aggro Dragon.
Oh yeah, and Aggro Blood. It's definitely really interesting to be seeing, you know, a kind of different variety, I'd say, with kind of the meta decks. You know, he's basically just running out 3 aggro decks for the most part. You know, we have Storm Dragon, Aggro Shadow, and then of course the Vengeance Blood that has been becoming a lot more popular, I'd say, recently. So I definitely like this sort of choice. It's anti-meta, sort of, in a way, with people playing a little slower, not too slow, you know, with things like Ramp Dragon. And of course, in an aggro matchup, the big thing you're really just looking for is to try to go first.
100%. Going first now so important. It doesn't seem like the third Evo point is taking quite so much precedence these days, especially with decks that are incredibly reliant on that turn 4 Evo. So old Swordcraft and Daria especially really wanting to go second now, with almost every deck competing against these ridiculous control decks we have now, or at least how efficient they are. You want to be able to go first and put in as much damage as you can before they just heal it off.
Oh yeah, back in the day, going second was very beneficial, especially when we saw like way slower played decks. Oh, look at that, it's turn 24 and we're in the middle of a control blood mirror, right? So, you know, back then, going second, I think having the extra Evo point was really big, just because you could be trading out for the board a lot more efficiently. And especially, you know, having the larger minions with things like a front guard general back in the day was a really big deal for the most part. But now just going first always seems to be the better favor here.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't even matter if these decks like Ramp Dragon go first either, because then they get to play their ramp faster, and all of a sudden you're seeing turn 9 cards while you're on turn 5, and you're like, I don't want again. I want to get off this ride too.
Charmed.
Finds the Craig right on schedule. Craig into Clark into, well, not the turn 4 Levi he wants. This would be a lot better going second.
Oh yeah, it's a bit odd here for him. You know, he does have a relatively good curve for the most part, but of course Levi turn 5 does mean that no Daria is going to be getting dropped down, I believe. So it's kind of curious to see how he's going to be playing it out here. And of course, the Melvie already being in hand. And again, I really think that this is such a curious card to be playing here for the most part.
It looks really good in this situation where your opponent has 6 cards and you have something like 3 or 4 where you can draw all those cards for free. But I mean, this is just an awkward spot in general. You've got a Daria you want to be playing next turn, but you also have the opportunity to Levi, and your opponent has shown you Floral Fencer. I think it'll be decided if he draws the Piercing Rune. Does not. Finds both Melvies. Melvies stick together always.
Yeah, I believe it is just the 2 of as well, so I'm not going to be seeing that card anymore for this matchup because I'm almost positive that Daria is going to be getting dropped down before any sort of Melvie does.
Yeah, you definitely want your spell boosted cards early to try and win in the next couple turns, otherwise it's Fangblade Slayer and Dance of Death Town, and that's not what you want to be dealing with that late into the game.
Oh yeah.
3/8 that does base damage. Sounds good.
Yeah, right here though, Sword having to just try to combat for the board, but the board's going to be stolen right on back though very soon with Daria. It all really depends on what Daria is going to be picking off here.
Yeah, no reason to play the Insight. Has the ability to play Blade Mages and whatnot. Ooh, finds a Piercing Rune. Decides not to use it quite yet. Wanting to save that with the Levi, finds another one. Ooh.
Alright, so the board gonna get flooded out entirely, and actually does opt to trade there with the Blade Mage instead, so he values, I guess, a little bit more HP in here on the Daria, and of course saving that extra evolution point for that Levi most likely.
Oh, and that Vita's Command is precisely what he wanted to play against. I mean, having the ability to double Piercing Rune anything despite trades is immensely helpful, and it'll just be game. All he has to do is Evo the Daria.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
Won't be long now.
Yeah, opts to Time Worn Mage instead, just to get the Crimson Sorcery. But what's really important is that he, yes, he,
yeah, right there, it's double Piercing Rune right there. It's gonna clean the game.
I should have foreseen
and
this.
just auto concede from Erica. How long do you really want to be beaten down by burn spells?
I should have foreseen this.
That'll be M1 taking it with Daria. What are these? Yeah, we got a double explosion. That was nice.
Look at that. Well, you know what they say, with a bang and a boom.
Yeah, I mean, first comes the bang. Where's the boom?
So right there, though, again, it's so curious to just see Daria being played to such efficiency. You know, currently in this new expansion, it's hardly even using new cards from this expansion. Right here, all we're really seeing is things like the Melvie. So it's really cool to be seeing such an old deck actually being pretty dominant here in top 16 so far.
I know, and I'm playing on ladder tonight. I'm getting that Runecraft to depth. It's happening. With the power of old decks. Alright, and the ever-present Sword Mirrors, people seem to be liking that a lot more than Forest today, or at least in the matches we've seen. Alright, pretty easy start. We could be seeing the turn 3 Maid Leader or the Novice Trooper come down. But looks like he'll be wanting to save a little bit of magic for turn 4. To try and find a Luminous Mage, should he want that for turn 5, unless he has to play the Geno.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
Yeah, right here, coming into the match, it's pretty much just going to be trading for the board off in the early game. Both sides do have their Luminous Mages, you know, in hand as well. It's going to be a pretty big deal, and especially something like Floral Fencer. Yeah, I'm kind of curious to know, but do you know how many Fangblades each player is running as well?
I believe it's customary to run 2 of each. That's usually what people want to go with. So just pulling up their decks real quick. I believe M1 has... Looks like he is playing... As I wait for my computer to load. Yes, he is running 2. I believe I saw CPV Fantasy running the same, so no reason to run more than 2 of this 8th drop that, you know, kind of gets a little bit cloggy with all the Luminous Mages and Dance of Death he's drawing right now, so making sure he reduces his chances to see those. Well, Gummy, did you ever think you'd see the day? Triple Albert, waiting their turn.
Oh yeah, he's definitely waiting for his time to shine, and that's going to be really scary coming into the late game here, but of course he doesn't have very many evolution points, so these Alberts are going to be non-evolved, so it's definitely something to try to keep in mind here for the most part. Of course, Luminous Mage going to be giving that extra board control and just trading out quite freely, but of course it's going to be able to come back on the other side just as easy.
Yeah, absolutely zero issues with the Luminous Mage trades. Just gonna play his own Evo for free and take his time with things. Actually, ooh, okay. Interesting choice. It's really... yeah, I'm not sure I agree with that play, as he could have just had the 4-1 Luminous Mage, but also kept the Luminous Knight, so not really sure what he was going for there.
Curious what the thought process was behind that, but right here in hand, not a choice to really play anything.
I think it might just be Albert time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, nothing.
Is, do you trade?
Looks like the answer is yes. I'm not. I think I might have gone face myself just to. As next turn's almost definitely going to be Albert Novice Trooper, and then you finish things off with the last 10 damage from the 9-drop Albert. But of course, there's the ward that would stop that play in its tracks, and now Luminous Mage looking poised to survive another turn unless he Novice Troopers over the Veteran Lancer and evos his Albert with his last evo point.
Oh yeah, this is looking really scary, especially with the Luminous Knight down here on the field. If that does manage to end up going up, you know, it's gonna buff out his minions so much, which is definitely something he doesn't even want either. So he kind of has to value, you know, which one he's going to be trading in here. Now it looks like the Luminous Knight is going to be able to survive yet another turn.
And now we have the added danger of Fangblade Slayer. That is just not going to go away. And evos the Luminous Knight for all this damage, and it's 7 going to face. So, yeah, yep. M1 concedes, knowing that he doesn't want to deal with this game anymore.
So unfortunate, of course, you know, Luminous Mage just taking over, flooding out the board, and if Luminous Knight does get to survive with all those 1/1s, could very well just be the game there.
I think it's such an important card in the mirror, and I can't really stress that enough, that he who has more evo points typically wins the game. Without, you know, of course, going first and second aside, the fact that so many free evo points get thrown out, and what Luminous Mage really allows you to do is not only get a Luminous Knight for basically free and then use Evolving Commanders for free, but then saving them for later. I think that's what's really overlooked about the power of Luminous Mage. Sure, it gets you free evos now, but it lets you use your evos when you really need them to take over the game, after you've made these value 4/5s that can trade into most things Swordcraft can play. Alright, and welcome to Game 3, where we see CPV Fantasy's Aggro Dragon deck once again versus M1's mid-range sword. And has the double katanas to start this thing off right. It'll be a kind of a sad thing for Griffin Knight to have to deal with, but ooh, double 1 damage cards in Angel of the Word and Lyriel. How do you think this is gonna go, Gummy?
I'm kind of curious to see, just because since Sword is going first, I think it can kind of go for more aggressive play in this current matchup. So if it does fall behind on the board a bit too much, it could be a bit tricky. But of course, we see here Sword not with the best of curves at the moment.
Yeah, seeing the easy 1-2 of Quick Blader into Veteran Lancer was looking pretty scary, but no Novice Trooper to follow that up. Nothing like a Floral Fencer to play on turn 4. Not even a Maid Leader or anything like that to really be more mana efficient. Does find the Floral Fencer, but probably not gonna. Might just play it for the body.
That's always so sad when you're having to play Floral Fencer for the body. You definitely rather just play it turn 5, I would say, but he can't allow himself to just lose the board for nothing here, right? Angel of the Word is easily going to be able to clear this out.
And you asked me about Angel of the Word earlier, but I do like it in more of these aggro to mid-range decks that sometimes just need 1 damage to take care of a 2-3, or just to do 1 damage to face. I mean, it's never bad to have that card you can pull damage off the top.
really big thing to be watching out for. But of course, again, Luminous Mage gonna be a pretty good answer for the most part, especially when you're going first. And it's gonna be a big deal that you can manage to make sure you're not losing out on Evo. Now that we're not in the sword here, you're not gonna be able to be trading back and forth all too much. So you can keep drawing into those, you might be able to just combat the board right back. But he is slowly starting to change it here.
Yeah, Fantasy doing a great job of keeping the board to himself, and no board wipes in this deck. Another Luminous Mage off the top. That's helping tremendously in this matchup. Making sure he's able to save his... hasn't used any of his real Evo points yet.
I was mighty, but too
And Albert and Fangblade are coming ever closer.
So we'll see who here is going to be able to actually, make the comeback even faster. But Dragon Warrior actually going to be able to clear out the entire board. And so I really like this part right here. This is where Storm Dragon I like so much as a deck. So Mushu down on the field. You evolve Dragon Warrior. It's taken out. It's 2 for 1 already. It's still alive. And then the Mushu itself is a threat. And then there's the rest of the board. And it's just not at all easy to remove. And that is just going to be the concede with that big shiny red button.
Yeah, and M1 saying, I'm out. I mean, that is the thing. I like Mushu as a card so much, only because it creates this giant threat as you attempt to respond to it. I get to play a 2-2 that becomes a 4-2 when you try and attack me. If I get to play it alongside a Dragon Warrior, it becomes a 6-2 when you try to respond to me, unless you have a removal spell. And then you're burning a removal spell on something I played for 2 mana, and that feels really good to play Mushu.
Oh, yeah. That's the really big thing. It's a 2-drop that puts a giant target on its head because it just keeps getting value as long as there is evolution points in the game. Obviously, in the late game, when no one has evolution points, you probably don't want to be seeing that. So, of course, that could be kind of the downfall. But with a deck as fast as Storm Dragon, I really don't think that's going to be much of a problem for you.
No, not at all. And it comes in very handy here, really putting the nail in the coffin for M1. And we'll be seeing him move to the losers bracket. Best of luck to him down there. And CPV Fantasy moving on in winners. Alright, we will check on the stats real quick. How is the bracket progressing? And has Shadow yet to see a game?
So, we know right there, Fantasy does end up managing to move forward. So let's see here, bringing up the stats. Shadow, Luna's still getting bullied.
Still no games?
No games.
No Shadow games. Well, eventually we will move into the all three decks once it gets towards winners and losers finals and grand finals, of course. But until then, we might see a tournament with no Shadow games until top 4. So that's crazy. Yeah,
it's definitely really rough there for Shadow. Nobody's wanting to play against that. Everyone's just not even coming into range with the 10-meter pole. So definitely trying to stay as far away as possible. And down there with Haven, though, the one of Haven player actually dropped down now to a 33% win rate, unfortunately.
Yeah, doing really well against Rowan and not so well against Forest and Blood there. So Dino T's doing his best.
Oh, yeah. Trying as much as possible, but again, still with really surprising win rates here. We have Runecraft and those 2 Daria decks really doing work.
Yeah, I think we have there might actually be 3 or 4 Daria decks. Just
really?
Looking down
okay, so there is more. There was the one Dimension Shift deck too.
Yeah, that too. So quite a few players favoring Rune to decent success, I would say. Yeah, definitely looking like this gamble has paid off for them as everyone suddenly realized that Daria can work it, especially in a format where you just ban Shadowcraft and you're like, nope, alright, now I'm in there.
Alright, and then right here too with Forestcraft at a 62% win rate. Do you know what people are running for Forest at the moment?
Forest is almost exclusively Wolf Bolt with Aaron, Elf Queen, and Jungle Warden.
Okay.
So that's what most people are running. Some people opt out of the Silverbolt combo into more of the Roach focused
as well. Yesterday I noticed
running like Wind God and things.
So it's a bit curious. People have kind of been swapping around. I think Forest has kind of been in a situation where there's a lot of experimentation for the most part with what people really do want to be running in the deck. I think a lot of people are kind of going back and forth. As we always know, people are saying, run Jungle Warden, don't run Jungle Warden. You know, there's a lot of questions. What really is the better Roach deck at the moment? Or Forest deck is what I should say at the moment. So it's kind of curious to see what people are kind of opting out here for the most part. But right there with the 62% win rate, I guess it goes to show that Forest can still be putting up quite the fight.
Yeah, especially from what we saw yesterday, where it was kind of falling more into the 46-48% win rate. But I think you really hit the nail on the head there. I mean, we can just call it Roachcraft. That's pretty much your win con at almost all times. Is we haven't seen a real Silverbolt combo come off on the cast in a while. It's mostly just been, all right, can I kill you with Roach suddenly? And I guess I drew a Silverbolt at some point in this game.
Yeah. Oh, that's so awkward to be thinking about too. So right now we have Rune at the highest win rate, and then Forest at the second highest win rate.
I gotta get back to the past. Samurai Jack.
Oh my gosh. That's just so awkward. We really are just playing in Rise of Bahamut right now. So awkward. And then Sword is third! Like... oh my goodness.
Well, not that our sample sizes are fantastic over here. Swordcraft's about the only one that gets to like that. Dragoncraft also has above 30 games, so that's like, okay, now we're talking like this is a decent survey, but 9 games and 78% win rate for Runecraft, that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I also like that it hasn't run into itself at all.
Oh yeah, that's so awkward. Of course, you know, it kind of just balances it out, you know, it makes it 50-50. One rune has to win, one rune would have to lose. So it's kind of curious to see what's going to be going on with those stats. Looking over at the bracket, though, it looks like Gumbo Trail versus Tong in the 7th versus Kyo. Oh, 7th versus Kyo just updated right as I was looking at it. So Kyo actually does end up taking the victory here. So one more match left to be played out down there in the losers bracket for round 2.
Producer crying in the corner that all of his lovely acolytes have fallen. All right, now he's progressing swimmingly. I mean, Fantasy already in winners finals. Didong and Jobo playing for that spot alongside him, and looks like it'll be Skysama and Crumshin facing off for the next round in losers, going up against M1, who, like we said, who just dropped down from playing against Fantasy.
Yep. Didong, you know, being one of the newer players here, definitely kind of cool to be seeing a new face getting really far here in the winners bracket. Hopefully, it's going to be going over quite well for him here. All right, so looks like we're going to be watching Didong versus Jobo. Let's go ahead. Pull up the deck list. I don't believe we've seen Jobo's yet today.
Did not see him today, but we did see him yesterday.
Yeah, we
so has brought Albert Craft, Ramp Dragon, and almost definitely Shadow. Yep, there it is. There's our friend herself. Everyone loves Luna. Can we have a show about that?
About loves Luna.
And
Shadow bans would say otherwise with that.
No one expects the double Shadow ban.
You must die. I guess you're looking for a fight.
We'll have to see if we get a 0% play rate right up until the 3-deck format, and that's when I think everything kind of comes into play. How does that work out? Well, pulling up Jobo's list, it looks like he's running a mid-range sword, very standard list, almost no interesting tech choices, just straight down the line, playing Grimners, playing Fangblades, everything you'd expect. Looks like his Dragon deck is standard as well, with Genesis Dragon topping things out alongside a Zeus, one is Rawfil, one Olivia, and just a bunch of techs all the way down, including a Dragoon Scyther and a Blazing Breath, all at one of. And of course, never need to look at Shadow decks, not until later anyway.
Welcome home, sir.
It's alright, they're primarily all the same.
Alright, and Didong actually playing Ice Form in this deck. How do you feel about that card in this current meta where warding is important, but do you think Ice Form is a viable enough card over something like a Grimnir?
I definitely think that Ice Form is honestly fine, just because the extra 2 health is relatively significant. You know, we saw Ice Form and Rise of Bahamut meta just for things like Roach combo. You know, it was really hard for Roaches to try to break through that giant wall that Ice Form could kind of provide, but now it's kind of the same here for these aggro decks that have been relatively common. If one does end up getting through, I think that one extra turn to stall out could very well just mean the game for him.
Absolutely, especially when he's looking at playing all of these Witch Hat Emilus onto the board alongside a Blade Mage. That could be a lot of poke damage really quickly. And Didong taking his time to decide. Actually goes for the Ice Form, overplaying or fighting through the Grimnir with something like Piercing Runes, trading the Emilu. Opts to do that anyway, or just gonna pass here?
The army of Emilu is already, you know, coming down here. It's kind of odd, I would say, but right here, I like the placement of the Ice Form because, again, it's stalling out the early aggression from Sword. It's pretty much just going to spend a turn having to just play down minions and waiting out for the most part, unless it wants to make those extra sacrifices on the board to try to fight back.
It's almost definitely not worth it, and the best time to play Ice Form is usually on turn 4 when your opponent is right about to evolve for the first time. That way you actually get the first evolve, you get all the damage, and you save your entire board, and this will be something like 12 damage to face immediately. That's gotta hurt.
Just maybe this magic
Oh
will
yeah,
help.
especially, you know, he could just evo minion right here on the board. He gets the trade out. He also has Piercer to even answer even more back, which is another thing to be watching out here for. You know, the board it's getting flooded quite fast, so let's see what's going to be the playback here.
And we don't see many Cyclone Blades anymore. That's what Jobo really wants to be playing right here.
Yeah.
Just surprise.
Nobody expects the Cyclone Blade tech, but of course, right here on the field though, he's just losing it far too fast, and he's forced to play out things with Storm and trading in to the board here, and it's just not really going to be working out, especially if we see some pretty good top decks coming out here for Didong. You know, definitely wants to be trying to find out if he can get that Daria, but honestly, even Daria at this point maybe isn't the greatest of draws, just because he draws, it's 9 mana, and he's not going to really be able to spell boost it, so hopefully he's drawing maybe into more things like Oglers, or just more Blade Mages to maybe finish out this game as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely, and really just doing all he can, but all Didong needs right now is 1 damage off the top. Finds the Magic Missile, that'll be game.
Yes, but right there, once again, Daria just showing how potent it really can be. Even without the Daria!
Sometimes you just don't need it.
An exemplary battle.
And a quick game 1 out of Didong, showing that, well, he still likes Daria for a reason. Yep, definitely playing this later, 100%. So in a world without Shadowcraft, Runecraft dominates apparently.
Oh yeah.
I think the thing that really stuns me about it is just the, in top 16, the decent win rate against Dragoncraft. I mean, I guess this deck is just fast enough to take it out from under them, assuming they just don't get what they need.
It's definitely really interesting to be seeing for the most part. And now we're stuck here at the Sword Mirror once again. Definitely not something
I have this covered.
that isn't uncommon, I should say. We've been seeing this matchup pretty often. Today everyone's just playing Sword, right? It's always just being played, trades across the board, and it's really curious to see how both sides always do decide to play it out, just because the matchup, I think, it's a lot of back and forth for the most part, especially with Luminous Mage just trading both sides, so they're going to have to be really slow and careful. It's kind of what their decision making is here, especially if they're drawing into Grimnirs, and we do end up seeing that turn 10 later on.
And such a good curve for Didong here. Has The turn 3 Grimner himself has the Geno next turn, has the Albert for the quick Evo, and continuing to press damage while Jobo just kind of has to catch up and play his own Grimners.
Yeah, but of course, Geno is a really good answer to Grimnir. Right,
That's precisely what you want here.
Yeah, being a 4/3, 4 mana, and just 4/3 rush, I think in itself is pretty good. You know, it obviously has the lower HP, that's the downfall of it. But having that extra rush effect when you're going first is a really big deal when so many people are opting to play this Grimnir. He actually does just play out the second one here instead.
Power's uncontrollable. Ow!
Floral
Yeah,
Fencer looking pretty happy here.
Oh, 100%. I think that's... Ooh, but also as the Luminous Mage, might consider doing that since there's not going to be any sort of board wipe. And able to play... Well, it's the 3 minions versus the 2.
Alright, so he does go for the Luminous. So nice top deck, I would say. Right there, and he's actually going to be evolving the Luminous Knight here instead. So he does value keeping those extra minions alive there, and he does get the extra attack as well.
Yeah, it'll be very difficult for Jobo to do anything about this board, and with a 5-drop Albert next turn on an Evo point, it's just going to be game no matter how you shake it.
And again, that's just the really big power spike I say of going first with this mirror mesh, is simply because getting that board flooded as soon as possible and answering back just becomes really difficult here for Sword, because you're battling the board constantly, usually just through minions, and at most you're trading 1 or 2 on a turn, and of course Sword having no great AoE to remove the board makes it really difficult when you're going second here.
I think that might be something we see next expansion is multi-banish for Havencraft that isn't Forbidden Ritual, and maybe a new board clear for Sword, as it's really hurting in just this sort of situation. Of course, it has its entire design philosophy is to control the board and to have as many minions as possible to make sure things happen the way you want them to. But what happens when you're put into this sort of situation? You kind of just fold up.
Yep. Unfortunate situation there for him and Albert. Gonna be collecting yet another free evolution, and that will just be the game.
That's kind of insult to injury that he didn't even have to use any of his real Evo points. Just double Luminous Mage proc.
Yep.
I could do this all day. Didong progressing yet again to meet Fantasy in the winners finals, not having much trouble at all in this match.
Alright, so right there, Didong does proceed forward. Definitely really well played out. Well done as well. So that means round 3 winners has finished off. DBJ? Uh-oh. I think he...
Thought I dropped for a second. Hello?
Hello?
Greetings, alright.
How are you doing?
I am doing well. My computer might not be so well.
Oh. Alright, so looking back down toward the losers bracket though, round 3 looking to hopefully be finished up. So it is MS Sky Summon versus Crums, and then we do also have Tong versus MS Kyo still sticking it out.
Yeah, so moving into, we'll see some losers matches, as there's plenty to do. Do you really think we'll see any sort of shadow play before we get to the finals switch?
Well, I predicted at the start before when we were talking about it, what is the band's going to be? It's always going to be Shadow, so I really don't think we're going to be seeing it anytime soon. Definitely not going to be happening, but here we go, though. We are jumping into Tong versus MS Kyo.
All right, and Tong we've seen a couple of times in top 16. I believe this is his second or third appearance, and he has brought Ramp Dragon as his tradition, Shadow, and Forest. So finally a Forest match we will be seeing. It is It looks to be some sort of, well, it's just called Roach, but, you know, what does that really tell me? And to give you a little bit more context about what's going on here, it's actually not Wolfbolt stopping at Jungle Warden and Tia, so that appears to be the distinction, and is playing a one of Grimnir just because.
That was a bit odd. Did you see that? He waited for Fairy Circle on turn 2.
Maybe looking for something else, but yeah, I do find that kind of odd. Doesn't have the Ancient Elf, but doesn't even try to draw into it.
So right here, I honestly think that this early game is working out relatively well for Forest, just because it has the board, it's used the Evo point just to go face. You know, Dragon, it's taking a little bit maybe slower of a time. Sybil getting dropped down is actually going to ramp it up quite a bit quicker, and we do see Bahamut's in hand as well, which is definitely something to be really worried about. But the Stalia Lily, though, could be the answer back, and we saw plenty of Bahamuts being turned into snowmen yesterday.
Yeah, 100%. And Dance of Death, quick clearing this out, burning these Evo points continuously, just trying to do face damage, but his opponent's only at 14 with 8 mana. I mean, an Ouroboros draw would just totally shut this play down. I'm not sure I agree with the speed that he's just trying to put down here and burning these Evo points when he could be using them on something like a Jungle Warden later.
Actually opts to just drop Jungle Warden right now, but Bahamut slammed on the board. Explosions.
Well, has the Elf Queen if things get dicey, but that's a whole turn you're spending on a, 7 mana 6/6 that only heals you, probably after something like a Zell combo.
Yeah, it's going to start becoming really troublesome here, just because Dragon has already ramped all the way up to 10, so he's going to have to be trying to figure out what he really wants to do, and goes for the Elf Queen straight here.
Prey on my sword. Sorrow is sounding.
Interesting to say the least. Could have potentially used the Lily, but so many different value creatures coming out of Dragon's arsenal.
You're an intruder.
I'm kind of curious what is going on through there. He does get the extra Evo point, decides to use it now on the Aaron. Fatina, more than likely going to be a dead card for most of this game.
Yeah, it would have to take 2 turns just to get value out of the Fatina. Has no 0 cost and is working his way up to a Roach combo. Has a Fairy Circle, a Sylvan Justice to not close up the board too much, but it's got me worried about how he's gonna pull this off.
Yeah, he doesn't have any 0 cost. It's gonna be really difficult. You know, obviously no bounce either, so it's really just not looking all that great for him so far here in the long run. But he is still managing to combat back on the board, which is, I think, is really important, especially against Ramp Dragon here. You know, Forest I find to be one of the decks. It really doesn't fight the board all too well, but it's honestly just keeping its own so far, especially with things like Aaron being added into the deck. It's extremely helpful, but here's that Zell Bahamut combo.
Yeah, suddenly wishing he kept that Elf Queen, but really thought he made the right choice to remove the Azrael at the time. But it's just so many giant cards. Oh, okay. So, are you saying there's a chance?
Alright, so let's see here. If we can get some math
we
down,
have a 5, 7, 8.
Yeah, so he could do Fairy Circle into double 1-drop. That would be a total of 3 mana. So in total, though, 4 Roaches. If he wanted to play 1, bounce, and play 2, he would only be able to spend 3 mana. So it would be Fairy Circle to double Fairy, and then that would be 4 damage Roach to bounce, and then that would make them 6, 7. So that'd be 13 plus 4 plus 1 on the board. So that would be a total of 18.
You know, he can't do it without 0 cost, and he would have to get rid of this May as well. Usually the Dreaded 5, 7, 8 needs at least the 0 cost fairies to make sure you have the 7 mana needed to put not only to put the 3 fairies on the board in the first place. So actually, am I mistaken? Yeah, he needs something that's 0 costed and a spell to make that happen. So really taking a different path here.
Yeah. I believe he's gonna have to line himself up here for a 2-turn lethal, pretty much. Is what he's really looking for.
And still has to somehow get rid of the Sahak wheel. Looks to draw a card. I mean, that's a nice Glimmering Wings. Yeah, just not going to be enough. Able to put down 7 damage. It's. Oh, okay. Concedes instead. I was like, like, please tell me you have the. Are you sure you want to end your turn thing going on here? You know. We've all fingered that blue button a little too close and made a mistake before. But Tong with the Deepwood Anomaly Flare, taking it.
I really want to see that card played. We have yet to see people play it. Someone try it out just for me. I'll give you an autograph.
We'll have to wait till Richie's next meme stream.
Time for me to prove myself.
Oh, I'd love that, Richie. Thanks for giving me a meme. Just send it to me via Discord or something. All right, moving into a Forest Mirror. Wow, 2 Forest games in a row, and one of them. So this is the most Forestcraft we've had on stream today. But this time with the going first Fairy Circle, double Fairy into Ancient Elf play. That's what he absolutely wants to see.
Oh yeah. Double Ancient Elf. It's going to be a bit interesting to see how this does play out. On the opposing side, though, just really nothing all too great happening for the most part. Could just use Sylvan Justice to clear out the Fairy here, because he most likely is expecting that play to become as small as possible. Is definitely what he wants to do.
Yeah, every player knows that all too well when you start saying, like, oh, Fairy Circle turn 1, double Fairy turn 2. Yep, that's an Ancient Elf.
The relatively standard bread and butter, if you will, for Forest, I would say.
Yeah, but unfortunately, no real response out of Tong here.
Really unfortunate. He's thinking, okay, maybe I could drop down Ancient Elf, but I really don't think it's a great play. It just dies out pretty much immediately, so he's forced to play the Goblin Mage, but he is the one to have 2 Roaches already in hand first.
I'm the Force Protector.
And resets his own Ancient Elf to make it a 4/5. That's the stat line you want to see, and what on turn 4 is going to be able to trade into this? The answer is nothing.
Yeah, EPM only going to be a 4/5, so it's not going to be able to clear out the board. He does get the 0-cost Fairy Zone. He is starting to kind of line up here, I'd say, for that earlier Roach lethal than we were seeing last game, which I think is going to be a really big deal here. You know, if he can get the 0-cost Fairies, 0-cost Finas, with the 0-cost Goblin Mage off of the Fina, my mistake, and then drawing into something like a Nature's Guidance, these double Roaches, possibly even triple Roach, could just do work.
Yeah, it's precisely, that is what Tong has going for him in this game, is his very early pieces for a Roach combo. Has a Fina, has the Elven Princess Mage, or EPM as we call her, and double Roach, so all he really needs is a bounce, as you said. But, finding the bounce on this side with Ancient Elf and Nature's Guidance in hand, how's he going to respond? Double Nature's Guidance, in fact.
Of course, now answering back is going to be the other kind of awkward point. It's pretty much going to be ward for ward, I'd say, for the most part in this game, for the rest of it. So, kind of curious to see how it is they are going to be choosing to play it out. If they're going to be using Evo points to be trading into each other, are they going to try to save at least 1 for damage? Really want to know what's going to be going on here, but Roach is starting to build up now in the opposing hand.
Ooh, and a really good curve for Tong coming out of here. Can absolutely just Fina away this Goblin Mage and find his own 0-cost. Really, all you need is 1 0-cost to make things happen. 2 if you're looking a little bit more dire of a situation or less mana. He is opting to save that Goblin Mage for later. Nope, plays it now. Right as I say that. Thanks, Tong. You're the best.
He's looking out for you, pal. And again, just the hand here, it's a bit awkward just because he's not able to combat the board as efficiently. He doesn't have anything for the Ancient Elf to really be comboing off of, and actually, Probably a Lily just going to be used right there on the Fatina to make it smaller.
There aren't very many awesome targets for Lily in a forest matchup. It's either going to be Jungle Warden or Crystalia Aaron most of the time. Maybe a White Wolf if you happen to be playing against that. It's probably the best thing you can catch. But no shame in tagging Athena, not one bit.
You'll help me, right? Right?
Using his last Evo point to fight for the board, but with only 2 health. I can't say that looks very good for him, especially just going into what could be an EPM. Not even having to use an Evo point, can just May and use the Snowman. Golly, it's chilly.
Very chilly here. Even playing, even evoing the EPM, I don't think is necessarily too bad because he does get those 0 cost stone. It allows him to combo out, unless he really just wants to play for the board here as well and just go ahead and pass to his opponent.
Triple Nature's Guidance. I mean, we don't need that many roaches.
Yeah, honestly, he's probably just going to use it for cycle here. Yeah, that's definitely what I'd be doing. I think he needs to start finding those answers a lot more quickly than expecting he'd have to. I think he kind of realizes maybe his opponent is lining up a bit better than he is at the current moment, and he actually sacrifices out one of these roaches.
He's got the makings of a really good combo, but already using 1 roach defensively like that doesn't speak well, especially when your opponent can just play down a Tia for free with a fairy circle and a fairy.
Yeah, and it's also really nice to have that Crystalia Aaron here in hand as well, because he does get the extra evolution point over his opponent, which is going to be a really big deal in the long run. Tia being out with Jungle Warden is going to be Ward, Ward, and Ward, so it's going to be really hard to be coming back here on the board.
Yeah, potential of 10 damage coming out from a turn 10 Jungle Warden with as much damage as Roach can do the turn before. That's going to be really difficult, especially with double Evo points. Probably going to be coming out, especially with Aaron next turn. Yep, so Tia is absolutely the play here. Gets the free 6-6. And it'll be a 6-5 after, but with no Evo points, it's pretty difficult to deal with that, and that'll at least be some face damage next turn for sure.
Oh yeah, there's just no real great answer. May might be able to also snipe out the Tia here if he wants to, because you can always be kind of worried about a bounce effect going off on the Tia, and you'd never want that to happen, right? Just because if it's getting played multiple times, it's getting a whole lot of value. And Aaron here does manage to get off the top of the deck and manage to combat back on that board.
Yeah, probably the best answer he could have hoped for off the top outside of a Lily or something like that, but this one at least gets him a decently sized ward. Alright, opting to play Jungle Warden now and draw cards off of Glimmering Wings. Does find a fairy circle, but now only 1 Evo point to play with for later.
He does actually draw out the Aaron too, so there is one more as well.
You're done for.
Pretty nice. Oh, okay, so he will just use a fairy here instead. Try to clear it out, and then he's just going to be able to get a little bit of extra face damage. And of course, turn 10, starting to come back up, and that Jungle Warden is going to keep being more and more threatening as we proceed into the late game.
I think we've more or less devolved into the game state of play more Ancient Elf or play big Ancient Elf and hope. So, ooh, does get the Tia on the first try. That's what you want to see. Does have 2 more potential shots if he wants to go with May into Ancient Elf into May again.
I'm the Force Protector.
So we have a nice 5-6 Ancient Elf to hold the fort down for a little while. We'll play 1 more May, see if we can snipe the fairy just for a little bit of value. Does get it, so perfect 33% chances all the way around, and hits each target once. That's what you want to see.
You're an intruder.
Oh yeah. Now Crystalia Aaron coming in. Will he use it? He has 2 now. He's used every Aaron now in his deck, I believe. He has all of them. So that's definitely a pretty big deal. The board getting filled very quickly, and Jungle Warden really doing work, especially since this board really can't be fought back on at the moment.
And the door is quickly closing on Kyo here, not having the best time this matchup at all. And already 1 win for Tong. This is all he needs.
Yeah, playing from behind here is a really big problem for the most part, just simply because he doesn't have any wards, he doesn't have evos to fight back. I really think that the extra evolution point in this matchup, especially since people are trying to combo so much, they're constantly looking for answers. It's really nice to have the evo points so you can fight on the board a lot more efficiently, and now he's gotten the board back, but it's really nothing compared to what's going to be coming up.
And just found his second Roach and immediately had to sacrifice it while his opponent has been holding 2 for quite some time, and it's an easy 8 damage at a jungle ward, and there's no reason not to play this and get its value. Is there a way out for Kyo? I don't think there is.
Oh, come on!
Alright, and 1 additional draw, not providing any additional value. Sylvan Justice doing all it can, but it's nothing compared to the easy Roach lethal next turn.
The next turn, you can go ahead, just do Fairy Circle, play the Fairies, Sylvan Justice, and then just double Roach. Unless he does draw into a bounce, that could be kind of nice too. But yeah, there's just no way to really break through these Jungle Wardens. Fatina, again, EPM as well, just dead cards in hand. All they are bodies for the most part in this game. If you do not have evolution points, if you're drawing into it too often, it could just mean the loss.
Yeah, super unfortunate for Kyo there that he kind of got 2 bad forest hands and plenty of clump. Not getting the extra evo point really hurts, especially when your opponent gets to play 2 Crystallia errands on you to take things away.
Right there, that means Tong does end up taking the win.
And moving on through loser's bracket, he'll go on to face Jobo, as we just saw, in I believe this is loser's semis, or loser's quarters actually.
Or yeah, you're right. That means we have reached round 4 though of both winners and losers bracket. Alrighty. So, if we can we go ahead and bring up the stat list once again for decks?
So it looks like for stats, looks like Shadow has seen 2 games actually. So Shadow did get through just this past round. I don't know who played it, but it did beat Forest, lost to Dragon, so 50% win rate. That's a huge improvement for for Shadow.
A whole extra 50%, guys.
But even more surprising is Runecraft went up to 82% win rate. What is happening? Why is this happening?
Yeah, really, Forest still showing that, they can be the meta, I guess, here for the most part. So definitely need to be watching out for those. Still have yet to see a blood game today, unfortunately, but it seems to be doing relatively well. But right there, Sword, 31 games. And of course, right above that would be Dragon's 37. These decks just constantly being played. And I think we can obviously tell what decks everyone thinks are the most consistent at the moment.
Yeah, precisely. But Dragon with 37 games, but a negative win rate, at 43%, just clearly struggling against Forest and Rune. Decks that it normally beats pretty handily. I'm wondering if people finally optimized against them, or people finally figured out how to win with Daria against Dragon. Could it just be the surprise factor that everyone is teching for Aggro Shadow, maybe a little bit of Forest, or just playing the best cards they have, but maybe not the best cards against things like Daria?
Yeah, it's definitely been pretty difficult, I would say, there for Dragon. Of course, half of that is Dragon versus Dragon, which is kind of awkward. It is 5 out of 10. But looking at it, though, it seems to be struggling a bit more, I'd say, against the aggressive decks, if you will. Sword being the mid-range deck, it's been getting pretty good win rate. And, of course, Forest could be a little more aggressive with its combos. And Daria, when it does pop off, you're going to have a pretty hard time.
Yeah, 10 games apiece for Dragon playing against itself and Sword playing against itself, so not contributing to its win rate at all, really just 50% and then some unfortunate losses here and there. Both to Runecraft just ruining both of these crafts' day.
Yeah, and then looking over at Blood as well, though, actually. It's hardly played against Sword, but it does have a 67% win rate, which is kind of interesting to see. I kind of want to see that matchup a bit more, if we could, just because seeing Blood against Sword, I want to know whether the aggro is actually going to be able to out Sword in the sort of mid-game that would be coming up, especially when it gets to such low HP pools. Something like Albert maybe could be actually pretty scary against Blood.
Yeah, it is a matchup, but we haven't seen a whole lot, and we could definitely see more of it as people progress. But what do we have still remaining in this tournament? So we've talked about, the stats and what we expect to see in the matchups, but what decks actually remain? We've kind of got to that part where a lot of players have been eliminated, and we're down to, I believe, just 6 people. 6 or 8, I believe.
Looking right back at it, so if we want to go ahead and see, so Didong, he is one of those Runecraft players that is bringing it in, and then we also do still have Fantasy as well here up in the winners bracket, up in the losers bracket. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so he's running in pretty well right there. Just standard list, I think, across the board. So the most common deck list is definitely going to end up being, I think, that Dragon, Sword, plus Shadow list, but then a couple of extra little special decks, I think, that we definitely excited to be seeing here.
And winners, it's definitely Shadow and Dragon for both of them, plus Rune and Sword. And then the choices for M1 and Sky Summon. We've seen M1 already, but we haven't seen Sky on camera quite yet today. He's brought Forest, Dragon, and Shadow, as is tradition. M1 has brought Rune, Shadow, and... Is he not bringing Dragon? I don't think he brought Dragon. Nope, brought Sword instead. And last but not least, Jobo and Tong. We've seen both of them already. Jobo has brought Swordcraft, Dragon, Shadow, and Tong bringing Forest, as we saw, Dragon, and Shadow again. So Dragon, Shadow all the way down with Forest, Rune, and Sword making up the rest of it. So I believe all the Blood players are out. And Dino T, as Haven, has also died. So sad for him. We're opening a pack. All right, so we'll talk about his choice of pack cards here. What do we see? An Arenas. Yeah, we need that card in spades, don't we?
Oh yeah.
I think the last time I saw that was when Litherna brought it in his crazy Bloodcraft deck we saw a few weeks ago.
So right here, I think we're kind of just waiting out for a little bit, guys. So we're just going to be watching Rasheen heavily criticizing all of his plays here in Masters.
Let's see if he can bring up this this win rate we got here. 364. That's a little high for Richie's master score.
Savage.
Alright, I think one of my favorite flares is Taker of Two. It's some
really
people
cool.
like.
It takes so much time to get though. So much time.
Yeah, how many Take Two wins are you at?
What, like a 5? I think I have like 2 at the moment. I don't really play Take Two that often though.
I play for the packs.
Yeah, I think I have like 10 Take Two tickets or something right now at least.
Do you ever just like draft a Take Two deck and then immediately quit and get the standard pack?
If my deck's really bad.
Otherwise, just play for the gold.
Yep. It's a good way to pass the time, man. When I got nothing to do.
Gotta be a Take Two master.
Come on, let's play.
Ooh, no mercy from May, but at least gets away with the Unica.
Wait a minute, what? Is he running Gabriel?
Yes, that is a Gabriel.
What is
I was
this
gonna
deck?
see if I could not talk about that.
Oh, come on!
This is like weird mid-range.
Experimentation, so he says.
our biggest stream of the week. We experiment because we can. Ooh, nice veteran length timing. All right. Queen Force 15 with Albert coming next turn. All right. Clearly just gonna get cleared out by an Elven Princess Mage.
No retreat. I'm here,
Beetle
everyone.
Warrior. I really do like that card. That card's so nice.
You're done for.
I think it really does fit well in
Someday I'll be like you.
a lot of forest decks. I
Hey,
feel
that
that,
hurt.
you know, as expansions start coming out, the Beetle Warrior will probably be played a lot more often, honestly.
Especially if we see any sort of rotation in the future.
Sky Knights, prepare for battle.
You're done for.
Richie, he didn't punish the Lisa play with Wholesale Swing.
Beautiful, powerful.
He messed up.
It will be on now.
He didn't cover it. He didn't cover it with Lisa.
Blow
The
you
Lily
away.
could have died.
Alright, easy trade, easy life, but
You wouldn't.
Tsubaki takes out the Fatina because there's nothing else to do on turn 6.
Ooh, sparkly stuff. Gimme.
Or it's pretty monstrous.
Take my blade of resentment. Running away is okay. It won't be long now. Vanish like the dew.
Hearing more Tsubaki voice lines. Ooh, I do like that play a lot though. Ooh, preparing for the Gabriel. How much is it? It gives 4/3, right?
Yep.
Oh,
I'm just waiting for the Roach to jump out of hand here and just kill Richie though.
that could happen.
It'd
He only
be like,
needs 4
let's see.
damage.
Oh, there's a guidance.
That's 1
There's the
card.
Roach.
That's 2 cards. If there's another guidance, it's over. Oh, double
Or another
Roach. That'll
Roach.
do it.
This ends here.
So
Richie.
sad.
You wouldn't.
Turn 6 comboed.
Exemplary battle.
Gabriel never got a chance to shine on.
I was gonna end up losing anyways. So there was no reason for me to trade. Just gotta go all phase.
294 is a bit more right. Hey Richie, if you get low enough, you might queue into me on ladder.
Wow.
Actually, you should be queuing against me already. Can't
Yeah,
queue
actually, I think
snipe
so.
me.
I could try.
You must die. Is fighting and despair all you
Alright, so
know?
on ladder. You know, on the tournament team, we really don't see Haven that often, but on ladder, how do you really think Haven's shaping up right now?
Annoying.
It has a lot of tools for success, but without the and we kind of have to compare it with the deck we expect to see the most on ladder. So any sort of shadow variant or dragon, compared against those things, the fact that it doesn't have like a group banish to deal with something like Shadowcraft's Prince Catacomb, but also that it doesn't have awesome single target removal that isn't really weakened. So like Black Inscription and Judge Retribution are a lot worse against Dragoncraft, except against things like Ayla or a traded Sybil. So you kind of have to use like Themis on an Ouroboros or like a Bahamut or a Srafil, and like congratulations, you got one thing. Here's the next one. Versus I had to play 4 dudes this turn.
It's Stormhaven, though.
Ooh, easy veteran lancer. Into Grimner, into Gino.
I have a curve? What?
Kurt.
What is this?
Double Pinion Prayer. He's gonna
Alright.
feel the Holy Falcon.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
Countered.
Yeah, Stormhaven, we really don't ever see that anymore. I think I saw one game yesterday in it in the elimination rounds. It's kind of interesting. Ooh, text menu as well. But yeah, I know that Haven, as of late, it's kind of fallen out of flavor quite a bit. And I honestly think that back in the day, Haven used to be really popular, especially with things like Garuda back in DE. That was the really big deck to be playing, right? Was like Stormhaven with Garudas, and you just go for so much early face damage and aggression. But now Haven, it's starting to cater way more towards that slower play style. You know, winning out with something like a Seraph or an Aegis or Prince of Darkness. It's pretty much how it's been since Rise of the Bahamut.
Your evil deeds
Always the cudgel.
You were done for.
He sees your weakness.
I see your weakness.
Sees all of my weakness.
Ooh, and despite the awesome early start, Richie falling a little behind. Might just have to use the Albert and trade.
Trade? Are you kidding me? What is trade?
We go face.
We go face.
No!
Is he going to get punished though? That's the real question here.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
This is the
The
end.
real battle begins.
And guess what? Stormhaven does better face with old guys and birds.
Wouldn't.
I'm telling you, you can't sleep on aggro Haven.
Safe with me, Captain. It won't be long now. We live to take what?
That Tsubaki isn't quite getting into range.
But the Gabriel next turn, it could happen. Maybe.
If he decides
Probably
to let one alive, yeah,
If he
sure.
really lets one live. That'd be so awkward. Yeah,
I'll
I'm at 6.
adopt
I think I
one.
can afford to leave the Viking up.
These golden wings will end you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, am I dead?
Oh yeah, you died. Ah!
Punished.
Wow.
Never lucky.
Yeah, dude.
Hashtag never lucky.
Look at that. First
Why
we were
can't I
going
just
back to
play in the
Bahamut,
game?
Now we're going back to DE.
Why can't I just play a game where I can just face and win? Why? Right now we're just kind of waiting around at the moment, so...
Nope. So looking over at the bracket 2, while Richie's playing his games, it looks like M1 versus Sky Sama. M1 did go forward, and then we had Jobo versus Tong as well. So M1 waiting out now in round 5 is... I'm not actually sure. Is round 4 winners playing?
Bow before Dark
No,
Dragon,
there are.
ruler
They
of
should
the
be waiting.
skies.
Okay.
We're waiting for the casters.
Come on.
I'm so sad that I tried to queue into Richie by like hitting okay at the exact same moment, and I got somebody else and I had to play this game.
You're
Like,
sniping.
I got memed. No, I just wanted to play against Richie on ladder.
Holy. Toxic. What are you playing on ladder, DBG?
Cheap aggro shadow, because I'm trying to pull like Tempest cards that are good, but I can't do it because I keep pulling Ariats and Tarnished Grails, and I'm like, where are my Grimnirs? I need these.
destination.
Yeah, I already had most of the tools that were really needed from Bahamut days since I already played aggro shadow all the way up to like AA2. And then I started playing a mix between that and Roach to get all the way to Masters.
This man just played man-eating mangrove on me. Why are you doing this?
Double Rahab here in Richie's hand. This is unreal.
What are you hiding inside?
Ooh! Ooh, okay, Richie, this is your time to win. If you don't win this,
I mean, obviously I'm going to win.
you
Do
turn 3
it.
catacombs.
It's just a catacomb by itself.
Yeah,
I don't see a reason to trade.
That's real sad.
Oh god, I'm playing against Purgatory Forest on ladder. Oh no.
Why can't we go back to Season 1 days, when the battles were a lot simpler? When cards weren't, what, 8, 9? What, 7? Limit? Ah, good days, good days. Really?
Dance, dear bones
Okay,
of white.
so the shadow is lost.
Really?
you bullying Luna, Richie?
Because she's
I
winning
didn't get
too
to play
much.
in the tournament,
Dance to make
and now you're
color
making it so they can't even win on ladder.
The bones embrace me.
So cruel.
When it's turn 5 and your Forestcraft opponent has 9 cards in hand.
Oh. Did I screw up
no.
there?
I am the mad psycho.
Maybe I shouldn't have traded.
Want to play?
I'm a little bit,
You broke the rules.
I definitely did.
Yeah. No one expects the little soul squasher.
Oh god, no. No, no! Where did it go wrong? I threw the game. Legit, I threw the game. How am I gonna... I have to wait a turn? Oh god. What do I want to do here?
Yeah, you kill that, the Reaper gets bigger.
I know. I don't want it to get bigger, but...
Ready to witness my true strength?
Could just pass, and it's a 7/7.
yeah. That's what I was just thinking.
Alright, little soul squasher number 2. Let's go!
The school squasher.
Yeah. Sacrifice in the Grimnir or the soul squasher, and then just play it again. It's worth the cause.
Time to go a little wild. I'll show you. I haven't let loose lately. Sorry, gotta go.
Yeah, this Reaper's a bit scary, Richie. I think you need to take care of it.
What am I drawing into? Like, what is this?
Bad
hand?
things. You need more fervor, my friend.
I drew like
think
2
we
fervors
lost
in
the
a
game,
row.
dude.
That's not even fair. God dang it. That single thing. I should have just went face. That one turn.
What's the rule? Always face, never trade.
Where? Envy Bear. That is the person that we are waiting on at the moment.
Yes. Calling Envy Bears. Calling all dongs. V-Bay dongs.
Somebody call her, wake her up.
Resident Sleeper.
Resident Sleeper. Pick Dragon, play against a lot of shadows. Pick Sword, pick a lot of Havens. Oh yes!
Wait, you have Frozen Mammoth
I'm
in this
keeping
deck.
this hand.
What is going on?
I'm keeping this hand.
Oh my
Do it.
god.
I'm
Do
keeping this
it.
hand.
What is going on?
You know I run this as a 1-of?
Why do you have this?
Because it's fun!
Oh my goodness.
Guys, for those of you watching, I never take ladder seriously. It's all experiments.
That's why they call him the Meme King.
Oh my goodness.
But look at that, I have a curve? Almost? I need a 5-drop?
The curve, if you can count Frozen Mammoth turn 3 curve, yeah, I guess.
Sure.
Dude, he has triple value catacomb. Like, where are you going with this, Richie? That could have been another Grimnir.
Oh my god, he has a far better curve. I'm dead. No way I'm gonna
Yeah,
win
this
this.
game is over.
This game is supremely over.
See, now I really want to queue into Richie just so I can get the free points.
Oh really?
Gotta climb out.
Jeez.
Gotta climb out of AA.
I thought you said you were playing budget aggro now.
Oh, it's not like it doesn't have Ectors. It stops at Cerberus. I have like triple Cerberus, triple
have
Reaper,
Windgut?
like double Soul Squasher. What now?
Are you running
I
Windgut?
do. I'm not running Wind God. I do have 2 Wind Gods from my Forestcraft days. Let me find this.
I actually really like running Wind God on ladder. I think it's really good.
I never, maybe I'll consider like going back to that, but every time I like have Wind God, I never get a chance to play it. Like, my board's always gone, I'm like, oh, I'm sad. I want Phantom Howl instead. So I play Phantom Howl.
Really? I actually found that like on ladder Phantom Howl, I haven't been liking as much playing in Shadow, just simply because it's like, I always get too many. I actually cut down to 2 Phantom Howls and ended up opting for an extra Goblin Princess so I can flood the board more for better Wind God and Ector value.
I think I'm just gonna like craft 3 Grimners and 3 Ectors today and like take the plunge. I have like 30k dust, but I like don't want to do it. I can see. Well, Frozen Mammoth, I guess we don't make it today. He's no boy in the iceberg. The Avatar's not coming to save you. Instant conceit.
Alrighty. I just don't like playing meta decks. It's no fun.
Alright. Can I see my Hamza sword?
Ooh, back to the Hamza blade? Alright.
Hamza?
He's no mere duck.
Yeah, don't insult my boy Hamza.
Also,
My
I like
duck.
that. Also, I like that he's just a dragon. Like, the card is called Dragon.
Bow before Dark Dragoon.
Everything else is like this kind of dragon or this other sort of thing, or like a dragon variant, like a wyvern or a salamander or something like that. But no, just a dragon.
Oh, wait, what am I doing? Oh.
Oh my god. Richie, you're tilting me!
It's happening.
It's happening.
Oh my gosh.
Someone tell me what's going on in chat when they see this frozen mammoth.
Yeah. Can you guys guess what deck Richie is playing?
I bet not.
I actually haven't
Homebrew.
experimented with this yet, but I actually want to try out Neutral Craft on ladder. I'm genuinely curious to see how it could play out.
I mean, Lariel's an angel of the words, ain't bad.
Yeah. Play like frozen mammoths along with like goblin princesses and stuff. I don't know. And what the impartial Strix or whatever, the owl guy.
Oh god, that card.
Mm-hmm. Hey man, 4 mana, 5/5.
I mean, you're not wrong.
What are you hiding inside?
Oh boy, it's time.
Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Before we get back to the tournament, Richie, I expect you to pass me on ladder.
Bluest water.
What? Why?
Yeah. You have to.
There's
No.
a lot more where that came
I
from.
play this like once in a blue moon now. I'm probably gonna regret that. Oh baby, that Wind God. Is he gonna trade or go all face?
Apparently, this is why I should play Wind God.
Yeah. See, this is where I like Wind God so much. This is exactly like the scenario I was talking about, right? It's just when you get to this point, it becomes such a big threat, especially when there's so many things on the board that when they die, they just pop out skeletons. It's basically a miniature Ector earlier on, which is really cool.
Fighting is so
So what you're telling me is Wind God is absolutely awesome when my opponent's already dead. Awesome. That's what I like to hear.
Ready to witness my true strength?
destroy our foes, sacred ones.
It's a nice mammoth you got there.
This wind shall blow
This is
again.
quite
Pretty
cute.
decent mammoth.
It's cute.
So this is your master plan.
Where I'm going to die right
You
here.
did not have 1 damage.
Mad Cyclone.
Oh, never
That's
mind.
not 1 damage.
Oh, I actually might die still. This Grimnir, unless I get a salamander. Salamander, please. Oh god.
Ooh, fervor. That's
You can
exactly what you want.
You can Dragon Oracle.
Yeah, Dragon Oracle and somehow gain back 2 mana. That's what you need.
Oh.
Yeah, I hope you had a good life, Richie.
I know. It was a blast.
It was halfway decent. GG's! And we're 0 for 3. Not bad.
Why is shadow everywhere when there's dragon? Alright, I'm done.
Played Kawi. What?
Back to 0. Alright, I'm done for the day. Accomplished.
And concede.
And we're back.
Successfully lost
Alright.
5 games in a row. This man just played Kawi on me, and I'm like unhappy because all I have is like Cerberus in hand. How do I get out of this?
Alright, so let's see here. Still waiting out on Envy. Not sure where they went off to. Alright, so we're just gonna keep going with it. Alright. Alright. So
No.
I guess it's gonna be the end here for one of us here, DBG. Who's gonna take the rock paper
Alright.
scissors to the death? Is that
I'm
what
it.
it is?
I'm here. We're doing it.
Alright. Are we actually doing this? On
I'm
stream?
fine with that.
Alright. Wait. No, wait. Does loser have to keep going, or does winner keep going?
I'm in. Oh. What did we get? Oh, is
wait.
that Mofu?
Mofu came in. Wait, not yet, Mofu!
Bye, Mofu.
He messed up the cam.
Wait, does the loser have to take the extra shift? Or does the loser not take the extra shift?
I don't
Does it
know.
know?
Do you want the extra money? I'm pretty sure you guys are paid
That's
by
what-
hourly.
Is it
No.
bad to keep going or no?
Oh god, Mofu.
Alright, I tell you what. I will volunteer to leave. Bye, Gummy.
Oh,
Alright,
never mind.
I'll take that. I haven't eaten breakfast yet today, so I'm actually kind of okay with that. I'd like to go
Okay,
eat.
so much for that.
Yeah. That's 2. Oh, it's oh well.
No,
But,
Mofu,
alright guys, so
come back.
I guess thanks for having me here. Sorry for the awkward intermission. Obviously, we're just waiting out. But I guess DBG is going to be sitting around, so make sure to be nice to him, guys. He's working hard. He's working longer than he's supposed to be. So make sure to keep all nice and ready. But then, of course, Mofu is going to be joining in with you guys too. So make sure to give him a nice, warm welcome. He's going to be casting with you for the rest of today. But I am Gummy. I'll be seeing you guys all next time, and hopefully you guys enjoy the rest of this tournament. I'll see you later. Bye-bye.
Oh wait, so who's gonna cast? Where's DBG?
Oh, wait. No, I'm still here. I thought I was volunteering to leave.
Oh,
What's
Gummy's
happening?
leaving.
Am I still here? Oh, Gummy's
Yeah.
leaving? Alright, I guess I'm staying for like 5 seconds till Envy shows up at like 5. But hello. Yes, I am still here. And my Skype call dropped, so I'm getting back into that.
Oh god. Welcome back,
Anyway,
Mechamofu.
That mishaps aside, I am currently losing a ladder game, so that's exactly what I want out of life. Phantom Hell win.
I can hear both. Mechamofu,
Hello. Alright, who's still here?
we're here.
Oh.
Just waiting for
what is
Mofu
that?
to respond.
Oh, there he is. Hi, Mofu.
Hello. So you got a solid top 16 going on, huh?
Yep.
Oh yeah, lots of hot action.
Right.
I'm so
Unfortunately,
confused.
there's a little bit of an issue of us not being sure where on earth is Carmen. Or Envy
Carmen?
herself. Yeah, Carmen. What's her
San
name?
Diego. From San
Yeah,
Diego.
Carmen San Diego.
Yeah, you're in there.
Yeah, no one can locate her. But am I looking at these stats right? By the way, that was the
Oh,
first
yes.
thing I did as soon as I woke up. Is I went to the stats and I was like, how is it that there are 2 classes with positive win rates and neither of them is actually like 99% of the classes that were brought?
Well, Mofu, that's because for like the first, I think, 20 or so games, everyone just double respect banned Shadow. Like we had 0% Shadow win rate just because there were no games with it.
It has played 2 games. Oh my gosh.
I don't even know who let it through and why.
Runecraft is literally the only class with a positive win rate.
Running train on everyone with Daria, no less. I think we've seen more Daria than we've seen D-Shift in here.
I remember I was looking at the top 16 lists, and I feel like I only saw one person bringing D-Shift in every single other player, and there's a lot of Rune actually. It was all Daria.
Yeah, I mean Daria's really been putting in work today. I mean, on every game we've cast with it, it just totally took over and did the Daria thing. It didn't even seem like Magic Girl Melvi, did a whole lot of the work. Although we did see it a couple of times. It usually came in 2s and got thrown away with Daria. So it's really just the core Daria experience. Craig into Clark into turn 4, Levi Pearson into turn 5 Daria to win the game. I mean, that's been the story of today for Daria.
Interesting. I just checked. Fatina was the only person who brought D-Shift. I remember there was like a lot of people were really interested in the fact that Runecraft's win rate was not really that bad this time around. And it seems that's mostly just due to people switching back to Daria. A lot of people have the general opinion, it seems, that Daria does just fine versus Shadow sometimes. It's like that it wins 100% of the time, like 30%
of the time, yeah.
That's cool to see it succeeding now, especially when Shadow seems to be pretty permabanned in this top 16. So I suppose, what is it doing so well against? It's just eating Dragoncraft this time around, it looks like.
Absolutely, and now we're going to move into Jobo versus Tong in the losers.
Okay.
Seen both of these guys before, and Tong.
You're breaking up.
No. Oh no. Okay. It seems the DBG is lost in another dimension there. As I was about to probably say. So Tong has brought Dragon, Shadow, and Forest, I remember. That'd be Ramp Dragon, Roach, Forest, and Mid-Range Shadow. You got to see him play a couple of games yesterday, and he was doing particularly well. Jobo, I think, on the other hand, has brought the same alongside Dragon and Shadow. But he's running Mid-Range Sword on the side there.
Yeah, Mid-Range Sword, I mean, doing pretty well as far as things go. I mean, has all the ability of Albert to close things up, but I think it's really Luminous Mage that's been doing a lot of the work today. And we've talked pretty extensively on this cast about how Luminous Mage impacts the deck and really allows it to get to that turn 9 Albert with an Evo point.
Yeah, she's probably the only new card that was added for Swordcraft. It's just core, like just straight up added to the roster as 3, and like in every deck now.
This one's for my
I mean, no real reason not to play it. Free stuff is good.
Feels good, man. Looks like he's starting out with his sword against Shadow. I mean, Dragon. It's all the same to me now. Depending on how well he curves out here, this can actually sometimes be a pretty positive matchup.
I mean, it's gonna be all about can Tong survive to play all his Islas and Dragon Oracles and then get whatever high-costed card, hopefully like a Sybil or something to that. No, but it's gonna keep being Bahamut.
That's a lot of ramp and 2 Bahamuts, which is terrifying, but not exactly like the early and mid-game curve that Dragon's usually capable of, like stopping this kind of aggro with.
Take a break.
Well, at least he has a Grimner this time to show for his troubles.
Right.
He can at least get double minions down to put himself at a decent board situation. Of course, going into the inevitable Floral Fencer isn't fantastic.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
I was about to say that maybe Tong is thinking about just playing Ayla and ramping, because getting a Grimnir in hand on turn 10 is actually more impactful, I think, than playing Bahamut against Sword.
You're done for.
My loyalty is ironclad.
So there's the Floral Fencer.
Shadow 10 drops, I suppose.
I saw him draw his refill and I thought, wait, is that Heavenly Aegis? Just like immediately, I saw like the small animated art. But he's made it there. He's only at, you know, chilling at 9 play points over here. Opponent at 5. However, it's not too big of a problem because if he plays any one of the cards in his hand, it does get answered on time by Tsubaki. It's just the one after that that becomes a massive issue.
I mean, thankfully, there's also Fangblade Slayer to handle turn 8, but it'll have to be Albert and Soul Swing taking care of whatever comes after that. And I mean, can you take care of what's after that when that thing is something like a double Bahamut?
Worst case scenario, it looks like he kind of takes a hit from a Bahamut within these next few turns.
Ooh, in the makings of a Zell combo. That probably means we're going to see Bahamut this turn. Just trying to preserve that last evo point.
I've had this happen to me about like a turn where second Tsubaki is a big deal. I've seen this happen before when I was at like 5 and had 3 Tsubakis in hand. That actual feel. Ouroboros is a big deal here as well. But being at 12 health might force the other Bahamut out.
I'm kind of considering. Okay, yeah, he plays the plays the Bahamut, but not quite in range of something like an Albert enhance. So, wonder what he's thinking about. I mean, yeah, it's an easy Tsubaki, obviously.
Tsubaki numero 2 comes out. This makes the curve a lot easier having drawn that, just because anything along the lines of a third Bahamut or playing Ouroboros, which usually would call for yet another Tsubaki, he can get a lot of value off of the Fangblade Slayer here, and that goes perfectly into Albert. Still 2 Evo points left.
Yeah, definitely like that. And there's the Ouroboros, so the only problem is Fangblade goes neutral against it. You lose the Fangblade Slayer. Actually going to do the Zell combo now. Or actually holding it.
At all.
Interesting. You might consider going whole soul swing on the Zell. Okay, does not do that either. Actually could still do it, but not for the value.
Missed him.
Yeah, okay.
Feels bad, man. However, it doesn't really look like that affects his situation at all.
Yeah, he'll be able to put his opponent within range of an Albert. There's really no shame in using the Evo point. You just don't want Ouroboros to die right now.
It all ends here. We live to take what we like.
But of course, an enhanced Albert actually makes that point moot as well. So gonna need to play as Raphael and kill the Ouroboros and clear board to take care of that.
That throws so much damage face as well. I think he has like a literal fan of lethal setups after that turn.
Oh, so many angels, but not enough
His
play
entire
points.
hand and field is legendary, but it's just not yet enough for this situation. Well, you can trade in the Sybil and get Ouroboros out of here.
Yeah, but that only put him at 9, and that's child's play for Albert. That'll be the game for him.
Well, technically, but Albert does not care about that.
And plays the animated one just for the swag value, and takes game 1.
You're done for.
Yeah, that looks pretty good. In general, I've noticed Sword tends to do just fine in this matchup, and I've seen Sword as one of the classes that kind of takes this off of Dragon sometimes. Entirely dependent too. If you curve out really well, like Fencer on 4, Luminous Mage, and then like this set of like Tsubakis into Storms, then especially against a Dragon that didn't really get much in his opening hand the way that Tong didn't, it is like one of the times that you actually manage to get through all the grinding and healing.
Absolutely. I think it's all about the cards you can play on time, and I mean, while ramping is really, really good, it just kind of, it doesn't do anything for you right then, and that's when Sword kind of takes things from you.
This one's for my family.
Yeah, instead, we approach the Dragon Mirror now.
Deciding not to keep Rahab. Maybe feeling it's not going to do much for him, but I believe that Jobo was pegged to go first, so that would have been an easy turn 3 Rahab. I might have considered keeping that.
But maybe he doesn't consider it to be that important on this matchup anyway.
And what a start from both sides.
Alright, got some ramp and got some Draconic Fervors. This is, I think we've seen this quite a few times in Dragon Mirrors, where you don't open anything you care about playing, it's just ramp.
That looks a lot better, having a Grimnir and a Rahab to at least keep any sort of early damage off of you. Not that you expect to see something like that. Usually this game starts at about, 5 or 6 mana.
Yeah. Something rough is if you don't open Dragon Oracles or Iolas, you can get pretty behind in this matchup. You just kind of take about like 5 to 10 damage that you need to figure out a way to heal. Which isn't tough, but it's obnoxious.
Absolutely, and a good start for Jobo here, having the ability to go for Fervor and bumping himself up to Overload next turn. It's going to be what he wants to see.
Tong on the other hand, still on turn 4, doesn't really have a way to ramp since this Isla doesn't have any avenue of dying.
Sockwill and the Zeus looks really nice here.
Alright, Zaquil into Zeus kind of answers up anything that Tong decides to open up with. Only neutral card in his hand, and it works out quite well for him. So if he's like paused here thinking about this attack, you think he's thinking about evolving Ayala?
I mean, potentially, but actually goes for the Rahab instead. Of course, we know that's not gonna... Actually, yeah, it does matter.
Well, who plays around Zaquil Zeus, right?
But specific... I mean, it doesn't matter. He has the Dragoon Scyther instead. Can just go into Rahab after that.
It looks like he goes into it. Right. So Zeus just punches that open. He sees that Evo point and just kind of runs away with it.
Yeah, of course. Zeus with the ability to kill anything on touch that can't kill him. Well, I mean, it can, but you know what I mean. Able to murder most things pretty easily. And now, turn 5.
Draconic Fervor kind of gets him closer to being even on play points, and his hand is pretty massive now. It's just, he does decide to evolve Ayala now. To trade, I wonder.
We've got each other.
This can alleviate pressure and ramp again. Right, I noticed that in this matchup, neither Dragon player usually cares that much about face damage until, like, turn 20.
Be gone.
So first Evo point going to be given to Forte here. Just go ahead and slap down a third of Tong's remaining health, which is all of it.
And with Zeus and Co in hand, it's plenty of damage to go around. Easy Ouroboros take.
A worthy opponent.
Ooh, that's a great draw.
Timely Lightning Blast, and he has a choice of playing Dragon Scyther or Grimnir. But both being resources that are pretty worth saving, he decides not to necessarily just curve out on turn 9.
Not playing every card in your hand in Shadowverse? What?
Right. I was about to actually worry about the Dragon Scyther because it's such an important card when you get to the late game in this matchup.
Yeah, any sort of cheap, efficient removal is absolutely fantastic, although usually at this point of the game, it's either going to go to a Bahamut and a Strawfill or a 2/3 Grimnir that you already took the damage from, so not the best thing, but at least it is 3 mana. It can go along with something like a Forte.
I like Dragon Scyther just because it's a bronze card, to be honest. It's rare footage.
Yeah, for real. In a control deck? Hello?
In Dragoncraft? Didn't know they even like printed bronzes for this class.
It's using now.
Here. Yeah. It's not like you can just play Grimnir into that.
Unjust.
Rahab does get buffed up quite a bit here.
It's a decent 5/5 for 4, I guess. Or 7, technically. Yeah, so avoids all trace of Grimnir. And you know Tong just definitely wants to play something before the Olivia, but this would be like a decent time for that.
Yeah, this is gonna be the millionth time I've seen a Dragoncraft player. Like, they never have to really use evolves that much during their early and mid game. So I was kind of, I don't think I've ever seen one actually use all of its evolves by the time Olivia comes down. This is the past two players that I've seen bring this.
Yeah, so essentially you make a 6/6 rush and gain 1 Evo point. That's not bad for 9, but I think you might just go for something like Sybil Dragonic Fervor. Just draw more cards. Of course, he is at kind of the limit of how many you can have.
So this thing is going to go for an Israfil, likely an Evolve. Just going to get some value off of this. This is a super high pressure play to lead into an Olivia.
Yeah, absolutely. Not a great way to remove this either. Could Breath of the Salamander here, but probably wanting to play something else. And that 5 health is exactly what you want to be playing against Dragoncraft, which has all the ability to deal 3 and 4 damage. Yeah, but Ouroboros Breath of the Salamander takes care of this, or he can also Evo Zell and get 8 face damage. I think he's going to take that option.
That's the use of the last Evo point, and he's going to be struggling with that a little bit in that you went first, so you only had 2, and your opponent gets 3 times as many with Olivia. However, Lightning Blast does deal with this right now in a way that Olivia can't. So Rahab's going to be the one firing this one off.
I definitely can't blame him for that play. But, what do you say? It is the last Evo point for now.
Yeah. There isn't a Genesis Dragon rather than the Zeus. It is less damage, but I need to play it out this way. But playing the Zeus does end up giving him a much more contesting body later. Probably saying if I play the Zeus now into this thing and try to hold the extra storm damage in hand, then I'm that much more vulnerable to Bahamut.
Precisely. You need to keep some sort of removal tool, especially since the Bahamut cycle begins. And now might be the time for the first one. I mean, what other options does he have for dealing with this Genesis Dragon? As he's seen the Zeus before, he knows it's there.
I feel that with the information of a Zeus being around, yeah, he's forced to play the Bahamut here. It's okay if it trades into the Zeus, I think. The nightmare situation is this gets Bahamuted, which, you know, whenever does he not?
Yeah. So, we'll see what comes off the top. If it's a Zeus or another Bahamut or a Zell, ooh, not a whole lot of way to deal with this Bahamut.
He could try to draw into a Dragoon Scyther, but outside of that, his hand's not really equipped to deal with this. Grimnir's going to lose the game, and he sees this and draws. Can draw again.
I think he's got to play Grimnir Zell here. Ooh, okay.
Oh.
Finds nothing. No, that's just, yeah. That's just going to be lethal with a, well, nope, no. Okay, yeah, he can Grimnir. I'm like, trying to find it, and it's like staring me right in the face.
That field win.
You're a solid fighter.
No, I suppose that's just the kind of pressure that you're under. You play Bahamut, you get Bahamut, and you don't have an answer. That's like one of the quickest ways for this matchup to end.
Yeah, precisely. It was pretty much one of the ways for Pre-Tempest of the Gods Dragoncraft to win was play Bahamut, opponent has no answer, deal with like 1 or 2 of their dudes and take things away. So that'll be Jobo moving on, and Tong drops out in quarterfinals.
So Juho was going to move on to face M1 in loser semis, I believe. And M1 was running... He was one of the people running Daria. That's a matchup that I'm excited to kind of see a bit more of.
Yeah, plenty of Daria still in here, so the excitement is all yours, Mofu.
In what universe did I wake up to that I'm like, wow, I'm so excited to watch Daria?
It's been a long time, you know. Eventually the past champion has to come back and deal with the newbies.
It's kind of like... Daria was that person you never really got along with. In fact, their personality was pretty terrible. But then in the long run of it, like after a year of separation, you realize, you know, that person was actually pretty funny. Like, they were a pretty bad person, but everyone deserves to be missed at some point, and that's us with Daria.
Winners final.
Alright, so going into winners final between Fantasy, the Swordcraft adept himself, bringing out his mid-range sword to finish things off, and he's had great success with it so far, versus Didong, who brought Daria to great success. So, I mean, he's definitely contributing.
I think Didong's one of the few people who's in top 16 who didn't bring Dragon.
That's absolutely right. I believe most of the players did. I think it was 11 out of 16 brought Dragon. And most of the players who have actually, I think... Wait, did he bring Dragon? He did not. So he's the only one currently still in it who did not bring Dragon.
Oof. If that's the case, the usual slot that gets cut for it is the one either held by Daria or Sword, so we'll see how this works out. It's a pretty rogue choice to do that nowadays, in the world we live in, after the war.
Yeah, for real. And finally, some shadow matches. Didn't think we'd be saying that, but I believe this is the first one we're going to be casting.
Right. Is semis, or is it losers? No, never mind, this is winners finals. What's wrong with me? I was like, does losers semi advance? But no. Coming into winners finals, yeah, we're going to have to see the shadow now. And that every single one of these players in top 16 seems to have this running strategy that's pretty understandable. They just don't let shadow through. They say, I don't like my matchups into this. I don't want to see this deck. I want to talk about this deck. Just get it out of here. But now it's got the mic.
It's going to start screaming obscenities at you while you, like, cower in fear.
Alright. Well, both these players from Korea?
Yes. We got the...
Feels good, man.
We esports now.
I remember for the longest time Korea's just held so much interest in this game, but I don't see that much anymore, how much views they get when they do their own streams and tournaments. That's actually an interesting topic. I need to ask like a Korean player at one point how they do tournaments, whether they got bans and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm not really sure of the scene over there myself. Might be nice to have one in for an interview after this.
Ooh.
Alright, and jumping straight into the game, there are no longer any bans. It is winners finals, so all the decks are on the table, and that means it's going to be Shadowcraft all the way down for the rest of the day. Congratulations.
Hey, Shadow made it. Is that character on Divine Armor? It looks like Alice, because like there's an actual other card in Rage of Bahamut named Alice who's like got the same design, but it just makes me so curious about the actual lore.
I knew it.
Come on.
Okay. Double Shadow Mirror. Take the first win as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I've seen this like a million times. Where I'm pretty sure the last time we got an interview on why people bring Shadow first is not actually because they intentionally want this mirror, but because they want to get Shadow's result decided. Like, they don't want to play any other class in this matchup, so they just sort of mutually throw this in immediately.
It's pretty interesting. Seems like a good enough explanation to me. Yeah, just drop the Soul Squasher, going into Prince Catacomb next turn. I mean, it's a pretty easy curve, and I mean, what is there to talk about here?
Let's see. It is rare in this mirror match. Missing a 1-drop when you go first means that you kind of start to get behind on tempo. So your opponent starts to play more minions, and then they get the first of all, and that's huge. But getting to play this first is a big deal as well. Crums Catacomb kind of like, if you went first in this circumstance, it's kind of like you did play a 1-drop the entire time.
Mm-hmm. It definitely helps in that respect, but now we get to see Shadow Reaper coming down, the first one for Didong, and I assume Fantasies will follow pretty quickly as he doesn't have many other turn 4 plays.
So you can play this alongside a 2-drop, which is a pretty classic move. This is a ancient maneuver we remember from Rise of Bahamut.
Precisely, and Shadow Reaper definitely doing the same amount of work now as it is then, or if not more so, now that it's Shadows come into such high play rates and win rates.
Yeah. Yeah, before we had the technology of Orthrus, that was like, this board we're looking at was like the turn 4. It's just playing 2 drops.
Patented Orthrus technology.
Yeah.
My wings are killing me.
So it's going into this clearing situation, but it's really, especially as he kills the skeleton, this is kind of optimal for his opponent. That is a supermassive Shadow Reaper that doesn't have to bother trading because it's gotten so big that the idea of trading with it loses a lot of value on that sheer amount of base damage you can throw in.
Already at 9 life. I mean, that's what you want out of an aggro deck, but yeah, just gonna probably have to zombie party and Lyrial away and then play something like might play like Catacomb now, could also play Bone Chimera.
Probably gonna go for this Bone Chimera. He needs some board back as soon as he can. And if this pops, it has really good synergy with Catacomb. Dance of Deaths. Right. Decides not to hold that, he just throws it in.
I mean, absolutely just gonna go for the zombie party. Extra lethal probably.
Chip damage is huge, but he plays around a little less here. Prince Catacomb's made slightly better. Besides, yeah, goes ahead and does not let that hit the Bone Chimera, saying, I want to play a card. I want to be able to play the Cerberus. The first time I've actually seen a player, in a lot of these games, have to make that kind of a decision with Prince Catacomb. That's it.
Alright. Presenting lethal now. Oh, actually does go for the Evo. I don't know. I mean, granted, he won't need it after Hector comes down, so it makes a pretty decent target for people to want to hit and distract him from the Hector next turn.
Mm-hmm. Cerberus is a lot of damage here, but throwing it all face does nothing. So you can clear this, I think. It has the Evo point, so this becomes pretty straightforward.
But it will result in most of his minions dying and not using the puppies for face damage, so we'll see if he kind of knows what's going on, more or less. Of course,
Right.
after this board is cleared out with the Cerberus, with the last Evo point, can just zombie party again. Nothing really stopping him.
Something that's worth noticing is, even though he has such a strong board lead right now, the lack of burst damage is gonna be a pretty big problem here. So instead of going for the zombie part, he goes for React Tower. This should be a pretty convincing clear.
Yeah, can do absolutely everything, but
Sorry, gotta go.
this is the more low-risk play, I suppose, is you get to keep the zombies that you would have gotten off a zombie party and clear that much more stuff.
The zombies all surviving is nice too. This could hit React right. And just to snipe one of the zombies, but it's not going to be any kind of damage he needs to get lethal here. But if he has to keep trading, then he doesn't get anywhere with this. Yeah. There's no way in hand to actually deal with the 5/6 body.
Yeah, and we'll see patented Orthrus technology on the animated coming down and helping Hector take things away. Not usually him that does the dirty work.
Gosh, made it through himself just with the whole, I'm a 5/6 and you can't trade into me, so, yeah.
Goes for Cerberus instead.
Has like 3 lethal setups in hand.
He actually managed to play Lesser Mummy through the concede.
I always like it sometimes when you're like spectating or something and like you play, one of the players plays a card somehow past like the thing turning into a defeat screen.
Yeah.
Fantasy now with 1 win. That does take out his own ability to play Shadow, leaving behind... It was Aggro Dragon who was playing, actually. I think he's the only player that brought Aggro Dragon rather than Ramp. Aside from that, it was Swordcraft on the side of that. Now he knows whatever he brings here is probably going to have to try to deal with Dragon. I mean Shadow. We'll have to deal with Shadow.
You must die! Mother, father, come on!
Double 1-drop start. Besides to mulligan one.
Just one of those.
Gets a goblin in return. Probably was looking for that Sesame Street.
Alright, well. Easy turn 1 whenever he decides to play his Taji.
Whenever he decides to. Whenever he feels comfortable doing that.
Yeah, just gotta ponder, do I want to play this or magically spawn a Vanguard out of the air?
Hey. Yeah, one of these days it'd be cool if those cards melded. Like it was like a choose effect.
I don't know if I want that.
Yeah, probably not. You know, I want to choose UI in this game. That'd make me so happy. It's like a displaying like a fan of choices kind of thing.
Can I have that on my my card packs?
Did he throw
No,
it?
I think I'd really rather something other than Tarnished Grail. Thank you.
Yeah. Zombie Party is this Unica after making that trade. Looks like the general approach here is going to be trying to just get the board back as you went second.
Opting to save the whole Soul Swing for something coming later. I mean, he chose right, I suppose, especially with no turn 4 play.
Yeah, so is Didong going to try to trade again here? He has board now. It's not like Fantasy is going to be able to evolve next turn, so it just goes face here.
Welcome home, sir.
I think he just has to play the whole Soul Swing here. Like, okay, finally does, but it's kind of making me worried by not playing it first.
Yeah, pretty good turn 4. It's a little bit of a board flip, but not anything that's difficult to deal with. Arthurus going to hit anything without really mattering. That's it on the 3-1, which is something. Gives him the way to set up, just trading out to make it protected.
Apologies, sir.
And now Luminous Mage faced with a choice.
Either Luminous Mage played to try to take board back, getting again an Albert thrown face. Goes for Luminous Mage to trade in here.
Turn the power of hope to light.
Yeah, in this matchup, almost entirely, Sword has to be the control and just do what it can to stay in the game and preserve its Evo points. I think that's absolutely the right play.
I had no trouble stabilizing early on, but due to the series of trades that Shadow's gotten off here, Fanny's kind of looking at this playing up situation now.
Take up my shield.
The whole Soul Swing and the Maid Leader didn't really put enough stats on board to cause any worry for Didong.
Yeah, so now Fantasy playing the Tsubaki out does get a decent target, and it doesn't look like he's gonna trade. Okay, does. So comes out of ambush right into a Mimi, deciding that he needs the board back.
Yeah, seeing the Cerberus evolve probably led him to believe this is probably the only time I'm gonna get to play this Tsubaki. Could play it versus Yogstar, but that's quite a while from now. Needs the board immediately.
Absolutely, and at least now, as I sent turn 7 play in terms of Dance of Death into Veteran Lancer, to at least take the board back once more, but you know, we know there's a Mimi, double Cocos, Zombie Party, a Death Breath, plenty of options to get the board back on the Shadow side.
Right. Didong's hand size does look threatening, but he does have to remember that 2 of those cards are Keen Enchantments.
And absolutely a third Cerberus.
Oh boy. These Cerberuses have a huge setup with the Zombie Party.
It's a party indeed.
On the side of Fantasy, however, he has 3 cards with Storm, which is what you want as Sword, but right now, he's gonna have to make trades. And the only good way to make trades is to use this Albert. So you kind of get diverted off of being able to win the game by needing to not lose the game. Right?
But at least it demands dealing with.
The battlefield awaits.
So got a lot of options on the side of Didong here for how he wants to respond to this. Death's Breath is really good. Cerberus and trading in pretty easily with the last Evo point, then throwing the rest of it face is also pretty good.
The best thing to do here would be to play Death's Breath. Yep, that's the play.
Looking like Dirt Rune over here,
Deal
like
with this.
tosses in that
I
damage.
mean, other than the Coco,
Can go face twice and just use an Evo point to deal with Albert's buddy, but even the importance of dealing with Albert is not a big one. Knowing no one really plays a Cyclone Blade, there's not really anything that punishes him here. Yeah, best what are we looking at? Like top deck Alexander, evolve him, kill all the zombies. So anyway, the Shadow taking out that pretty unfortunate looking mirror for Sword. We're gonna see both Shadows now knocked out, which seems to be the general endgame of players in top 16, is they open up their Shadows and then whoever gets to win first, more or less. Like, it kind of counterbalances, because then the player that didn't win gets to play it into most matchups that in tournaments tend to be like more or less all favorable for it. We're going to see, now that Shadow's out of the way, how these players proceed.
Alright, I'm just gonna be covering for this half.
Right. Rest in peace, dear DBG. I knew you well.
RIP.
Yeah. He's having a couple of internet issues, but at the same time, he probably had he's been like staying to cast like longer than he's needed to anyway, just to kind of help things keep going alongside everything that's going on. So.
Ah.
Alright. Also, he says that he loves you, everyone, in Twitch chat. So like, top of mind.
To all his beloved fans, he loves you all.
Yeah, those the words in his last one. A whole soul swing, kind of the natural response to most of the 2 drops that Daria ends up playing. Whole soul swing again. Has a knight on board, protects it. Technically, you have the board advantage here.
Still no Daria coming from KMD.
Takes the knight out. Goes for double fighter? Okay, no. Keeps the witch out of hand.
Yeah. I think I like that idea of just holding it in and then wait for the opportunity to then spam the board. Because possibly you can get the Ogler to 0 cost as well.
This turn you can play them both together.
It's just like back in the old days.
Even like beyond the spell boost even being necessary. This is a really easy trade for Levi. I'm actually starting to remember that Sword still suffers a lot in this matchup.
In general. Normally for Swords to win they would need to either A, spam it just as much, or run
My armor's been pierced.
the Hurricane. But they don't in this meta, so Daria's been coming out often enough to basically target all these Swordcraft decks.
I really like how these last 2 turns played out. This nice one does Brick Wall Sword. Decides not even to deal with it, kind of just develops the board and passes. However, there's a huge problem we're looking at here about no Daria drawn yet for Didong here. So he is able to just dump out his hand and throw, what is it, upwards of like, how much damage was that?
It was pretty much a Hail Mary for 17 damage.
Yeah. He figures since he hasn't drawn Daria, the best he can do is just throw it all face. Accept the circumstances of being this behind on board. Maybe even just dead in 2 turns.
He's just gonna have to hope to get another demonic strike.
Because Levi's not gonna do this for him. Gets a Craig and just passes it out.
Yep.
Strong start, but no ability to reload means that you're never going to get the board back here.
Yeah. Not the kind of card that he wanted to draw to win that, but now we get to see Fantasy's Ramp Dragons.
So Fantasy's Ramp Dragon now playing into, I wonder what Didong will switch towards.
Well, we've seen Daria winning against dragons, so he might keep that instead.
Alright.
But it might depend if he decides to switch. I don't know if swords can be better to play against dragons. Yep, he chose to say.
Bow before Dark Dragoon, ruler of the skies.
Managing to go second is a pretty big deal in this matchup unless Dragon manages to start to cheese out value with a ramp early. But he is playing Aggro Dragon, Fantasy is. So no Goblin in the opener. Probably just goes for a Unica here. Didn't draw Daria last game, and this time early opens into 2 early on.
So I heard you didn't get Daria, so we're just gonna give you 2 so that you just have enough for everything. And before you get to that one. Oh.
No. It's rough, but I think this is actually one of the matchups where it doesn't matter too much. Playing versus Aggro Dragon is very different from Swordcraft. You don't really need to contest the board as much. Alright, that's a double Mushushu just casually thrown in here. Ready to punish more or less anything, but it's not too difficult to deal with because of this chat.
Not anymore. Pretty easy to get rid of now that Time War comes in.
Even Ogler does pretty well here.
Ogler can evo to swing over, but I think Craig
just as good and does spell boost for him as well. Goes for the Levi after all. So here he's given the option of whether he wants to just throw in Levi's body and accept not having board in order to play Craig and accelerate this hand, or to use the Crimson Sorcery and keep the body of Levi. He decides to keep the Crimson Sorcery. This ends up working out for his hand and curve a lot better.
Yeah. He doesn't seem to have a whole lot of choice. He needs to get that Daria down so that he can reset his hand. It's not looking too great.
Daria more or less drowns this matchup. The first one, usually like a big part of this matchup being if Daria's body comes out difficult to deal with, then that's usually it for a lot of opponents. But okay, I think this is pretty good. Because the way this Ogler deals with this board is you don't lose the value off of the Ogler that's been boosted a few times.
Yep.
And if he had done that with Daria, it would have just been answered quickly by a Siegfried and he'd have lost his board.
Block my way and I'll cut you down.
You've gotta see me dance.
Yeah, well,
Ready to witness my true strength?
let's see if Dario be able to come back from this. Ooh, that's actually really good.
Who's as old as dirt.
With a bang and a boom.
2 quick points left over this.
Fantasy only having 2 cards left in his hand.
Double with Chet is a pretty big deal. He probably understands that Aggro Dragon only sometimes runs Breath of the Salamander. So we can get a really massive tempo swing off of this.
It's just like back in the old days.
Can easily clear here.
Here's the something. What do you decide to do with the witch huts? Doesn't have to all in them right now. Decides not to.
He might be holding it off. Griffin Knights is kind of there, so...
Yeah. I have an issue though, is that Griffin Knight has two priorities here. He wants to finish off the Levi at the same time. Can't take out Daria with the Siegfried effect, plays it anyway, and now starts playing off the top against a full health opponent. It's a really rough situation for Aggro Dragon to be in.
And that's sometimes the issue with Aggro Dragons too, is that you use all of your resources to try to get ahead. And ultimately, this situation usually ends up happening with your opponent's hand having more cards than you do and getting board back.
Right. If you can't stabilize on board and start pushing damage to your opponent, then you don't really get that strong late game that Aggro Dragon can get, where it has a lot more and more powerful storms than almost any other class in like the mid game.
He also didn't draw into any of his emissaries or any of his storm cards to push ahead either, so it was just a lot of unfortunate draws that he was getting.
It's a tough matchup for Aggro Dragon, because he did actually kind of get Daria out of a hand. It's just... no deck usually ever wins by actually grinding out a Daria hand, unless they just forget to draw the legendary.
Right.
No, Aggro Dragon versus Sword. This is something that I want to tentatively say is Aggro Dragon favored. Like, solely because of the existence of Griffin Knight.
That and their style of always trying to be one step ahead with the 2-for-1 clears.
The Sword is really jealous of the existence of both Griffin Knight and Siegfried.
Pretty much,
In fact, it's kind of questionable that Siegfried isn't in Sword, considering he's a swordsman who kills dragons. Or Dragon Newt Charlotte isn't.
What was his lore?
He's like Norse hero figure who killed Fafnir specifically, and then he took a bath inside Fafnir.
I mean,
and then this made him immortal.
I guess.
This made him so immortal he got a 3/3 body.
And kills off anything that's larger than him. So it's been damaged once. So we see the Forte just draw in not too long ago. So that's pretty good. Not bad of a start, but Sword is looking like they have pretty much a better hand.
Household Swing, really difficult for this to really difficult to deal with here. That forces out the Angel of the Word, but that means his board doesn't really progress from where it was last turn. However, Didong now, it's like his turn 3 looking to be at best a Grimnir. But that's actually really good for him. That's like a single card, like just a single drop that takes this board back.
Mainly because it's a ward with a 2/3 body.
Right.
And not many 3-drops have a 2/3 ward.
The only one I can think of is Firstborn Dragon. Like,
yeah.
I think the 2/3 ward body was actually something Cygames was really hesitant to make before Grimnir.
I am the Mad Cyclone.
And 2/3 can only be warded if it's on overflow. Just funny.
Yeah. There's like one in Blood, like the Metal Gargoyle, who like requires vengeance for it.
Right.
Ow!
Does actually end up trading in here, which is really rough on the resources.
At your service.
The Household Swing even more unfortunate because you play Scyther on turn 4 hoping your opponent has to evo into it.
So like I mentioned before, how Aggro Dragons always try to go for that 2-for-1, but he this time he doesn't seem to have the cards he needs to be ahead. Instead, he ends up drawing cards that are pretty dead. Forte's not doing well until next turn, and then Dance of Death.
You and I, Knight.
He had like a decent opener in terms of just kind of having minions that had impact, but he's losing that now just for the fact that 2 Household Swings in Grimnir is so much anti-board.
Ooh, that helps.
Yeah, he didn't have like a solid answer at all to Luminous Mage outside of that. Though that said, I feel like it's always difficult to be in this situation where you're supposed to have these cards that finish your opponent off, but other than that, all you have to do is like top deck answer for answer.
Sky Knights, prepare for battle.
What do I do with all these fortes in my hands? Why is my opponent playing all these quick attacks?
Why does my opponent have cards? Side games?
Side games, why?
Dance of Death is really good on the way that Didong evolved there.
Yeah.
Putting all the stats on the Albert, so they're all lost here.
Only issue is...
his hand's actually like pretty close to having like lethal damage in total. That 2 evolves from Forte is 14, and the Dance of Death is 2, but being able to play that freely doesn't really have a window for it.
There isn't really much that he can do. No matter what plays he's gonna do, Dance of Death seems to be an answer, and then he has to pray that his opponent doesn't dish out any more damage on him. Otherwise, he's just gonna continue being behind and being unable to utilize Siegfried's effect to go for the 2-for-1.
I guess that's another weakness of Aggro Dragon, is that Siegfried is easily one of the best cards in the deck, or one of the best performing. But if you don't have board and you're trying to catch up the entire game, no trades happen, and then Siegfried is just a 3-3.
It all ends here.
Ooh. I think that's the first time I've seen her evolve.
Me too, actually.
I didn't think she was that pretty. Huh.
Yeah, it feels good, man. It's like, unlike Quick Blader, it's another card, and I'm always a fan of these, that has 2 entirely separate artworks.
Right?
For being evolved.
Now this is a little bit unfortunate. Having to trade everything that he has right now, just to stay alive, and Fantasy knows that, you know, he'll get knocked down to losers, so you might as well play, you know, to the very end. That's pretty much game right there.
Rip. Gave it a good try, but I think another issue is like drawing into things like Angel of the Word instead of Griffin Knight, bodies that are more difficult to deal with and don't die to Whole Soul Swing.
Right.
It's really difficult when you're against mid-range Sword, that kind of opens options like Whole Soul Swing and Grimnir early on. That doesn't try to necessarily aggress on the board, but just takes you off of it before it can.
Yeah. And that's a win for Didong. Fantasy having a strong start with Aggro Shadows Swords, but not so much with his Aggro Dragons. I just now realize he's playing full dragons. Full broke back aggro, sorry. Full broke back aggro.
It's a list I actually wasn't expecting to see. It's kind of fallen out of popularity.
It is.
For a while. It was super popular at the end of Rise of Bahamut after that patch came through.
Normally,
was this affected at all?
Normally people would bring Dragon and Shadow and then one class that tries to compete it. Or yeah, so basically just Dragon, Shadow, and then picking one class that, you know, that can try to counter something. But I don't know. Aggro Dragon seems good and bad at the same time. It just depends on the matchup.
I'm wondering really how the actual matchups work with it, just because I've gotten like no information watching it, but so far it looked like it had a bit of a struggle to really open the kind of hand it wants to versus both those.
Yeah, for certain matches like that, Griff is definitely the answers, but what he wants to draw into is like his Fortes, or Phoenix if he runs into it, or his emissaries later on by turn 3 and 4. If he doesn't really get those cards, he just kind of falls back if his opponent has answers to get rid of. Yeah. For example, that game right there was a perfect example of what happens when you don't have those specific cards that you need. Sure, he has the Forte on turn 6, but you know, how can you play Forte when you're behind?
Yeah, Forte is the most like I gotta be ahead kind of card.
Yeah, and the whole aggro scheme thing is that, you know, 2 for 1. If I don't get this 2 for 1, get my body or not body but board ahead of my opponent, then obviously I'm just gonna win and win more with Forte and emissaries. But you know, I want to say it's pretty linear in that aspect. Not a lot of come around kind of deck that you would see with ramp dragons or mid-range shadow.
Yeah, I think another thing that we saw with that deck struggling is often due to the cost of Griffin Knight, because the deck kind of runs low on resources. It used to always run Kai'Sa. It would get the carrots and try to constantly use the carrots aggressively. And in the last case scenario, just like throw away the carrot for Griffin Knight so it doesn't lose any other resources. But cutting that for Dragoon Scyther's value, but at the same time, there's a lot of aggression you don't have suddenly. Like, he plays Dragoon Scyther, gets Whole Souled Swing, and then you don't get it back the way you would a carrot.
Right. I think the 3-drop that people started bringing in is the 3-drop Aqua Girl. I don't remember her name.
Aquanarian?
Aquarian?
Yo, Aquanarian?
I think so. Anyways, it's a card that's a 1/1, but it summons a whale, a Mecha Lorca, 2/2.
I thought everyone agreed that card was garbage, if I'm honest. I thought that was a consensus.
I think it's okay. It's not the greatest, and I can understand why it's in the aggro list, because essentially it just gives it 2 body on the turn 3. It's kind of like... I
think it's a bad Kai'Sa, if you ask me.
Yeah.
But it's pretty.
It is, but you know, it is what it is.
One of these days we'll probably get. Yeah, I think one of these days we're gonna get like a 4-drop Neptune. It's gonna be like a 3/4/4/5 evolve all of Mega Lorcas, and then suddenly, just like that, we'll have a new archetype.
Maybe when they get rid of the standard packs, cycle it out, and then bring in like a revamped version of it.
Yeah.
Alright, so we have M1 and CPV Fantasy coming out right now, and obviously both of them running their shadow list, so that's more likely what we're going to be seeing.
Funnily enough, M1 is the other player that brought Daria, and it's actually made it so far at the moment. What was it, I believe? Yeah, Didong also has it, and he just moved on to Grand Finals with that win, whereas M1 now fighting to get to Grand Finals with his own. So that would make Daria like probably one of the most successful decks in the top 16 right now.
Right. And I think primarily why they chose to bring Daria is to target Swordcraft decks, because they seem to know that they don't run the 5-drop Hurricane card.
Cyclone Blade.
Cyclone Blade, thank you. Close. It's close. Cyclone Blade, and because of that, they don't have any fear towards that. So, hey, they're like, hey, no clears? Alright, let's just, you know, ban out the shadow, deal with their dragons, because they don't run a lot of lightning blasts anymore, and we're just gonna secretly, you know, come back and show them, hey guys, we're still alive. I mean, we're under your scope and everything, but, you know, we still spam our boards and be ahead and still, you know, poke you down.
Yeah, frankly, I feel like Daria doesn't even have to worry about Cyclone Blade. I feel like even if Swordcraft lists still ran it, I think in Rise of Bahamut tournaments, Daria still won through those matchups.
Yeah.
I think it's just that Sword got nothing to really deal with Daria. Like, it has a bit more resources than Luminous Mage, which is like the main difference. But I think Daria just doesn't care about that, because usually around 4 to 6 they're exploding, and Sword, if they're answering slowly, they'll lose anyways.
Alongside of that too, that we've seen quite a bit less force than what we normally do with swords. So I can tell already that there is some sort of shift changed in this tournament comparison to the past 2-3 tournaments. Like in the previous 2 tournaments, we've seen a lot more Forest, Swords, or Aegis, or Haven in general, but making it to the top 16. And then started fading out the Aegis and start bringing in just mainly Forest and Swords. Of course, you're obviously running both Shadow and Dragons, but you know, Sword and Forest would be the next pick to choose. Essentially, Forest got phased out, and now we're seeing Daria. So it's interesting how the meta slightly changed just to take advantage from the previous match, and these players are thinking ahead what the meta would be like in a week or two, and then playing these cards to match up against those favorable positions.
I was about to suggest as well that I think a lot of variance we've been seeing between all of these tournaments is that it was clear from maybe even the first tournament or very early on, before we had figured out how dominant Dragon and Shadow would be, that at the very least the two classes looked amazing. We all thought Dragon was actually it, but then it turned out that Shadow was the most dominant deck in tournaments and all that.
Well,
and I feel like,
to be exact, we thought that aggro was really good, but then mid-range Shadow just started coming out on top.
Yeah, aggro Shadow more or less disappeared like quickly enough, as people realized that mid-range actually grinds out just fine versus control decks, which is rare because mid-range hasn't really ever done that. But I think a lot of the variance that's starting to come through is we've had like a tournament or two already by now that was stable with that meta between Dragon and Shadow, but due to the lack of really seeing other classes, there's still stuff that hasn't been explored completely. And I feel like just even seeing people go back to Daria and whatnot suggests that people are still like trying to figure out if there is something that they can concoct that can deal with mid-range Shadow, now that they know how the list is optimized.
Right, and that's quite a simple answer. Just ban them.
Yeah, I think that's been top 16 so far. We're seeing the Shadow Mirrors come out now, and this is like the inevitable response to not being able to ban it. It's just, alright, let's just get this over with.
And it is a little bit unfortunate that M1 had to play the Shadow Reaper on turn 2.
Yeah, could not miss his 2-drop. Gonna go ahead and have the same equivalent value as a Wise Merman there.
What are you hiding inside?
It's a Prince of Catacomb upon Prince Catacomb, however. Easy way to take the board, but 2-drop plus Shadow Reaper is a really good way to punish this.
Now, honestly,
the bones embrace me.
What are your thoughts on being second in this mirror match and they're playing both of these things together?
I feel like going second tends to be really polarized towards feeling that you're at a disadvantage all game, because as we're seeing, he doesn't have board.
Right.
But I feel like this is not really because of like most reasons for why this happens. Like, Daria wanted always to go second because its first evolve was its biggest power spike.
Right.
But the biggest power spike of this deck is just turn 3 most of the time. There's no such thing as like a turn 4 power spike in Shadowcraft at the moment, because at best the only evolve effect you have is like, what, Playful Necromancer? So I think for a long time we've seen Shadow not care for going second just because it's got nothing to do with the first evolve. With that said, having a gigantic Shadow Reaper like this does help out a lot when you go second.
Certainly does. Means also that he has to trade in onto everything that he has. Well, I was just kidding. Zombie party coming in.
At the very least, like, it causes the person who went first to lose some tempo and slow down to trade with stuff.
Yeah.
And they want to be going face with the board that they get to have because they went first.
Oh, Luna. Luna, 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 with all your zombies.
Yeah, I feel. Zombies and skeletons actually being relevant in the game now.
Before then, we would ignore the Bone Chimera. Nowadays, we see a Bone Chimera, kill it with fire.
You kill it and then Prince Catacomb gives its skeletons skeletons. Like,
Skillception, pretty much.
Want to play?
actually, what is he even doing? Like, I know that the character's supposed to be like, he animates the skeleton inside of you so that when you die it turns into a skeleton, but why can he do that to a skeleton? That's how they're gonna nerf him, probably.
Hey, why so angry?
There's a zombie party, but can't get
I don't
zombies out of it.
To be honest, I don't think he is ever going to be nerfed.
I'll show you.
Quite frankly.
Yeah. Well, I think if they want to nerf Shadow, then he's a very blaring target at the moment. Just because
does.
what
I feel like is that I think other classes need buffs instead rather than nerfing Shadow just in general. Because I find him fine doing the way it is. It just needs to find a way like to buff up other classes in the lower portion to compete.
Yeah, I'm thinking the way Side Games tends to approach this is that adjusting cards and classes to be weaker usually involves nerfs, whereas buffs is it's actually like the exact opposite thing of buffing classes that aren't working is what Prince Catacomb has done for Shadow. They solve so many problems the class used to have.
Yeah.
It's Yaktar into Yaktar. It's not even bad to respond with a 30 Yaktar. It lets your first Yaktar trade into the second Yaktar.
He's gonna play another one.
You know, it doesn't have the shadows for Death's Breath to have ward here, so I think his actual fastest play here is just to go Yaktar again.
I was thinking, for some reason, Mortal Sane instead.
Sane's not a bad option either, but leaving a 5-6 on board against an opponent that has played a Cerberus is it's a lot of life here not to lose.
It is, but you can't exactly ignore this board either, so you're more likely to trade. Trading at least a 5-4. Because if you went face here for what, 9 damage? No, 11 damage, sorry.
Very close to a lethal setup, but not quite, and that's all the difference right now.
Yeah, so in that case he needs to trade, and so M1 kinda actually knew that.
It's a lot of value out of these whites. Nectar does get to keep his body though.
And M1 was playing that pretty smartly too, because now he can just play Demon Lord Ector and just finish the game.
That's his best to try to slow conversion, but nothing on a 1-mana bud is gonna save him from the Octar. He needs like an angelic snipe here.
Doesn't really have it. All he has is boss Coco.
Yeah, got these keen enchantments, and aside from that, looks like he's lost this one.
Yep. M1's
no, unfortunate.
M1 setting up that 2-turn lethal.
Yeah. And M1 also showing the patience to realize that even though leaving a 5-6 up here at 12 health against a bursty deck like this is pretty scary to do, calms down and realizes he's not gonna die to anything there.
Yep. Now, if he had managed to pull Phantom Howl, would that have been enough? No, it would have been
plus 4 plus 2. Yeah.
Well, he was on turn 8 anyways, so he couldn't be able to do it, unfortunately. He needed one more turn. So M1 taking that shadow game first.
Yeah. And I feel like, again, as I was able to observe earlier, they get the shadow mirror out of the way, and then usually all it is like a change of information. Because since, as we still have yet to find really a deck or class that specifically counters this, the player who lost with Shadow the first time then has to switch into something else, which is usually Dragon or whatever else.
Right.
That kind of struggles a bit.
Ooh, goes with this Daria first.
Mother, father,
now I don't think we've seen a lot of plays with Daria versus Shadow. It's gonna be interesting, at least for me, to see how this goes.
Yeah, this is a matchup I'm actually
we don't see it often enough.
I was about to say it's a matchup I usually don't like ever see, and then I see this opening hand, and I'm like, I don't feel like I'm even about to see it. Alright, never mind. The first 2 draws made this an amazing hand, actually.
It's not too bad, but it definitely could have been better. For sure.
It's turning into a curve. He did go second, so these piercing runes are pretty good. It's just that he doesn't have anything before that.
No. No Clark to come in, or Craig. Generally, that's what he needs on this next draw. Not close enough.
Lots of spell boosts coming out. All really useful. Unfortunately, the Angelic Snipe unable to clear minions at all. So at best, he's got the Witch Hat. This can threaten to trade into something, but Orthrus. So that's gonna be half health for him now. Ogler or Witch Hat either cannot lead into playing both piercing runes.
Right.
It's actually like the nerf is still really hurting here, because that is a full clear that you don't get anymore.
And for those of you who are new, Piercing Rune was one of the main cards that were nerfed, and the original cost when you evolve would have been reduced to 1 instead of 2, which is where it's at now. Fortunately, having a 2-draw Piercing Rune kind of hurts a bit, because it doesn't leave you.
Yeah, it would have been a huge difference if you could just slammed both right there. Alright, Dance of Death. Slows down a little bit, but still another chunk of half of remaining life total. Draws a Daria, well, pretty unfortunate as he doesn't get to boost that anymore.
It won't be long now.
Okay. Nothing goes to 0. In fact, this is a pretty non-spell boosty hand anyways. But the Levi is a big deal. Fantasy is actually getting low himself.
Yeah.
I say, and then he gets a fan mail.
At least we got the answers. Apparently Daria, I mean, to be fair, he didn't get the perfect curve that he needs in order to, you know, blow up. But I mean, that's the thing with Daria.
It looked okay. Like, maybe it's an issue of Daria wants probably still to go first in this matchup solely because we saw how much he took half his health because of all the early game that Fantasy was able to mount there. And that's like just Daria's like, this isn't even like a thing versus Shadow going first, but Daria has always just sort of had this weakness ever since Piercing Rune got nerfed, where it doesn't have a strong Evo turn anymore on 4. So most other classes that can just push into it don't really get blown out by anything. Alright, so both Shadows now out of the way. I feel like this is just kind of the trend you see with this deck, is like, they both play Shadows first. Shadow takes 2 games, and it's almost as if they just banned Shadow and they just play the other 2 classes.
Well, what I find funny too is that I think in an advantage case is, hey, if I'm going to win with one of my Shadows, and if I can just tilt my opponent from that point forward, then I can have a chance to win. But if the other person managed to win with Shadow, it's like, hey, I know what you're going to be playing next. You're gonna keep playing that Daria, so I'm gonna choose one of the 2 that can try to beat it. And in this case, he chose with swords, interestingly enough. I thought he'd go with dragons.
Unbelievable.
Actually, maybe it just feels like this mid-range sword deck can do fine versus Daria. It's possible that Daria's not really necessarily here to do anything with sword, but merely says if I go sword and I go first again, and I can get a decent boost of tempo over Daria again, then I'll be just fine.
Yep.
I mean, no Daria yet, but has a Melvy in hand for reloading.
And a good old mutagenic bolt.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
It's
dirt.
chilling. Maybe the one matchup of mutagenic bolt is not what. It's just kind of whatever. But having a board clear is cool.
It's just like back in the old days.
So I heard you like to hurt yourself. So let me play this mutagenic bolt.
One time when I was playing Aggro Shadow, I got lethal off of having it hit me because I had Cerberus pieces in hand. It's like probably the most risky board clear in the game, but also one of the most interesting.
Yeah.
Luminous Mage eats up that body of Levi, which is really fortunate actually. Never thought about that. It's not like there's just a... Oh, there's now a magic missile.
Magic
It's
missile.
not like Angelic Barrage or anything.
Yeah, magic missile coming down and picking up the Conjure Golem. He's gonna evo the Crag to go face for 4. No, trades. Just wanting the win board.
Trades the Sun. Yeah, respects the commander on board. There's not really much that I can think of that interacts with commanders anymore. Yeah, well, the whole Soul Swing looks good, but... Okay, yeah, into a full offensive.
Not a whole lot. Unless you want to make a commander deck with Gawain, which is pretty much a failed experiment.
Yeah. And you can throw in punish your opponent by playing that young Tristan. Go base man.
I don't think anybody tried. Ooh, hello.
I think the only people... Alright. Well, here's Melvy. Card of Sanctity, anime effect. Both players draw to 7. However, I think a big weakness of Melvy is that on top of having a smaller body than Daria, she gives you no tempo as you play her. So like, you're behind on board and you give your opponent cards in order to refill yourself, but...
Yeah, I feel like Melvy is just one of those cards that allows you to win more. It's just as long as you're ahead, but if you're behind, like, look at this board. Then look back
it's
at
like
Melvy.
you draw to get burned, yeah. I was about to say, it looked like a fine turn just a Dance of Death and just Evo Face, but...
This is much better.
That's a lot of things too, yeah.
Ooh, decides to trade in those.
Great. Builds a massive board and protects a Luminous Mage on board at the same time. Knowing 3 health is going to be difficult to deal with.
I don't think that
No,
levy...
It's just like back in the old days.
I don't
Something
think
that's kind of tough to watch. Oh,
Right.
sorry, it's just that Mutagenic Bolt is like the board clear you run in this deck, but against a board of 4 minions, you still can't play it just because you're so behind.
Right. Again, I think Mutagenic Bolt is just another card that kind of wins more if you're ahead.
Mm.
It's
like a card that burns your opponent in order to try to finish them off.
Yeah.
But you can't really use it for utility before then.
Chew on this.
Yeah, this is like the most casual Fangblade Slayer. He's like, isn't like his lore supposed to be that he's trying to hunt gigantic monsters to bring back like these massive rewards to his mom, and he just kills a Bichette.
Apparently you know more lore than I do, so...
It just gets her hat.
I'm through.
Oh, yeah, I concede realizing I don't have an answer to this.
I don't have an answer because it's already turn 8 and I still do not have a Daria.
Yeah, and technically, you could have mutagenic bolted to turn that into a 1-1, taking 1 damage, and he's not dead to Albert. But, I mean, after that, you don't win the game, so...
Typically, you want to try to find Daria within, kind of similar to how D-Shift is, within turns 3 and 4, or 3 through 5. If you don't get it by that time, it's kind of really difficult to come back. And sometimes, that case scenarios do happen where Darius is at the bottom of your deck. And we've seen that happen in Rage of Bahamut, where the last 4 cards were actually 3 Daria.
Bow before Dark Dragoon,
That feel.
ruler of the sky.
You know, I just thought about this about
guess you're
Daria
looking
versus
for a
Sword in
fight.
general. I think Daria probably gets absolutely bodied by Vagabond Frog. I think that's actually like Daria's one of the decks that just can't answer that. Anyway, incoming this Aggro Dragon matchup. Having 2 Dance of Death is like, this gives me flashbacks to like Aggro Deck's running Dance of Death. And the problem is he probably only runs 2. I can check that.
Yep.
But it feels so bad to draw copies of this early on, because it's effectively just not there. You don't want to play this for tempo.
Feels bad. And you don't have anything to play?
Well, if he had not drawn Angel of the Word, then these Dance of Deaths would be like breaking him heart. But maybe he can do it again, yeah. Gets another play off the top. Probably sweating a little bit, like, I just gotta play everything I draw here.
What do I do? That's...
Levi really strong here because of this piercing.
Yep.
This is like the classic Daria gameplay. The turn 4 Levi piercing.
Now if only that
How long
piercing
has it
rune was
been?
a 1-of, and he can actually go phase for 5 damage in total.
Yeah. And how long has it been since I've seen that? The good old Levi piercing.
2 months ago. Wasn't too long ago either.
Feels like forever.
Yep.
I just put it in the vault in my head. Things not to remember. So we were seeing how Aggro Dragon just kind of pops off. He's done all the damage he needs and this Forte finishes it.
Yep. Unfortunately, no matter what this Daria does, you don't run any heals.
It's just like
Yeah.
back in the old days.
There was a one of the tournament from last month where they ran D shift, but with the healer. That as long as you play a spell,
Dazzling healer.
These black wings
Oh my
you
gosh.
play a spell and it heals for 1. And it was to
Oh,
combat
okay.
against aggro.
Yeah, gauntleted healer. Okay.
Yeah,
I was about to be like,
Gauntlet
dazzling? Like that 2-3 that heals your board? Or
No.
in D-shift?
No.
Yeah, no.
No.
Yeah, I remember Gauntleted Healer. I think people played it in D-shift for a really long time back in like Classic.
Yep.
But yeah,
Good
that's
old
gonna be a
days.
really strong showing for Aggro Dragon. Doesn't need too many resources this time around. To just get on board, tempos out, opponent doesn't respond, and then what do they do to the Forte? Nothing.
And CPV Fantasy winning out this this game, so now he gets his revenge match against Didong, KMD.
And he did do well versus him that last time around. It was a 2-3, so it came close.
Yep.
But thanks for playing M1. Fantasy gonna move on.
By the way, I realize all these top 16 matches are so fast.
Yep. Shadowverse has become a faster game, I'm starting to think. I remember there was like an interview with the developers. They actually expected the overall impact of this expansion to make the game slower, but it's been the opposite just because of how people bring decks that they know have to be able to deal with, I think, the most fast operating class we've ever seen in Shadow.
Alright, so we got our 2 Koreans here. Basically, it's the Korean versus Korean all over again in Riot LCS.
Hey. Now Shadowverse 2 is a Korean-dominated esport.
Pretty much.
Which is like kind of true, actually. I think the game's so much bigger in Korea, or at least in terms of ranking of like how big this game is in different countries. It's got to be Japan #1, and then I think it's Korea after that, then China, then us.
Alright, so we'll be getting an interview. CPV Fantasy luckily does speak English quite a bit. I'm not so sure about Didong, but he's sufficient enough. Maybe Fantasy can translate.
Feels good.
Feels good. Last time we had someone that was in 2nd place that was Korean. We tried to. It was HM. HFM.
I remember this.
So hopefully he can come in later today. Pretty sure these players are quite tired, as it is currently 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, I can empathize with this. I forget sometimes I'm in the same time zone. Yeah, if these players have been playing this whole tournament, yeah, they started playing at like, what, 2 AM maybe?
Yep.
Now it's like morning light for them.
It's like 3
Yeah,
o'clock
this-
in the morning for them.
Yeah, I glance outside and it's like all bright and the sun's up, and I close the blinds and retreat back into my like little rat house.
Right. Well, whoever wins here, they have a chance to get $150 US dollars, and I don't know how much that is in Korean. Maybe someone in chat can let us know about that. How much is $150 in USD converted to Korean?
170,193 South Korean won.
Not
I
bad.
didn't know the exchange rate was like this, but it's probably similar to yen actually.
It's probably enough for something.
Actually, I remember that. I read a webtoon once where I was like freaking out about the number they were using for estimated depth, and then there was like a translator's note saying that's only like $1,000. I was like, oh.
That's kind of similar to how JP is too. Like for $1, it's like 113.
It's just like an extra 0 for 1, I think.
Yep.
As yen is just like times 100. Yen is effectively just cents, really.
Come on, let's play together.
And we're off. Once again, double Lunas.
Double Luna's opening it up as usual. I think the deck is so likely to get a 1-drop most of the time, just due to the fact that it runs so many of them.
Well, let's see what happens. First time, I think Didong won the first match. Seems like Fantasies is having the upper hand. Well, it depends. He does have a Soul Reaper, but on the other hand, he has Fantasy has 2 Prince of Catacomb.
Yeah, like this Prince of Catacomb series is good, but only... yeah, decent. I was about to say that losing a bit of tempo going second can hurt a lot, but when your opponent doesn't draw into Prince of Catacomb, then that completely like just changes how you have to play the game.
Yep.
Gets these trades in here, tries to get what value he can off of this.
Alright, Orthrus, you have 1 job. 50% chance.
Maximizes it.
Oh, never
bad.
lucky.
Not too bad.
He decided to play it safe too. I know that in the previous tournaments, we've seen players play Orthrus to snipe the, and just to pull ahead.
It feels bad. You know if you just played it without trading to optimize it, it would have just hit it.
Yeah.
That's how it always works out.
Yep.
But pretty good here. He can zombie party the other one. Or just never mind. I forget that this is a guard sometimes.
Didong showing how dominant he can be right now. He's basically saying, "Ha!
Got you guys.
I've beaten you already. I'll do it again this time."
Yeah, take it, boy. Okay, so Didong's like gotten this kind of situation where when you're going second and you manage to find tempo in this matchup, it starts to switch over from being generally first favored to being very second favored.
Pretty much.
And gets a tempo Cerberus here most likely to be able to show that off more. Could also choose Delirial Zombie Party, but I don't think to very much avail.
I mean, what he can do is wait till turn... Oh, wait, he did decide to go to Delirial. I guess he's opting this one so that he can just win more with the board.
Yeah, you absolutely keep board with this line of play, so I can definitely see the reasoning behind it.
Can also decide to play the Zombie Party just to clear it out more. But he doesn't really need to, because he can just do it with that.
I was thinking he'd probably be trading to get value off the zombie party so you actually get rid of the 1-1.
Yep.
But it's just a 1-1. It's pretty innocent. Don't really get punished for this.
It's just a 1-1. What are you gonna do? It's
Yeah,
not like you have
like 10
a...
damage?
It's not like you have a zombie Reaper next to you.
Yeah, what's it gonna do? Just like Orthrus and then Cerberus and this thing's like a 50-50? Thing's got like Yu-Gi-Oh stats right here.
Yeah. At the moment, Fantasies is not having any luck so far. It's not even close to the 11 HP to pull it off either. He's far from it.
Yeah.
And it seems like DD is having a setup so that he can win possibly in 2 turns from this point forward.
Doesn't that Mimi doesn't deal with this body anymore? This goblin just pulling in work. Just like when you get, I think this is the strength truly of mid-range Shadow, is when you get to turn 7, it doesn't matter how you've been doing. You play Ektar and you're winning. Like you play Ektar and he pushes. It's like you drop an anchor on the seesaw on your opponent from how much he does, no matter what state of the board you're in. You have board and he just pushes it face. You don't, and the shadow that you got from not having board turns into zombies. We're seeing like this is really coming through in this matchup versus Aggro, where Aggro doesn't have that kind of a turn 7.
Basically he's saying, oops, oh, here's the win. It's Cerberus. That's basically win right there. Nice top deck.
Yeah, we're seeing like perhaps this is what caused the shift towards mid-range Shadow rather than Aggro. It's like, doesn't see it.
Come on.
I feel like I've seen so many missed Cerberus lethals, and it feels bad.
I know, right?
That could be a big deal, but he is like at such high health that it doesn't really matter. I was saying, I feel like a problem we're seeing is Aggro Shadow runs Prince Catacomb too, which gives it a lot of shadows, but it also takes up all of its board space, so as you're trying to build all your plays around having skeletons and board, Phantom Howl becomes a lot more awkward to play.
Yeah.
We're seeing it here too, and then he wasn't able to keep board, so he couldn't push much damage, and now Phantom Howl just isn't going to do anything for him.
Feels bad. What do you do with this entire hand? You play a Phantom Howl.
You trade in your storms, which is like... he's got a skeleton fighter after this.
And what's even more sad further on is that Didius is just going to be playing Demon Lord Ector, and he's just going to refill the entire board again. And Fantasies is going to be like,
yeah.
Oh my god.
See Queen Odo Hime over here. Like...
Demon Lord Hime.
Get him, skeleton fighter. Needs like a deathly tyrant to get that much damage. Just zombie parties. No longer needs to.
Alright, he's just. I think he's just.
He's primed for it now, yeah.
Yeah, he's just playing around right now.
Soul Compression. You cast that on yourself over there, like.
A little slight BM from DD there. He had 2 turns to win. He's just. He's like, yeah. Look at my hand.
Because I'm always gonna do this, however. So Fantasy now in that same situation as before. The Shadow game is over. You can take the children out of the basement. You don't have to hide anymore.
Put Luna back to
now
sleep.
You can play Shadow. Yeah, now I'm the one who can play Shadow. Like, though I really am starting to see, like, I guess I've already like beaten this to death, but if you're able to roll really well into the Shadow matchup after having won the mirror, that seems to be kind of like the most deciding advantage of starting Shadow.
Yeah. As I said earlier, the purpose of having this mirror matches is if you're going first, your opponent is already tilted. And what DD just did there previously was to mind game Fantasy into tilting him further, and then hopefully use this to his advantage to like roll out something amazing to win with his sword. It might bite him in the butt.
Yeah, I mean he's going first, which means that board can potentially be his, but if he doesn't have like the tempo 3 drop, that missed like stat can be it.
What are you hiding inside?
Just imagine that were like a Grimnir or something on the side here, and the Goblin wasn't able to hit base.
Right.
Oh, and doesn't have a turn forward either, so he's just got 2/2 drops. Doesn't get any benefit from going first anymore.
Oh no. Now see, this is karma coming back to him from those previous games, I believe.
Yeah. The Orthrus miss is coming back in the form of a really strong start.
Right now, Diddy doesn't really have much of anything. All he could play is just the Albert or Hold Soul Twin.
Household Swing and pass. Or Household Swing and evolve the Knight at best, and the Shadow Reaper eats you alive. Yeah, Didi's in a really compromised position here. You went first, but you didn't get anything to do with it. Got 2 Dance of Deaths. And now... You got like the infamous turn 5 Albert, but you didn't open strong into it, so...
At your service.
Alright, Knight coming in. One man gotta clean up this entire board. But he's ready for the task.
I mean, this is the best that he can do, and unfortunately, Fantasy has an even better hand.
Yeah, unfortunately this 8/8 Shadow Reaper is probably just gonna
Casually
half shot him literally.
Casually an 8/8 Reaper.
Yeah, just a flame destroyer over here that had stealth. Just the bottom right buddies out of that one. It's like, no, no. You can have this one. Let's just stop playing Shadows. Like effectively that insta concede. Doesn't even go for the Dance of Death. It's just like,
Right.
no.
No, I think now Fantasy would have to bring up with his Aggro Dragons in order to come back from this.
Hmm.
But it'd be interesting if he tries to pull up a Sword Mirror right about now. So I honestly don't think that Aggro Dragons do well against Daria, and which explains why DD decides to go with his sword. The previous match he went with Daria as a second match instead of his swords.
Yeah. At least I feel like Aggro Dragon, if it can't keep its resources together, which you used to just do with carrots, then Daria just becomes like such a tough matchup for it.
Right.
Yo, in with this Daria, and in with this dragon. He's gonna try his best, and it is possible that he can just kind of like get a really strong opener. Does have a curve. Has a dragon emissary too. That's actually really interesting. Goes away. Never mind. I speak too soon. I was about to be like a guaranteed storm later, but maybe it's just not fast enough, so he does get to curve out here.
Oh, as I said, Fantasy linking up with his dragon, and DD actually switching from his swords into his Daria, thinking that he's like, hey, I know you think that I'm going with my swords, but actually I'm gonna switch to my Daria so that you have a bad start.
Yeah, no, this fire lizard is important. That was like a elven child May kind of fire lizard right there. But yeah, I think it's a pretty smart switch. He's like, I know all you got left is Sword and Dragon. And you know what I think is gonna do just fine against both of these? Daria. Like, there's it in there.
As long as he managed to pull off an Emissary or Forte in time while he's ahead right now.
Yeah. I'm seeing like one of the kind of difficult things about Dragon Scyther is that card is not tempo if you play it on turn 3. It dies to like every 1-cost removal.
Right.
And the Bane's not really so important early on. It's like, it's super good later. In fact, it's everything the deck wants in a card later.
That was actually really good for DD there.
That Daria down to 3 mana.
And next turn it can be a 1.
Yeah, it's really easy to play that just with Clark, Evo, Piercing Rune, and throw it all.
Yeah.
No Mushushu though.
Unfortunately,
but, yeah.
Fortunately, it gets, you know, easily answered with the Piercing Rune.
The perfect target for it.
Oh, not the card. Not the card you wanted.
Maybe sometimes it's okay. I think like most Daria players just come to accept it if they draw the second one. They're like, this is how many Darias do you even play in the average game? Like, how many licks does it actually take to get to the lethal center of a Daria deck?
Lollipop
Throws it in at
reference.
0 mana. Really good stuff. I actually haven't had a like Tootsie Pop in like 10 years, and I always thought they were disgusting. Anyway, it's a.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah. It has a Dance of Death. Wait, that's not right.
Oh. Pretty sure that was
Okay.
not what he wanted.
I think he pauses after playing that, being like, "Wait, that's not how this. I didn't want that."
Why is this in here?
It's like, I have made a mistake. Or maybe that's actually really the smartest thing ever. 4-mana Dance of Death is crazy, but that seems so awkward to me. It seems unintentional.
Well, sometimes with the Dance of Death, since I did run this list similar to this list before, 4-drop Dance of Death helps with this kind of situation, and it gives you a little play, like to do a 2-drop on turn 6. So
yeah, that's true. I think the threat of 7 damage face and trying to top deck into lethal is usually what Aggro Dragon's wanting to go for, though.
Right.
Anyway, second Daria. Either way. He's gonna lose his board anyway, so it's not like Forte would help here.
Ridiculous.
Alright, you know, he's just chilling over here. Got the Ogler off of that Daria. Board is full. Nothing really in the game clears this. Like a Breath of the Salamander, but I don't think he runs that in here, after all.
it's a little bit unfortunate that he's now having to deal with not just 1 Daria, but 2 Daria. Bright side, that was his last Daria. So now, essentially, just gonna have to play defensively until he can manage to stabilize.
Hmm.
9 to face. Now becomes 11.
Right. Probably sweating a little bit over here. I don't think there's... I think you realize at this point, I probably don't have anything here that's gonna save me from this. Gets a, you know, second Dance of Death looking like it's BMing him here.
Oh no. Didong. Definite with the mind games going on. Can definitely see the switch ups and baiting his opponent right after. Now for sure we know that he's gonna be playing swords. Alright, so right now Fantasy has to somehow come up a way to come back from this. And he should have some sort of advantage since he's drawing right.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it's not too bad of a curve. I think I would have kept one of those cards from before though.
I'd say this time around it looks like his curve is, it's built itself together, but I think he's running into the same problem before, where if that Dragoon Scyther gets whole soul swinged while he's ahead on board, then his hand doesn't go anywhere from it. Mid leader, pretty slow response to this. It looks like he's gonna go for 2 Ivory Dragons in response. Second maid leader is unfortunate. He definitely wants a whole soul swing in a situation like this.
Pretty sure you do see a salamander. That's definitely gonna help him out.
Alright. Really probably useful in a moment. We're seeing a problem with the entire hand costing 5, other than a Geno, who's here for single target removal. He can take out a goblin, but that's about it. If anything, it probably... Yeah, I was about to worry, is like, it's such a bad thing to throw into Dragoon Scyther. It makes the Bane really important. The Mushushu only making it worse. But now that it doesn't kill the Dragon Scyther, if he throws in like Luminous Mage, for example, he can't get like a value trade. He has to ignore the 2/2 Bane.
Right.
And that's a lot of damage that's gonna end up being pushed towards him.
And this is the reason why a dragon can win versus swords, and mainly just being ahead all the time. And there isn't really much swords has in their arsenal to get the board back unless they can fully clear. At Larios, it's just gonna kill it for free. And another Mushisu.
Mount, yeah. Mount Mushu number 2 here.
I should have foreseen
He also, just concedes off of seeing that.
Yeah.
Is like, there's actually nothing in my deck that's gonna answer this board. But yeah, the option there that I was probably thinking of you can evolve Lyriel to get that clean trade on Albert, but you can also just throw in the 1/1 and evolve something face. That would put him so low.
Now, Didong coming very close to being a champ. Just needs to pull and win one more. He just need to get the God Curve versus Fantasy. And both of these players are pretty much playing the same thing, or similar things.
Alright, Aggro Dragon out. That means that this, tournament gets decided, or at least tournament point at a Sword Mirror.
You must die. Stand back.
Alright, here we go. Last possible match. Didong wins this. And there won't be another match. If Fantasy wins this, it's a bracket reset.
Tournament point for Didong. But kind of awkward opening with double Grimnir and Fangblade Slayer, but as soon as he does get to play a Grimnir, that tends to be a really good tempo swing into Swordcraft. Outside of like, maybe Fantasy goes first, gets a Genoa on turn 4 is usually the best answer to it.
How many people would bring Naval Guard's Simone into their list, and it's pretty interesting.
I've seen Simone getting like a decent amount of attention as a card, just because Sword, like, its 2-drops are like, they get the job done regularly, but there's not really any spectacular 2-drops it has to run in the class.
Right.
There's like Maid Leader, Veteran Lancer, and then like Gelt. Like Samurai's not spectacular, just Fervid Soldier. So it figures like the least conditional card among the set of Swords 2-drops is actually something along the lines of Simone.
Our warmest smiles.
He was the Maid Leader and has a Veteran Lancer and had to play beside it. It's kind of difficult to deal with here.
And right now Didong is seems to be struggling in getting the board back.
Yeah.
The only difference is that he has a bigger hand size than Fantasy at the moment. If he decides to play at all of these cards right now, he's just gonna eventually burn out. So he needs to carefully choose out the right ones.
The battlefield awaits.
Fantasy has a kind of awkward turn here because it doesn't get an easy way to get any puzzled swing value.
Right.
But he can push a fair amount of face damage. Could decide to Evo here because his hand at the start of this turn is the kind of hand that tells you all of your resources are going face. Like,
yep. And you would need to hope that you get at least more face damage with Albert when it comes in.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
General fights a little bit back for the board, but leaves a 3-3 up when you're at like half health on a deficit already.
I'm pretty sure this is the kind of card that he needs.
It won't be long now.
Yeah, this Ignis Mage is huge.
Turn the power of hope to light.
Just has to go for the value trade. I think dealing 1 additional damage doesn't necessarily give him the extra damage he needs, and that Novice Trooper and Dance of Death together are a total of 6. So figures the 1 is not going to make that big of a difference.
Right. Didong right now, he needs to figure out how he's going to come back from the game.
I am the mad cyclone.
It won't be long now.
That Dance of Death is definitely an answer to get rid of this, and we're going to probably see an Evo Luminous just doing 3 damage. Nope, just kidding.
I won't lose again.
Just 3 to face.
Yeah, I don't think he would Luminous in that situation.
No,
I don't think he would be Luminous in that situation.
Me, Captain.
It all ends here.
Elliot is a really strong top deck here. Probably one of the best he could have gotten because that Dance of Death was really slow. Whereas this is like burst damage that puts him in lethal range of either card that's been sitting in hand this entire time. So
Fortunately.
Elliot's command isn't gonna.
Yeah. And unfortunately, this is game reset match for CPV Fantasy.
And just to take out this sword mirror here. Our entire hand is lethal.
An exemplary battle.
Okay. So bracket reset.
Alright, so we're probably going to see, probably predictably they're going to take the same approach to this and see how well the Shadow Mirror works again. There are different archetypes, so we can gather a little bit more information about how aggro and mid-range really interact with each other before seeing them probably try again. Because I feel like Fantasy's been kind of ups and downs so far with his Aggro Dragon. He's had like some really strong games with it, and some where it didn't really feel like he had much of a chance to begin with.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be a pretty pivotal point on how this last match goes.
Like we said, with his Aggro Dragons can either be can be hit or miss.
Yeah, it's interesting that the Dragon deck that makes it to Grand Finals is actually Aggro Dragon rather than a player who brought Ramp or something along those lines.
Right. And generally Ram Dragon do well against, not Ram Dragon, Aggro Dragon does well against Ram Dragon, and it's been doing well for him thus far. Now we're going into their next match.
This opens up into the Shadow Mirror once more.
Come on, let's play together.
Fantasy going to be able to go first with Aggro Shadow, which could be a big advantage for him, but going to need to draw something that helps him open up into turns 1 and 2 here. Because just Catacomb by itself on turn 3 is really rough. Doesn't find a 1-drop. Deck is full of 1 and 2 drops, so he's probably not. It's not unlikely that he doesn't draw one of them.
Well, there it is.
Okay, passes 2 turns as aggro, loses the board, and that makes it so that Didong is the first who gets to evolve here. Throws in a Rabbit Necromancer, but right now, not really poised to do anything next turn either. It's possible this is just one of those aggro games where you drew all of your finishers immediately. Like Phantom Howl, Cerberus, and Doubly Actar. And you just got nothing to do.
Feels bad. Freaking Fantasy just high rolling it here casually. And that is one sad Shadow Reaper.
Yeah, it's a Shadow Reaper with not much going for it. It's like a ninja officer over here right now. The most value it's gonna get is off of just the effect of Prince Catacomb, and it's probably not gonna get any bigger here. Even if you if DD even just evos the 2/2 face, then like evoing Prince Catacomb back isn't gonna be able to get over it.
No.
So at best, it's like he's got a Cerberus next turn and a 1/1 that's just chilling.
And now he's just gonna make it even worse. Now that Prince Catacomb can't kill it, but can't even die.
Yeah.
So what do you even do here?
Goblin's value if he wants to go this approach.
What are you hiding inside?
Armor weapons more!
Oh man.
It's not too bad. The Shadow Reaper does have to be answered now. This is a play that gives him board, he's just so behind in life.
It's pretty much a free kill from Delirial, and he can even use a Dark Conjure too to even reduce it further.
Showing him that this Prince Catacomb, since he's so far ahead already, is not really particularly difficult to deal with.
3 for 3. That is how many times Didong has won against Fantasy in this Shadow matchup.
But I think that could be a mixture both of Fantasy I mean, this time around, we're kind of just seeing his hand not work out for him in the early game, and him just having to play whatever he gets off the top that's playable. The other times I'm feeling like it's showing off that mid-range Shadow's general approach to the game is it runs really well against aggro.
Right.
If you look at the game as it's approaching right now, even if he clears the board like he's forced to, then DD can just play his Death's Breath, and how do you answer that? And I guess he went first, so your Actar can try to, but the Rush Zombies all die in response to the wards, so... Besides, now's as good as ever to just play this Cerberus. She gets 2 decent trades off.
I haven't let loose lately. Hey, what's so angry? It's the pits for you.
Managed to get a good clear out of this. But now he's just have to prepare himself to play against a Death Breath.
As I mentioned, this Death's Breath is huge, even if he can evolve this and really trade it either way. Or he can not, and it's just as fine as well. Because the Actar, it summons 2 zombies, and it actually is going to be able to push 7 damage face. So maybe actually it's not so bad after all. The fact that he gets to keep both of these is huge.
Yeah, that would actually help Fantasy a little bit more. So, I guess you could say this is somewhat of a punish. Ooh, okay. That's weird.
Still plays it. The extra shadow he gets out of the Cerberus is not a big deal.
Yeah. But now he's only able to do, what, 3 damage? Instead of 5?
Yeah, I feel like...
Or 7?
I feel like the ordering of that just made it so that he has a 1-1 on board instead of a 5-1. Like, I think I'm missing something here. I don't think it matters because of Zombie Party, but yeah.
Well, for the end result of it, you would still have your opponent at 10 and not 14. And the result here is that you would have a 5-6, and look at your hand, you have he had a 2-turn lethal.
That is true.
He would have had
a lot of
2-turn.
damage off of, like, I mean, you missed, what, a total of 4 damage off of doing that? I'm trying to see what the reason behind it was. I can only imagine, you want the extra shadow maybe for a zombie, but he was at 7? So that's not a multiple of 3 that he's going up towards. Potentially he was like miscounting this, like...
I mean, the remaining was what, 2 shadows, right? So that means no matter what he would do, he would have 3 shadows. At least two zombies to finish off, and then I don't know.
Even so, past all of that, even with that, like, if we were right about the damage being missed, I feel like there has to be some kind of reason behind that.
Right.
But
some mind
this
games.
Death's Breath, this Death's Breath is like the best he's got. There's no Evo Deactar or anything like that. So he's at 5 health and doesn't have the removal to answer a 7-6 or 5-6. Has to pray that these wards are going to be enough.
And he can't exactly kill them right here, so he's gonna have to go Phase.
Right.
Fantasy.
Has an Evo point, but probably unsure how he wants to use this.
In Fantasy, had that little gap there just to finish him off in 2 turns. Letting him go, and now he has to figure out how to get around this.
And let's say he did get the extra damage off the Cerberus. This would be the same situation, but with just him at 1 health. He still wouldn't exactly have it this turn.
Right.
Gets the 2 trades into the zombies, and probably knows this is really dangerous to leave much alive here if you can help it. Phantom Howl, however, doesn't really do much for him here. In fact, nothing really does. You can Orthrus and hope that the 2-2 gets it, a little Soul Splasher.
I think the order would be Phantom Howl, bash into 1, and Orthrus, and hope it lands on the clean 2-3, or the 2-2.
I do like this. It does guarantee something does at least.
Oh, that's
nice. No, rewarded. That was a very unlikely play to be rewarded, but it works out.
Yeah.
Works out spectacularly, actually.
Now, Orthrus on this one can only do up to 6 damage.
Now, what you really got here, like, you do have an Evo point, but the Ghost is not... I mean, how much damage do you have? You have, like, a 6-attack zombie and a Ghost. You don't really have the remaining 3.
And next turn he would be pretty much dead.
Right.
Nice snipe.
It's probably one of the best scenarios you can... Okay, Soul Converts decides I need to find another option that doesn't draw into anything with impact. I was thinking he would have to find a way to use Soul Conversion anyway, just because, like, his hand doesn't have lethal and doesn't answer anything, and he's kind of, checkmated here. Yeah, looks like that's going to be it here. He has the evil point, right? Actually, no. What am I saying? As soon as I like lead my logic into him having the evil point, that means that he's not dead. I assume that like in Shadow Mirrors that neither player has that left after like so many turns.
And he kind of
this is actually decent.
Yeah, and he actually kind of misplayed because he missed 1 point of damage.
What are you hiding inside?
So imagine him being at 1 health versus this, right?
Wait, does this actually give him 2? Oh my! It actually does give him 2.
Yes, it stacks on itself. That was one of the first things I learned about this game. Is it does. Oh, that's a big deal.
Oh no, Prince Catacomb.
So this is...
I'm
So that one
crying
has no
right
impact,
now.
So, to be like completely clear here, his Shadow Reaper is massive, but also like his board is so full that this double effect of Prince Catacomb just doesn't do anything. He can clear 2 zombies in total with this board. He has nothing else to work with. It only plays around 2 damage, but his opponent's probably like... You can't add damage to this because you can't play Cerberus or anything like that.
And...
Oh, never mind.
Never mind.
Play like there.
I think you jinxed it. Didong is still trying to tilt fantasy.
So, in the end, did that Cerberus trade matter at all?
I think it did.
Because at any point did he have that like remaining chance to do 1 damage?
Well,
I feel like the Death Breath ended up shutting him out completely.
I still saw the lethal though, with 7 damage, because he was at 17. He would have been able to push for 7, because he has a zombie that would have went 3-1, and 2 zombies. That's 4-2, 4-2, and that would have cleared all three of those zombies. 7-1 that put him to 10. He would play that same card. And then next turn he would have done 5 plus the Phantom Howl plus the Coco. Or at least that's what I was on. I
I'll
don't
probably
know.
just watch the VOD later to check.
Much, yeah.
Because I want to say that that probably mattered, but it's already like escaping my memory.
It
Anyway.
is. Maybe chat will
Going
remember.
into... Yeah. Chat noticed apparently we were completely wrong about a lethal earlier with Cerberus in him.
Yep.
Because it was like a turn 2 lethal. Anyway. Loses his turn 1, but doesn't really matter too much as he's not going into a Catacomb here.
This time going with his Daria instead of his swords. So just kidding, I'm playing Daria this time. Let's hope for me to get a good curve on this. I feel like Daria is like really, it's just as risky to bring as much as Aggro Dragon is. Because you can either high roll really bad and lose, and then I don't know, I just find it pretty inconsistent.
I think they're both decks that kind of suffer that same problem of they don't really need to start well, but if they do, then it's always a big deal.
Yep.
Over here, it's a really good opener into Daria usually to have a Shadow Reaper that can go off early. But this is a huge problem as now what do you do versus summon Ice Form? It's like the ambush wears off and this thing doesn't get that big. Unless you want to evolve a Rabbit Necromancer into it. That could be it. Because he could push his Shadow Reaper up to... using an Evo like that seems so shaky. Evolves Shadow Reaper. Maybe passes, just to get these stats on it.
Kinda have to.
Yeah, he definitely doesn't evolve and then trade it in. Like... he tries to build it up as much as he can.
I'm just a mage who's as old as
But honestly, here he would still get the answer pretty relatively easy.
I think if there's a deck that has easy answers to big minions early on, it's probably like gonna be Daria as soon as it gets an evolve. Because like that 5 damage is like Daria deals with this. Levi Piercing has always killed things like that.
Fantasy giving him a thumbs up. Hey, not bad. Showing some respect.
Unbelievable.
So he loses board here pretty convincingly and doesn't have anything that recovers it, which is a really big deal because all these minions are pretty large. Orthrus, if this hits the Ogler, okay. Best outcome there. Evolving it can kill the Ogre now.
Want to play? Gotta take what opponents you get.
His hand, it's not looking too good. Conjure Golem and into a 0 cost, which it's pretty much a weak play. Even then he can push for what, 5 damage?
He has a lot of damage, it's just that he doesn't have any way to refill. But he does run Melvies in this deck, so maybe at best, like, protects his board with the Demonic Strike, in fact.
Right.
But when you run Melvies, I guess this is the kind of situation where you just want to hope you draw them. Because he has a lot of refills, just no way to guarantee that.
Well, let's see what happens. Heart of the cards. What will you give him? Blade Mage.
Blade Mage that's something. It's actually really relevant here. It's a lot of damage, and right now he's like, with his Dance of Death in hand, every single point of damage he's throwing in here, at least in an even quantity, is setting up for like a lethal if he doesn't answer. But as I say that, Yaktar completely pushes him off.
But on bright side of it is that Didi has a way to get rid of the 5/6 with that Dance of Death.
Right.
How interesting.
Now
I
we're
was
just...
about to say
What's up?
one of the most like, weird ways to answer that was he could actually just evolve one of the zombies to survive the trade, and then he has to make a choice between 2 zombies, whatever. But they would have left something on board.
I think it was better to save it just in case, you know, for something.
Yeah. No real point in playing around the Dance of Death. You're already so far ahead.
Right. Piercing Rune looks pretty good. Putting him to 4. Ooh, and a Dance of Death. Is this Burn Rune?
No, looking like it.
It's
His Dance of Death is huge.
Yeah.
Like 4 health? That he doesn't need to refill anymore. He just needs a setup. He just needs like a Blade Mage.
Yep, Jinx. Knock on wood.
Alright, here we go. This is the 4 Necromancy Blade Mage coming in hot. This Fantasy's got a lot of damage too. It's not like Didi's in a good situation at all, in fact. And Phantom Hell doesn't quite do it, actually.
It won't be long now.
But he does play around this as much as he can. Reduces damage by 1 in this play.
If he's gonna win this, he needs exactly Cerberus.
Yaktar, that's a zombie.
It is.
That's something. It's just... Top deck 2 damage in Daria. We've seen this happen.
Right.
We're all used to this.
Right.
But it's definitely his last turn to live. He has 1 draw to win this game.
So close, these 2 matches. Oh! No!
No.
No.
Blade Mage. It still has Blade Mage.
Blade Mage.
That's it. That's the only thing. And
no.
Yeah, go fish.
Oh, Didi. I'm pretty sure his heart is broken in half.
Didi actually was like poised really well to take that. He had 2 Blade Mages, I think, left in there.
Yep.
So like the highest chance he ever gets to win the game is drawing 5 cards looking for 1, but oh well.
Something tells me it would have been his next card. And Shadow once again taking that win. And perhaps we'll be seeing his fantasy swords next.
Yeah. So are we having like... I feel like this is a pattern we're just seeing now. Is like you get to grand finals and that's it. That's the first games. Is you get the shadows out of the way and then you play with the other decks.
Yeah. Now let's see if he tries to counter the mind games that is Didong. He's gonna keep with his Daria, more likely. Yes.
Daria into sword this time. Again, I think this is a matchup that's only gotten a bit more even as time has gone on. Because we saw this matchup a lot at the end of Rise of Bahamut after the nerf hit Daria, where it was like starting to turn into just a... I'd say it was starting to get pretty even.
Oh.
That's a strong opener.
For which one? For Daria.
I'd say like, yeah, for the leader.
Fantasy has a chance to get a strong start too. Just need a decent 4 drop, which is right there. Now you just need a decent 3 drop, which is a Grimnir. Then somehow to keep pushing ahead.
I'd say he's actually surely getting there, because I mean Conjure Golem was also a potential there. Decides to just Kaleido instead to reduce some damage immediately. This also just kind of makes his turn 3 whatever. You can just play the thing back. Like just play the Unica back. I shouldn't call her the thing. But I was thinking he could just wholesale swing past a Conjure Golem easily, which may just happen on his... No. Not gonna do it this turn, he has Jenna now. But either way, he's gonna be able to push all this.
Weapon at the ready, youngling.
Okay, so this is actually a pretty decent position so far.
Others will follow.
Getting a Craig get late in the game too is kind of okay.
You're done for.
It's just actually like his hand, because there's not much you can... There's not really anything you can spell boost in Didi's hand here. It's like, you have a Daria and it's getting boosted the whole time, but like you're throwing away so much.
Right.
My sword brings hope. You're done for.
Turn the power of hope to light.
One to face.
No.
Couldn't do it after all.
Pretty good. He does still have board. This magic missile again is pretty good.
Would you throw away
My shield.
this entire... Oh, nope, I wouldn't throw it away anymore.
Not
Especially
really have a Levi in it.
Yeah. If he didn't draw into that, if he had gotten an Ogre for instance, I think he would have just thrown away this entire head.
Yeah.
Not the
At this
kind
point, the question probably running through his head is like, this Daria could potentially be so much tempo, because you haven't seen any spell boost yet, and now you're drawing 5 into it. So, very high probability you get something. If he's going Craig, I think he's gonna, yeah, just throw for that line of thinking. And gets just Daria.
Stay away from the academy.
It's a pretty big deal though. I think this next Daria has a really, really good potential outcome, because he hasn't seen any Blade Mages, Oglers, none of the Butchettes that he runs. He'll be drawing into a pretty massive chunk of his deck there.
Let's see.
At your service. Couldn't do it after all.
He's gonna have to end up evoing the Jaina to get rid of that. And then still manage to push.
I am the mad
No.
cyclone.
Okay.
Decided instead just to keep it at the door.
Yeah. I think this play is actually kind of fine if you want to keep pushing ahead. I mean, he does have an Albert in hand, so he managed to survive till turn 9, which is most likely. Can actually win with an Albert.
Yeah, I think what like Fantasy always ideally wants in any sword player in this situation is you don't really have a turn 7. You can't evolve both Fangblade Slayer and an Albert early, just because you don't have the points left for it anymore. You've been past the Luminous. So what you want to do is be able to have a kind of slower turn 7, not get punished for it, and then just go Fangblade Albert.
Right. The only issue is now is
yeah. The issue is though, this is the fastest turn we're probably going to see. There has to be Oglers and stuff in this one.
Excellent work.
2 of them, yeah.
Oh god.
He's gotten to, what, the second half of his deck, and all of his spell boostable minions are down here.
Yeah. And then all we see is like 8 damage in hand. And I hope that Fantasy doesn't keep emoting.
Yeah, the dude's about to get just bodied by this. That Daria pulled 2 Oglers, spell boosted him, and had 3 burn spells in here, like.
I'm all
gonna
tuckered out.
have to Evo to get rid of at least the 5/5, if not this 3/4, but it's a tough call. What do you do here?
It's like, he definitely doesn't want to use this Evo. You can feel it in his soul how much he doesn't want to Evo right now, but... yeah, doesn't Evo, just pushes these in. But it's like, you don't really have a plan here. This Fangblade Slayer won't save you from this damage.
Oh no.
It'll work this time, maybe.
Pretty sure Fantasy knew that this was gonna go. I wonder why he's still being stubborn and just saving this Evo. And now he has no choice but to use this.
Man, you know, I admire this right here. This is a I'm gonna die standing up play. Like, I'm gonna throw Albert over this board and concede kind of thing.
I'm just gonna kill you on this, you know, just attack phase.
So close, he says.
Yeah.
He's trying to go for a critical hit proc there. It's like that.
Definitely something's going on between these two players.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Fantasy's gonna lose that one. It's never necessarily too far fetched for Sword to be able to come close to winning that mirror anymore. That matchup anymore. But that's like one of those situations where didn't open strong, didn't get a strong mid game, and then just as you're actually catching up and starting to get those last bits of storm damage you need, your opponent has drawn into 3 burn spells and 2 Ogre should I repeat.
Right.
You must die.
So Fantasy is switching to his preferred dragon matchup.
Right. So that would make this tournament point for DD once again, right?
Whoa. As I come back, I see a very unfavorable hand. Is he going second at least?
I don't think I got that.
Oh no.
There he is. But if he's going... oh, yeah. Like...
I don't know what's hands is worse. Like DD's or Fantasy's?
DD can still mulligan, so...
yeah.
This hand can go anywhere. But a 3-4-6 on aggro is like... I mean, he's probably going to draw like 1 and 2 drops. Aggro usually will just figure it out. Okay, good stuff.
Yeah. It's not too bad, but it's... you know, at least he can play things. He's going first, so definitely Geno is going to help him here.
Yeah, that's huge. Like... a 1-drop would be very preferable to stop this, and doesn't get one.
No. Bright side, at least he has a Dragon Warrior, but the unbright side is that he's gonna have to end up playing the Breath of the Salamander on a 1/1.
Yeah, I was about to say that the Maid Leader is so perfect here
Apologies,
because
sir.
to slow down on turn 2 against a Breath of the Salamander deprives so much value.
Yep.
Alright, so Griffin Knight's gonna probably just like toss the other Griffin Knight here. It's really, really good for him. Like, oh. It's okay good for him. As in the Geno's gonna take it back and then he's gonna Dragon Warrior back that.
So what's good here right now is that we have Fortes, and as long as he can keep himself ahead with Dragon Wars after Dragon Wars, he can have some glimmer of hope in winning this.
Still, all aside, this is still pretty scary. I mean, he's what, like a turn 5 Dragon Warrior again. Starts to go low on resources and hasn't been the aggressor this game to the point where these Fortes are really gonna just like be finishers, but rather they're just gonna be the damage starters. And I don't think he runs much more burst than that other than this eye phase in here.
Oh no.
Gets Albert in the face, so his second Dragon Warrior can clear that, and he can push 4.
Ready to witness my true strength?
And then hopefully next turn he can Evo the Forte to push.
So this is the end.
which is really good because that Albert was high tempo, but losing it, even in a circumstance like that, is a big deal. I mean, Geno at best.
It's either Geno or Naval Guard summon. But Geno is the more likely answer because when it dies, it gives him two drops, and then he can naturally Evo one. But that's not likely the case.
It's actually scary if he does that. I noticed.
Yeah.
Because it clears the board just fine, but if he uses up that Evo, the Forte that gets overflowed right now actually can't be answered with this hand if you don't have an Evo.
Right.
He's got a whole sold swing and Lyriel. This is probably just thinking about how he wants to do this. Potentially has to leave the every dragon alive.
Alright, here it is. Will he Evo this one or not? No. Okay.
Your service.
Yeah.
Will he Evo this one?
It's definitely worth contemplation, but he ends up thinking, you know, my Evos are precious. I'm gonna not just go ahead and not.
Okay. I like this play. This allows him to be ahead in board. Now, Swordcraft has to answer it. If he doesn't, that's going to be 7 damage to his face, and I mean, right side.
He's got options.
Yeah.
He can Pulsed Swing the Bane. And that's about it, actually. The rest of his hand doesn't really cleanly answer this. He doesn't have a way to actually evolve anything into Lyriel in a way that doesn't just trade straight into her. Unless he wants to evolve an enhanced Naval Guard, but then the Bane's still around.
Yeah.
Okay. I like the way of playing it this way too. It doesn't answer the Bane immediately, but it does it in a roundabout way. And here's the problem: is those were his anti-Forte tools.
Oh, yeah, you're completely right. I just now noticed that too.
And now we got, well, I mean, maybe it's not that important because Forte aside, this is
Lethal
a pretty
damage
tough
on
board.
board.
Well, actually, this is amazing. What am I saying? This is incredible. If he can't answer this Forte, he wins. And he's not got lethal on board, and the Fangblade Slayer can't hit her.
Oh no! Heartbroken!
That's it. That whole Soul Swing was the game. It's like... Or does it? Okay. Is there... He can... Dragon Emissary into his next... Okay, into Dance of Death. I'd love to be like, you know what, no, Forte doesn't solve this lethal on board problem. He Dance of Deaths, and he's not dead if he doesn't play the Unica.
But he's most likely going to have to, and he doesn't know what that one card draw is.
Yeah, he doesn't. You don't really think it gets sword. I gotta not play this healing 2-drop in my hand when I'm at 2 health, because what if they have Fangblade Slayer? He's been playing so many games up to this point. Can he actually like predict this? Probably not. He's just probably thinking Albert
in general, or Novice Trooper.
Yeah, anything kills you, so why think about Fangblade Slayer?
Right. Oh no, fantasy.
That is tournament point.
And fantasy. Crowd favorite. Crowd favorite as well.
Yeah, I saw the Spirit Bomb raising in chat.
Yeah.
But the whole Soul Swing was it, actually. That was like the Unica didn't matter really. It was that whole Soul Swing that Didi got to draw off of that.
Yeah.
It made the entire difference.
It was ridiculous at that point. It was like so close. So close.
Anyway, good stuff, and kudos to Didong. I don't actually think I've seen him win one of these EXG tournaments before. So would this be his first time?
I believe so.
Yeah, feels good, man. It's funny seeing Fantasy's Shadowcraft list entered as mid-range when this is like... Nah, okay, fine. If it runs 3 Aktars, I guess it's mid-range. But other than that, the Phantom Howl Rabbit Necromancers leads me to believe it is aggro.
Alright, let's get these 2 players in here. What is DD's... Oh, Kim. please bear in mind, hopefully they... I mean, we try to interview everyone, and even if they are foreign, hopefully we have someone that can translate. Again, Fantasy does know English, from what I know. But
if Fantasy would be willing to interpret for Didong, that'd be cool, but if also they'd rather not bother with it, or he feels like he's struggling to really like do the interview, that's probably best. Just kind of let him be.
Right. But it was still a very close match between these two, and they ended up playing against each other not just once, but 3 times. Oh, Kim Young is here. Hey, how are you?
Hi. Fine, thank you.
How do you feel?
Yeah, feel good.
How do you feel about winning that? 3 times you played against him.
Oh, yes. Feel good. To Daria Runecraft, awesome.
Awesome? Alright, it was awesome.
It was good.
Maybe we can try to get Fantasy in here and see if he can help translate as well. If you want to type it in English, that's perfectly fine too.
wait a minute, please.
No worries. We can wait. Or maybe Leo can actually come in here.
My English very bad. So I help translate. Fantasy. Okay, come on.
Okay, yeah, cool, Fantasy. We're sending out the bat signal for Fantasy right now. Both to interview him and to see if he can help us out a bit.
Give us a moment, guys. You know, I have another person too. I have like... wait. Oh, never mind.
Feels bad.
We're looking for Canadian or American Korean to help translate post recruiting.
Yeah. Team recruiting right now.
Or we have Luce. Apparently Luce might know.
Okay. Seems Luce is around. So do I want to do this if Luce is gonna, like, the situation I'm looking at here is maybe we'll ask the questions in English and Luce maybe, if he can't join the call, we'll translate it in text. And then we can read that out. Yeah, he doesn't have a mic. But he can hear us probably.
Yeah, pretty
Just
much.
so he can translate our questions to him.
Alright, so Luce, if you can come translate this. Actually, I don't have a question right now.
No, I have questions. I feel okay. I got one for starters, and that's why Daria? Just in general, just like why would, is there any particular reason that you brought Daria to tournament? Wait, is her name in Korean Dorothy? I wonder.
And Fantasy's here. Good. We have double translators.
Feels good, man.
어? 쏘리.
No worries. We're just doing some setups right now. Luce, did you get what we said? Or maybe we should type it out. Oh, fantasy.
Okay.
I'll type it out after I say it, just to ease things up.
오, 판타지 커밍. 오케이, 굿.
Oh, congratulations.
아, 땡큐.
So the question we asked for Kim was why did he bring Daria?
김용태 선수 왜 왜 드로시 위치 들고 갔나요?
아, 요새 드래곤 네크에 너무 질려서 재밌는 덱 찾다가 템포 위치 해봤는데 괜찮은 것 같아가지고 들고 왔습니다. 네.
He was tired about playing Shadow and Dragon, so he tried Daria. and it works fine, so he just bring it.
Oh, okay. Nice.
Yo, I like that answer. Also, if you could ask, do you feel like Daria worked really well in this tournament? Like, ultimately?
이번 토너먼트에서 다 드로시 템포 위치 잘 먹힌 것 같아요?
네, 거의 한 판 빼고 다 이긴 것 같습니다.
Yeah. I think I won almost the game except this one.
Ooh,
Wow.
good stuff. Let's see. I guess aside from that, also Swordcraft was a class we don't see very often. Was there any particular reason you brought that too? Or maybe the same as Daria?
이번 대회 그 미드로에 되게 많이 보였는데 미드로에도 들고 온 이유가 있을까요?
네크로맨서를 밴하고 드래곤이나 그 외에 제3의 직업 상대로 그냥 무난하다고 생각해서 들고 왔습니다.
The reason I bring mid sword in here is if I ban Shadowcraft, then other classes are fine. Versus mid sword.
And ultimately, that's pretty much the reason why all these bans throughout top 16 is that they banned out all the shadows no matter what, and we've seen that a lot in the tournament as well, where some people banned out either shadow or banned out their unfavorable classes, but mostly shadows. I have a question for him as well. How long has he been playing Shadowverse for?
이번 대회에 굉장히 그런 이유인지 모르겠지만 굉장히 뭐라고 하지? 네크로맨서를 되게 많이 밴하는 모습 볼 수 있었는데요. 이건 다른 질문인데 섀도우버스의 플랜이 얼마나 됐나요?
2달 된 것 같습니다.
2달이요?
네.
Yeah, I played this game for 2 months for now.
Wow, 2 months. Okay. So I'm pretty sure he has is he a Hearthstone competitor as well?
혹시 하스스톤도 이렇게 대회도 많이 나가고 그러나요?
하스스톤 대회 꾸준히 참가하고요. 그리고 그거 얘기해 주세요. 저 섀도우버스 한국 국가대표입니다. 예.
Oh, I play Hearthstone also in competitive level, and I want to mention that I'm Korean national representative.
That's amazing. That's really cool. Let's see. Aside from just my general laudation of that, I'm not sure that I particularly had any more questions for him today.
Does he have any shoutouts that he would like to mention on stream, or anything at all? In general?
뭐 딱히 특별히 하고 싶은 말씀 있나요?
우리 루세트님이랑 우리 같은 팀 젤리님 대회 도와줘서 너무 고맙다고 얘기해주고 싶습니다.
I want to special thanks to Lucette and Jelly who is teammate of his team.
Nice.
Is it all?
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Okay.
Alright. Thank you for playing in this tournament. I know you wake up like really early for this, but if you have a PayPal account, please be sure to direct message me so that you can receive payment in roughly 1 to 2 weeks.
아, 김용태 선수 꼭 페이팔로 전해주는 거 잊지 마시고 한 1, 2주 정도 걸릴 거라고 합니다.
예. 알겠습니다.
Yes, thank you very much.
Alright. Mofu, you have any questions for Fantasy?
Yeah, I had a couple. My biggest one is probably like the most predictable one also. So Aggro Dragon, I think you're the only person who, like you're the person I saw bringing this to the tournament, and it's the first time I've seen someone like in this meta game get to grand finals playing Aggro Dragon. So, is there a particular reason you brought this instead of another kind of dragon?
The major reason I bring Aggro Dragon is I won the Pervertiverse that happened yesterday.
Ooh, yo,
with
now I
Aggro Dragon.
understand. Yo, that's
And-
smart.
And other than that, I have no VR. I have no VR. I have only
Oh, no vials.
no vial. So I just have sleepboard. That's why I bring it.
Okay, that's cool. The build was interesting, and now that you say that you won the poverty tournament, it makes perfect sense to me because I saw so much Aggro Dragon in that tournament, and it was all just taking names back there. That aside, I noticed your Shadowcraft list is a lot more aggro-y than mid-rangey, and that you run things like Rabbit Necromancer and Phantom Hell. Do you think that this works out better than mid-range for you, or just any general reason you build it this way?
First thing, I haven't tried mid shadow before, so I just played Aggro Shadow. But I asked one of the people in this core channel to like doctoring my deck, and he suggested to put the Hector in there, and
Nice.
also Zombie Party. So I just changed it from my Aggro Shadow, and good to go.
Okay, cool stuff. Other than that, congratulations. Actually really cool. The first time I think we've had like double Korean players in grand finals. But that's all my own questions if Rishi's got any.
So one of the plays that you did, actually, were both of you guys playing mind games to each other? Because there was definitely some odd plays between shadows every time that we watched it so far. Any thoughts on how you were? I don't know how to word this into a question. Give me a moment.
So when I versus like his shadow, I tried to miss the lethal for his best hand.
Oh, okay.
So that's the way I just did it.
Alright. Alright, aside from that, I want to thank you both for coming in and playing. I'm glad that this tournament is very global and international, although the time is specifically for NA/EU oriented. I want to thank you both for coming in and playing. Hopefully we'll see you guys again next week as well. We have like 6 more tournaments left before the championships.
Cool.
Any last words for you, Fantasy? You had a lot of new fans and your team backing you up there.
Okay, first I want to say thanks for Motas who just brought me into this team, and Zeph and Def who helped me a lot. Also Motas. And I want to special thanks to Science Slayer from Team Conqueror and Humarage. They helped me a lot. And also last people Equester who from also Team Conqueror, who doctoring my deck.
Nice.
Hey.
A lot of help from both teams here. Yeah. And aside from that, thank you guys for coming in. We're gonna go ahead and conclude here, and For those of you watching, thank you so much for checking out the tournament. We do have a website for you guys to check it out. We will probably might want to evaluate the the tier list, but aside from that, we do have one for you guys to check out. As long as you guys go to www.teamexg.com, you'll see our version of what we think that is strong in the tournament list. Now, just in general, this is not for ladder, and if you're trying to use this for ladder, you're gonna get wrecked. Mainly because Aggro Shadow is, I think, #1 at the moment in ladder. But aside from that, Ram Dragons and mid-range Shadows are pretty much the god tiers that everyone will be running as a pair, and then followed by tier 1. One of the tier 1s. But it seems like, based out of this, we might have to change some of the list from the result of this tournament. So, hopefully you guys can check it out, and if we do an update, we'll let everyone know. But yeah, thank you guys for coming in, taking the time to watch, and hope to see you guys next week. Ovu, any last words?
Congratulations, guys. Thanks for casting with me, Richie, and covering for Carmen Sandiego, who went missing again. But not really again. Yeah. Congratulations, guys. Hope to see you guys again next time. And later chat too.
Also, one more thing too. Apparently, KMD, you also stream too. So if you want, you can post out your Twitch to let everyone else knows that you do stream as well. Oh wait, he muted himself. Awkward. I'll just host him. Alright, I'll see you guys later, and